After all the action and excitement of the Western Shield and the European Cricket League, the European Cricket Network has left Khartoum, and we will be heading all around Europe this summer, starting with our tour of Santarém, Portugal.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Santarém Cricket Ground here. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcoming you to ECS Portugal 2025. Unfortunately, the weather's against us this morning, so it's going to be a bit of a delayed start. And so what we thought we'd do is we'd take a classic match from the ECL archives and keep you entertained until we can get things up and running here at the ground. Hopefully it won't be too long a delay, and we should be on shortly. Watch for the updates. I'll be back on very shortly to let you know how we're going here and we can get things going. But for now, sit back, enjoy this classic match from ECL archives.
We will have a new winner of the European Cricket League. Who will it be? Will it be Farmers, the champions of Jersey? Will it be the champions of Italy? Will it be Roma? And before we get started, look, once again, we know that a lot of rain has fallen over this European Cricket League. A lot of hard work has had to be done out there, and we have to really give our thanks to all of those people behind the scenes that have been working hard throughout the days and the weeks that we've had here to make conditions playable. So a big shout out to all of the ground staff, the ECN crew, and of course the umpires. They have been absolutely marvellous. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Corey. Corey, the final.
Well, the final is here. How exciting for everyone involved. 50-50 on the supercomputer. This is going to be a really good game. Roma CC winning the toss, electing to have a bowl. These two teams, I think, deserved finalists. They both pack a punch, and it'll be an honour for them to lift this trophy. It'll be our 5th different winner. And look, I'm just hoping for a really close sort of final.
Yeah, Vinny said it already. Well done to all the teams that took part in the European Cricket League. Big shout out to, of course, those that made it through to Championship Week. We've seen some sensational cricket. We've seen great batting, great bowling, great fielding, and we've seen some real dynamics from all the teams. And it comes down to this, the final. Which team will get their hands on that prize trophy? Thanks, of course, to our trophy partner, Locker Lifestyles. We're ready to go.
I don't know if it's a sign of the times, but it's just sprinkling rain a little bit, and that is what this final actually deserves. It's been chaos. I think the first 3 overs might decide it. If Zach, Tribe and Samuel get going, Farmers will be in control. Billy the Kid, here we go, Rico.
In comes Bilal. Here's the first ball off the final. Bowling to Tribe. He's placed that nicely, and it's going to skid away from the fielder. It will be 4 runs. I think that's one that the fielder who's down, and well, he's down and staying down. So maybe a bit of a concern here. And he goes down. I think he does get something on this, but now he's not getting up. I hope he's okay.
Well, who is it? That's the other one. Who's on the deck here? Because that's not good, and we might have an early injury break.
I'm not sure who's going down there.
Don't want it to be a bowler, Rico.
That's concerning now. Who's getting up there? And
well, that's the other. That's a Chintha. He usually shares the new ball, holding the right shoulder. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, doesn't he get? I want to see how he hurts the right shoulder here. Oh yeah, he sort of lands quite heavily on that right elbow, but it gets past him. 4 runs to start.
A little bit of drizzle. Sedate crowd at the moment. Let's see if it heats up. Tribe, he's been in magnificent form all tournament.
I think that's going to be too wide. Bilal just trying to keep this going across. Zach Tribe, yeah, you're absolutely right. Tribe and Julius Samarora being in fantastic form. Julius Samarora, 90 of 26 deliveries in, of course, that qualifier 1 victory, and he's right up there. As one of the highest run scorers. He's 5th with 298 runs. It's up in the air, it just gets it over the fielder. That's at mid-on. It's, I suppose, good timing. He knows where the field is, and he just helps this on the way. Doesn't have to hit it too hard. He knows once he's cleared that field, he's going to get a boundary. Speaking of the top run scorers, Corey, we got 2 from Farmers in there. I mentioned Samarora in 5th. In 2nd spot, Zach Tribe with 344. But Roma's up there as well. Melinda Suwadana after that 119. He's got 329 runs to his name. And Zain Ali, 318.
For me, for Roma, it's Krishan with his leg spin and his middle order batting that I think is very effective. So let's see how it pans out. Tribe's got off to a flyer.
And gets away from the fielder. That's Melinda Suwadana. He gets the throw in. They're taking on the 2, but I think he gets home here. Yeah. Just noticing there, Melinda not moving very freely. It looks like he's a slight limp.
Yeah, he's got something up, that's for sure, and he's fielding all the way at 45 for a reason here. Just be careful about sliding that bat in sometimes. But yeah, I think Siriwan has definitely got an injury because he's been fielding at mid-off and mid-on traditionally, but he's at 45, so maybe a few concerns for Roma to see. The big concern, though, is, Rico, is this opening pair. If you don't get them both in the next sort of 15 minutes, they whack it around this ground.
Yeah, just saw Melinda holding his left hamstring as he gets back into position. And that's going to be another boundary. Probably 1 bounce for Quattro Mas. Bilal Khan, he didn't have it his own way in that qualifier number 2. He was a little bit expensive. And it's the same here again. You see, it's about getting that Yorker right. If he nails that Yorker, he's difficult to get away. He gets the ball to come in a little bit. But if he doesn't get it right, then he is hittable.
Well, Roma CC, they should know that Tribe's very good through the V. You've got to have mid-on back. You've just got to have mid-on back. If he edges you for 4, you just eat it. So they make the change now, but this is another bright start from Farmers, and they've been doing this against every team in the competition.
This time it shouldn't be a run, but once again, it's just got away from the fielders here. There's going to be certainly some nerves out there, Corey. I think it'll take a bit of time, perhaps, for the fielders to settle. And I've just noticed that a couple of deliveries there go on the hand, but just get away from the fielders. So nerves settling in the final.
Well, one thing for Roma, they've played all day. Credit to them. So maybe a few weary bodies. Hopefully their adrenaline will step up. And yeah, never easy fielding under lights. Last ball of the first.
And that is going to disappear into the night sky. It's a 6 carreras from Julius Samarora. Opens his account with 6. He was in sensational form in that qualifier number 1, scored 90. He's seeing it big and he's hitting it big.
What a shot and what a time to bring in a man who loves finals cricket, and he loves this night, the red letter night of the year, I think so, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, red lights on, let's go. It's been a huge day already, of course, with Roma CC going all the way from 3rd to be here. They've done that before. They've done that in ECS cricket before. Nomads knocked out first game of the day, and then Skanderborg knocked out in straight sets. Farmers got to stop their top 3 to have any chance. So far, they've made a magical start, 22 without loss.
Yeah, they have indeed, and you just see what Roma CC have had to contend with. Zach Tribe hits the ball so well, and then Julius Samarora, the form he's in at the moment, and with that 90 he scored, he hit the ball to every part of the ground. A 360 play, he's dangerous. They've got to find a way through. They're going back to some more pace here. Nothing Dige, remember, he took a bit of a nasty fall. I just wonder if they would have been tempted just to try something different a little bit earlier, a bit of spin maybe.
I think they've worked all tournament. They're going to go with him. Going to get this ball to talk. First one, uppercut, nobody back here. 6 runs, Maximo. Tribe continues his march. And is he marching Farmers towards the ECL trophy?
Well, early days, Vinny. Settle down, early days. One thing we have seen today is that even though teams have got off to a good start, once you pick up a wicket, then you can really slow them down. We saw that happen with the Nomads. We've seen that happen with Skanderborg as well. So Roma CC just have to stay focused. They have to be thinking about 2 or 3 decent deliveries to the top order that could get the breakthrough. And that's one of them. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And he's got his wicket, it's full, it's straight, is on the pads, and Zach Tribe will go. And that is what I mean. Top teams, no matter what happens, they'll be saying to each other, it takes one good ball. And it is Achinta Nathandige who delivers an absolute beauty.
Yeah, it's the one that probably threatens the swing but doesn't. Catches him right in the crease. Probably plays for a bit of out movement, but it just holds its line. And it's dead in front, isn't it? Back pad. Nathandige does get the breakthrough in the second over.
Brilliant delivery there, Corey. Top bowling.
It's clever bowling. I think when you're bowling to players of this level, sometimes you just got to go back to basics and fire in a Yorker. He plays around it. What a tournament from Zach Tribe with the bat. 21 off 7. He'll be disappointed, but here comes a man that also whacks big sixes.
That's true. Will it be ZT for the MVP later on tonight? But right now, it's Christian Purchase coming out there, and you're right, he has had a very good ECL, started in the opening slot. He's dropped down to 3. Samarera's kind of made the opening spot his own. Purchase has made more runs at 3 as well. And now he's facing Nathandige. He's careful with the first one. Yeah, Farmers came in as genuine 50-50 shots in this final according to the supercomputer. They've won the start. But I just think, Rico, Roma CC, they're hoping to get a run on here. They can get this top 3 out of the way as soon as possible. They'll feel that they're favourites.
Yeah, big time. And you could probably say, I think with all the teams that we've seen here today, there's been 3 dangerous batters. And if the opposition, the fielding side, can get them, then they feel they're in the match.
Steps across, tries to manipulate something here, won't get anything.
Yeah, very interesting this game right now because Tribe's gone. Samarera's been in massively good form, and then you've got Purchase, but they've brought in some other players today. Big Stanley Norman, a bit cold. James Smith hasn't made a lot of runs. These moments could determine Roma's night. Can they go bang bang, make it maybe 40 for 3, and then they're right on?
Juggy Purchase, a genuine all-rounder in their midst as well. He's the regular captain. Now Purchase, short arm jab here straight into the gap, and I think that's gone all the way. Maximo Samarera picking up where he left off earlier today.
Yeah, good strike. He's seen the ball so well. I mean, it's hard to, sometimes we see some batters, Vinny, and we say, you've got to bowl outside the off to him or that heavy length or get it. But he has played everything. I haven't seen a weakness in his game as yet.
Both teams playing their first ECL final, of course. Oh, what a shot from Julius. He plays it so well, steps across and dismisses it over backwards, square leg for 6 more.
Yeah, I mean, look at this shot. He's been doing this. When he made that 90, this was what he was batting. Goes right across, and he just backs himself to play the shot. Now, Corey comes back in here. Corey, you were talking about this earlier when we were together. He is nailing that sweep shot.
It's reminding me again, I'll mention earlier, 2019 Scotty Edwards, VOC Rotterdam. He swept everything. And Samarera today has just been sweeping pace bowlers non-stop. It's a high percentage shot. There's still a big fish there, but we will, Vinny, later tonight get to fill in the bottom left of that screen.
Yeah, we certainly will. And it'll be potentially another Jersey flag on there. But this time in the winners column, will it be back-to-back runners-up trophies for Jersey? And of course, we'll get our first ever Italian flag on that part of ECN history. So they're going to go back to Bilal Khan. I think he's coming around the wicket here. I don't know about this to these guys. He's hit it so well to the leg side. Although Purchase, he'll go offside here. Thick outside edge, runs away for 4.
Oh, well, it's a matter of inches sometimes, isn't it? And have a look at this. It flies quickly. Great effort, brilliantly captured there by 2 circles. But Gashwaran just can't get there.
Every inch counts, Rico.
4 runs, goes pretty quickly.
Purchase, that's a bit of luck there. Who will win the luck battle? Both these teams, we know how evenly matched they are. A bit of luck there for Purchase, his first boundary. Bilal with a comeback ball. Oh, it's even luckier because that one will bring him 6. Maximo! Bit of an accidental Maximo, but it'll count either way. Purchase goes 4 and 6.
Yeah, it's difficult times this for Bilal Khan. He just can't get into the rhythm. Nothing seems to be going his way after an edge which only just went past the fielder. This one sails over. Now they're pushing back the fielder back onto the boundary. So they're just moving things around here. But to me, Corey, doesn't look like they've got a real plan. I
don't like Billy coming around the wicket. He's a left arm over the wicket bowler because when they play and miss and it goes across, if you don't get that swing, right now it's going into the arc.
It's not really the stump line, is it? And put the third back. This time it's close to the middle of the bat. That's a hustle here. Well, he's very slow to get going. It's almost a 5er. Sumarare, I can say he's batted better than he's run in this series. He almost loses his wicket there.
Brilliant backing up here also. Great throw. If it hits, I think it's curtains. But the backing up here from Amari was superb because we know that Melinda Sriwadana is not moving swiftly. He can't get there. But Khalidi saves the day. Otherwise, that could have been 5.
That hits his curtains, I think, for Sumarare. It's the little moments that matter.
Look out for the pickup shot here. He's got the angle to work with also.
Definitely not out for a variety of reasons. They'll get through for a leg bite. A long way outside the line there.
Yeah, the angle, this is what Corey's talking about here. If you're bowling this angle, the chance of getting the LB, look, he's drifted in. That's impact outside the line. Anyway, it can't be out. And so, well, Bilal, he's got a smile on his face. I suppose you've got to ask the question. I suppose the key thing is at least the ball doesn't go to the boundary.
It's back for the flying edge. I do like that. I mean, you are trying to take wickets at this stage. Still pretty early. 50s come up during the over for Farmers. Bilal only has 2 more shots to break through. Almost does. This one creeps down and well handled by Rila Gadaga behind the stumps.
Rila, let's talk about him for a moment. I had a little brief with the Roma CC captain, and he says, yeah, it will be a dream and it would be an early birthday present because he celebrates his birthday on Sunday.
Not just any birthday, he's 50.
He's 50, yeah.
He's 50 this weekend. You wouldn't know it. Also seen him here playing for Italy in the ECC. Last ball the power play. It won't be because that one is dragged wide of the mark. I mean, it's an amazing thing just to get to this point. I mentioned in the intro, but it's not just this tournament, but it's months, it's actually years that go into getting here. And you never know if you'll be back. You know, the champion will get to come back, runner-up perhaps.
Yeah.
It's certainly a very special night. Last ball take 2 for Bilal Khan. Gets it in the right spot. That's the York, but well dug out. In fact, that's going to go all the way, I think. Oh, I'd like to see where Purchase buys his bats because that one somehow got squeezed away. 4 runs to finish the power play, and it's 58 for 1.
What a beautiful shot this is. This is smooth and swift through the outfield. I like the Microlino. Meep beep as it goes all the way. Lovely shot, beautiful timing.
Well, only 1 big wicket, but really there's 3 big overs there.
Yeah.
Farmers are set up for a massive total, and chasing under lights is never easy. You think about the Farmers bowling later with Chuggy, Sturgis, you look at Sumarare. It's 160 to pull that off back-to-back chases is not going to be easy.
We have seen some big chases under lights. Don't forget Asian 11 in the Western Shield against a very good batting lineup and bowling lineup.
Well, that
chased 180.
World 11, we're bowling it backwards for a week, Vinny.
One thing you have to remember though, Corey, we've seen starts like this today already. A wicket can change everything. And even though Farmers have got off to a flyer, 2 more wickets here, Roma. That's what I've been thinking. 2 more wickets.
Amari comes on, Smiling Assassin, a whole variety of on-speed and off-speed deliveries. First one up in the block hole.
Amari will be hoping for a better final than he had about a month ago, where he got absolutely taken apart from Will Smale, and he's back again. He's a familiar face on the network. Good luck to him.
For Belgium internationally, you can see why it's called the Smiling Assassin. Only to Christian Purchase. Shot could have gone anywhere. Scramble through for a single.
It's a little bit unlucky. Remember, we're talking about a bowler here who bowled probably the most remarkable over that we've seen on the European Cricket Network. Bowled 1 over when he was 5 overs per side. Took a hat-trick, didn't concede a run.
Amazing. Still the only bowler, I think, take a hat-trick in a game where they also went for 0 runs. Had to get his hairdresser's number as well, actually, Amari. Oh, gets this wrong. It's no ball. It may be caught. And I think...
Well, might as well think about running more. I think this is going to be close. It is a slower delivery.
Well, let's have a look.
It's definitely a no ball.
Gut feels a no ball.
Yeah, and no one celebrated for Rome. He's pretty much in his crease. Yeah. It's pretty clear cut.
Miles too high.
So I think on Rome C, there was no real celebrations there.
If anything, it's a good stop, actually, because if that's a 7, the momentum's going away.
You've got the chance to redeem yourself on the free hit.
But he does.
Bowler.
Well, you had me when you were talking about having his hair stylist. You need the hair to go with it first, don't you?
One step at a time. One step at a time. Free hit. Oh, chops it. And that's going to go for 4. So I think they've won the luck battle. Not they haven't batted well as well so far. Combination of those two things as Farmers move up to 66.
Yeah, it's everything's going more or less the way of the Farmers here at the moment. They're scoring runs, scoring them quickly. And look at that expected score. We're talking about 170 plus at the moment.
Yeah, that's a big expected score. A wicket will bring that down. 2 wickets will bring it down even further. Amari is one of the premier bowlers in Europe in this format. What's he go to here? Oh, that could be more trouble.
I don't think so this time. I got a feeling this is under waist height. They're going to check it. This is a lot closer. I think this one's out.
I do as well. It's much slower.
Straight bat. It's a straight bat.
This is dipping a long way. I think I'm with Corey here.
Nope.
Let's have a look.
Oh,
no, it's going to be too high. It's going to be another one too high. Well, Corey, me and you have to stand corrected, and well, Mr. Maxwell Sandu is right. It's another no ball, and it's also his second. Now remember that. He bowls one more, and that's him gone, whether it's in this over or in his second. Oh, that's a disaster.
Wear the vest because it makes your waist look lower. I think that's exactly the sort of one that they call. It's around about waist height.
Both being caught.
2 strikes on Amari. Another freebie. Him up, so at least he gets a small win back. I mean, for all his sins in this over, it's still not a disastrous over at this stage, 11 off 4. But he's on his last warning. That could leave a bit of a hole.
If he bowls another no ball, then you've got to start looking to other bowlers, and we know that Samarage hasn't bowled in a few games, and Rodana hasn't bowled in a few games.
We haven't seen more left arm spin from Roma CC.
I think they've been scared off it. They've just been scared off it.
I agree with you there. It's one thing we thought would be one of their advantages. Now that's pretty close. Has it caught any of the bat? No, it hasn't, says the umpire. The finger will go up, and that's another wicket. And, well, Khalid Amari, on 2 occasions he thought he had wickets, but the ball was too high. It was called a no ball, but this time there's no doubt in the mind of the umpire, Tyrone Peters. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, that's out. That's going to go on a smack leg stump. That's another toe crusher. Good bowling from Amari. He fights back, and as it hits his leg shifts back a little bit because of the impact, but that's out.
Yeah, I do think it's taking some leg stump, I agree. You can see off, you can kind of see middle, but I think you're right as well. The actual impact there. If you took the batter out of the equation, I think that ball's hitting the stumps. I think smashing it, leg stump actually. So Purchase goes for 22 off 10, and Farmer 69 for 2. 2 of the top 3 are back in the shed. We say hello to James Smith at number 4.
Yeah, James Smith is normally had to play a supporting role most of the time, but he's got a lot of time to bat here. But I think you're going to find here now, Julius Amarora is probably going to want to take control of proceedings here. But Roma CC will now feel they're 1 wicket away from really getting right back in this contest.
I guess the Marty's scared off the slower ball a little bit with 2 warnings on him. Oh, that's out as well. Thanks for coming. Thank you very much. It's not once but twice, and oh so nice for Amari as Smith goes a long way across. He's caught dead in front. Amari's on a hat-trick, 69 for 3.
Oh, brilliant bowling from the Belgian speedster. He gets it full, he gets it zipping, and that is dead. Another LBW. Game on under lights, boys.
Yeah, and that one was even less doubt.
It's going to be a golden duck for James Smith. Well, Vinny, you were saying maybe he goes pace off. He doesn't. And well, look at Derek. Derek's not pace off either. Derek is getting funky on
back.
finals day. Derek is back. And it's a long, lonely walk up the famous Cardamom steps when you get a first baller. And
I suppose, look, wasted 1 ball, that's it. So it didn't happen for Smith. They still got other options. They got Storm and Stanley Norman. Probably a good moment as we pause with an Amari on a hat-trick, 69 for 3. That's he acknowledged Rhino, a 4th member of our commentary team, in Storm and Stanley Norman, one of his favourite players.
I can't believe they're not going to Krishan here. They're going to go Fernando earlier. That's new.
That is new. That might work. Well, Rilla has called this straight away. The keeper is going to drop it.
Never.
Well, now we're almost a run out. Oh, chaos there under lights at Kartama.
Oh,
Sumaret dropped on 21.
I can't believe that. I mean, Rilla Godage, he gets excited, he goes charging for this. Remember, he's wearing the lid. I think he loses his at one point. Just about here, he's lost it. Can't find it. Loses it. He's had to leave that to the fielder. The fielder was standing there. Corey, talk to me about this.
Massive moment. It's their most informed player has just been dropped, and that can be a final. Rilla's been so clean for years.
Yeah, but it is an awkward one. I will say it under lights, got no point of reference. You know, if that had hit the stumps, he would have been run out. His bat plugs just short of the line as well.
I think he had to leave. He had to leave it. He had to leave
he got lucky. Well, in the air, doesn't carry. And a fumble, so pressure. And believe it or not, Farmers, they're now just ticking slightly behind in this cricket match.
I can't believe that moment there. What a moment.
I know keepers want it, but there is times that's going straight to backward point. Straight to backward point.
If you can catch it comfortably. There was nothing comfortable about the attempt though, was it? And now we got an edge, and that's going to fly for 6. So Sumaret, after getting dropped, here goes the Aximo, 6 runs.
Gotta hurt you. That can cost you as much as 80 runs, I reckon. It could be about 80 runs.
It costs you a trophy. So Marrero bats through, it can cost you a trophy. It really can.
Yeah, the thing when they're that high, they're travelling so quick as they're coming back to earth.
You're a keeper as well. The edge balloons to back point and you're standing at the stumps. So is that not even more difficult to track back?
You don't track it from the bat. That's the hardest thing. You're seeing it in the sky and you've just kind of lost a little bit of that initial arc that helps you predict where it's coming down. In hindsight's 2020. Real would have left that alone. But once you call for it, you can't really bail out either. So he did call for it, and unfortunately, I don't think he got a glove on it in the end. Norman is now at the crease.
Boys, would you go next over? You go back to Amari and try burst through, or do you go Krishan?
No, you go Amari. He's on a hat-trick as well. You go Amari. And I think the batters will also have that in the back of their mind that this guy, you've got to watch out for him. So, yeah, you've got to go with Marty, because also you've got to believe that if you do take that one more wicket, especially if it's the wicket off Jules here, then you're really in the driving seat. Well, it's getting a bit cozy here
it is.
In the commentary box. It's good to have you with us wherever you are around the world. And after this ball, we'll say hello to you.
The other thing with Amari, I don't want him having another first over later. It took a while to get the cobwebs out. It's going to be another 6 to Sumaret, making them pay one blow at a time, into 5. Farmers lose 3, but they have 85 on the board. 5 overs down Fernando. A gamble that looked like would pay off, but it kind of backfires in the end. Is that 5th over went for 16. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. It's not often we do this, probably once a year actually. So we've got Koi Ruckers, myself, Mr. Maximo. We've got Rico Full in here. We got you for the first part of the final before.
You've got me for 2 more minutes.
All right. But look, what a spectacle. It's crazy to think it's a year since last year and 2 years since we saw Drew lighting it up, all 3 of us up here. But so far, probably advantage Farmers, but maybe a bit of signs of fight from Roma CC.
Yeah,
as well.
I think the last two overs have been very good, and this I think will be a key over. It is a hat-trick ball.
Yeah.
Remember, we have got and had 3 in this European Cricket League.
Here we go. Oh, it does hit on the pad, but it's going down the leg side.
While Amari, he's got his Yorker talking all of a sudden. Put the slower ball away, try bowl 5 more, because he could burst through the stumps here. He's got that Yorker sort of slanting in. Yeah, lovely little bit of tail.
It's the arm angle, and there's a little bit of late left to right in it, and that's what's done a couple of top order batters in a row.
Right, this is the one they want, Roma CC, and all their fans around the world.
Oh, in the air, miss hit, and he's got him. It's Kalugamage. Well, he's not going to let you down. Samare does go about a dozen more after getting put down by the keeper, but Amari with a 3 in the final has Roma in contention, 86 for 4.
Khalid Amari rocked up to a final a month ago. He got smacked to ground and his head was down. He's come roaring back in this. They pick up the big fish. The drop catch doesn't cost them. This is very much game on.
Yeah, look, he hits it pretty well, but you can see, though he gets down and tries to get right underneath it, he can't. Doesn't get up the middle. Outstanding catch. And Krishan, well, look at that. Well, that reminds us of yesterday when the ground was being punched for dropping a catch. Yeah. This time, it's being punched for joy because Julius Aurora, the danger man, is back. 35 of 13.
Yeah, it was Khalid Niazi on World Happiness Day yesterday. Still plucking the grass out of between his knuckles, I think. But anyway, new batter comes in, Joel Dudley. Haven't seen that much of Joel actually this time, but he's a very talented player. Again, that's another one that slides into his pads.
Can we just, for a moment, you've got a bowler bowling sling under lights, tailing. He's landed 5 Yorkers in a row.
Yeah. And that's why you go to him. I mean, look at this one. Just straying a little bit onto the pads, but he's bowling well. Oh, yeah. Well, this is great. And now you literally got 2 new batters out there having to get their eyes in. Roma CC getting back into this. Remember at one point it was expected 170.
Oh, pretty close as well. It is. And no hay dos for tres, because that is a 3rd LBW. Amari's got 4 for 11. Looked like he was going to lose it in the first over, but he's come back and he's stormed through Stanley Norman there, and just like that, Farmer's 87 for 5.
This is what big players do, Corey. I mean, you talked about the last time he bowled and what's happened to him in a big match, but big players, they come back strong. And Khalid Amari just getting the ball pitched up, getting it right. We said before that it's a matter of centimetres, isn't it? Get that ball a little bit fuller, nail your Yorker, and you get wickets, and that's exactly what he's done.
In a game that is dominated by bat, there is nothing better than a fast bowler getting on a heater, and after the 2 full tosses, he thought, no more slow balls, I'm going to bowl as quick as I can at the stumps, and he is on fire. He could get a Michelle Pfeiffer in the final.
Well, he's got, 2 balls to try and do it in. 5-wicket haul. Could it be? I tell you what, Corey, if he gets another Yorker in there, I'm backing him.
Here we go. What a time to come out. Perchard on strike, Dudley at the non-strikes, and they've got the smiling assassin fizzed up.
He's got about more teeth than a shark at the moment. If you had to choose someone, though, Chuggy Perchard's a good man to come to the crease at this stage. And he's going to be careful with Amari. Push a single, but yeah, that's the thing. When you got batters, it's very easy to say, get outside your off stump. These are the 5-wicket hauls this year. We've had 3 of them. But we've only actually ever had 2 5-wicket hauls in ECL history. Wasim Chaudhry and then Afan Afghan last year. Chance for Amari. Won't do it, but he'll still have 4. 4 for 13. Remarkable figures, especially because he had to bowl a couple of extra balls, a couple of extra free hits. So this game has turned on a dime, hasn't it? It's now 89 for 5 after 6.
Well, if they do go on to win the trophy, this will be a spell we'll be talking about for me. We talk about batters and these amazing scores, but this has been one of the best spells we've seen. He was none for 11 with 2 no balls against his name, and he comes and does that.
Yeah, just superb.
I think they're all out as well. I mean, that's hitting the leg stump. Half the ball's hitting leg stump there.
How often do you see that? They're not very often. 4 LBWs. And it was Nathan Ligay who started it off.
The thing is, all of those, none of them are, maybe the first one was plump, maybe the second one. Third one, though, he hits him right on the crease. It's getting a piece of leg stump, I'm sure about it.
Why couldn't he do that a month ago? Like, come on.
All right, so 141 expected. So basically saved 30 runs off the expected score.
Yeah,
Think of it that way.
And now this is what you'd expect. Krishan Kalugamage to come on to bowl.
Good start as well. His leg spin's come a long way. He used to bowl the occasional one as a change-up, but he's morphed into a genuine wrist spinner.
I think this man on your screen is in the MVP talk. It's a big game. They win tonight, he might get the trophy.
Big call there from Corey.
CBC.
And, he's got him!
He's chopped on, and Dudley's the next to go. It's a proper collapso from Farmers. They have just been destroyed in these middle overs. I mean, at one stage, they were kind of cruising 69 for 1, and then they were 86 for 3, but they've lost their last 3 wickets for just 3 runs, and Dudley the next to go.
Well, yeah, I mean, not only is he after that MVP trophy, but he'd love to have the old Rado on his wrist as well, would Krishan. And if he performs, gets another couple of wickets here, then goes out there, knocks the runs off, who knows. But Roma, what a comeback. Now look, you guys, I know you were getting a little bit carried away there with that start with Farmers when they were 58 for 1 in the power play, 69 for 3 after 4. But I did say, we've seen this today, we've seen this pattern so many times. If you get a wicket, another follows, you get somebody who is hot and spicy like Khalid, and the game turns around. 89 for 6.
Yeah, 5 for 20 they've lost in 15 balls now. And now Sturgis comes out to bat, and he's definitely not a recognised batter.
Well, they're in a situation now where there's actually a small rebuilding phase somewhat required, and they might eat what the zone a little bit. 125, 130. I don't think 150, 160 is going to happen.
Mick Kemp is still to bat. Van Brett has shown us he can clear the boundaries as well. A little bit surprised Tommy Sturgis has batted above those two, but let's see what he can do. Chucky Purchard still has agency. Gets this one sliding on but doesn't score. What a passage of play for Roman CC.
It's not going to be easy because you still got, like, Rashan will get another over. You've got Nathan Digate to come back as well. All good bowlers.
No. Trouble. The slider down the leg side. Rilla can't get over there, and there's 5 free runs. Farmers need them.
When you're bowling to players of this level, a little bit lower in the order, you don't actually just have to dart in. He can just be a leg spinner here. He can just slow it down. That's 5 free runs. They were 69 for 1 off 3.5.
And you also know that Chuggy is being a little bit careful here. Yeah, you can tell by the way he's batting. So he's thrilled to get 5 runs, 0 risk at all.
Yeah, that's a nightmare really from Krishan, but he'll be looking to come back and put that behind him.
Good comeback. This one's cut into the gap. Well, that might run as well. Fielder will catch up with it. They'll come back for a pretty comfortable 2 runs. Pressure.
Yeah, it is pressure. And once again, I think we've seen this a couple of times in this innings already. With run in the field, they've attacked the ball, but take the eye off the ball, looking at the players and lose it and give away a couple. So just think about that, 5 wides, a mistake in the field, an extra.
You see that he's not even necessarily trying to go for a lot of shots on Kalu Gumagay. Shows him some respect. And don't forget, Kalu has the second over, as we've mentioned, end of 7, 98 for 6 off 7. Hey, good news. We are about 12. That's always my favourite part of the ECL, or one of them. We are 12, maybe 13 and a half hours away from match 1. And it's the Portugal Challenger Series, first time we've ever had one. It's one of your favourites, actually. Friendship CC first up, Corey, against the Coimbra Knights. LSG versus TTP in match 2. Phil G's there to take you through, and you can see we start just kind of half an hour earlier than our regular time. So I think it's 9 a.m. GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, 2:30 in
howling because the Werewolves are back in action as well.
And one of those teams is going to win a trophy. Right? None of them have won an ECN trophy before. Oh well, changed his mind about 3 times on that one, did Chuggy.
It's a clever delivery, and because he sees the batters getting ready to play the run and follows him.
Bit surprised they've gone for Fernando here because he's been their regular 8 and 10 bowler.
Yeah, they already used one of him a little bit earlier. I thought he would have bowled 10 and maybe a Chintha now, but Chintha did have a bit of a sore shoulder earlier from the field. Yeah. Maybe he's still a bit sore.
And I suppose if you can break through here, maybe you're pretty comfortable bowling your left arm spinners to some right-handers.
Good decision. Keeper goes back. No need for him to be up. They're not charging. You don't need a 5 wides or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm with you there,
defensive move. Sturgis, the batter. He has a crack. Does he get over the fielder? He does. Maximal! Well, Tommy not really known for his prowess with the bat, but there's 6 valuable runs for Farmers.
He's crunched that pretty well, hasn't he? But he gets back, gets the ball where he wants it, gets all the power in the shot. Boom, shakalaka. Well, it's been a long time since we've seen a Maximo. And that comes out of the bat of Tommy Sturgis.
Comeback ball for Charles Fernando. Hundreds come up for Farmers. Slow ball, Tommy gets it, and it's out of the ground. Maximo! 6 more. The resurgence coming as the drinks are flowing in the fan zone. Farmers up to the Nelson.
Ay, que guay, que genial, que grande. And Tommy Sturgis, and now having to play the part as the aggressor with the bat, and he's doing a good job. Back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, we don't get to see him bat too often, obviously down the lower order for most of the teams he plays, but he gets an opportunity here to play innings of substance, really.
Charles got to find his Yorker again here. There he goes length again.
From what I've seen from these 2 batters, when it's been outside off stump, they've just blinked them straight to cover. But just bowl. Right now, don't overcomplicate anything. You've got 14 balls left. 14 balls should be hitting the tram line. Make them cut and drive you.
Yeah.
Chucky Perchard, genuine batter. He's batting so deep in his crease.
Look where he's standing here. Look where he's standing.
Showing leg stump.
Look where he's standing. I think he's
sharing them.
Yeah. So he's coming. He's going to come round.
He's literally, well, he's made some fake footwork and now he's going back.
I think he'll still jump across.
He's just trying to get in his head a bit. Fernando. Into Charles Perchard. And Charles hammers him up. And now this is the partnership that Farmers needed. It's coming. It's chugging along. Maximo, 6 runs.
It's a bit of a gamble. I mean, they went with Fernando here. And I just think that Roma CC, bear in mind the Farmers are 6 down. For me, I think they missed an opportunity to go with one of the key bowlers to try and get another wicket. Because this one is going just the way the Farmers wanted. They needed to fight back. They needed something big. And that's magical already with the ball to go.
I know he gets away with it sometimes, but it hasn't been a good over lengthwise. You can't just keep putting it in the slot.
Well, you go around the wicket at your own risk. It catches up with you. Around the wicket bowling, it's not the right idea, I think.
Stick with it. I know he's comfortable doing it. But to me, it's even the length more than the line that's important, I think, to these 2. We saw Sturgis being able to get up and under one. Perchard played a good slap shot over the leg side there. Oh, is this hitting or is it missing? It's hitting. It's another LBW. Perchard gets right in front of the stumps, hits him on the full. It's probably the only way you can be out with that angle, and it's 118 for 7.
Yeah, this would be worth having a look at because an LBW, when you're bowling around the wicket, it has to be all the way back on the pegs.
Oh, that's out. That's just out.
Yeah,
that is exactly
he's
that.
Behind the popping crease. It's hit him on middle and off, and I just don't think it's got time to miss off. So another good decision.
I can guarantee you, world record in our format. We've had 5 LBWs in a final. We'll never get that again. 5? We usually get 1 in a week.
But can I also say that's a smart tactic to make the batter hit the ball, go full into the stumps. If they dance over, don't race them wider.
Yeah.
You know, make them hit it. It's an awkward one. And Chuggy goes and a little bit of a fight back now. Fight back from the fight back for Roma CC. It's 118 for 7. Here comes Scott Van Breeder. This guy, he's a high-level rugby player. We've seen him hit 6s in the tournament. Farmers fans would love a few more now.
It's a hard hitter. That was the end of the over. So 12 balls to go, and then they are going to go. Looks like they're going back to Krishan here, so they're not going to hold him to bowl. The last Krishan will bowl this, and I like that move.
First one he goes after, and he nails it. Maximo! Tommy Sturgis, I think his highest score was 6 not out on the network before this ECL final. He's 20 off 5.
Hey, just that thing is, though, it's there, isn't it? He's dangled that out there. And Sturgis, he stood still and he's hammered it. He wasn't really tested too much. It was almost like a sort of a hit-me ball, I hate to say it, from Kalugamage.
Was this from a long way back? Tommy doesn't care. Well, is that Tommy Sturgis? Is that Dan Lincoln out there? Because he has raced to 26. Maximo!
Yeah, Corey, I just think he's just floating them out there outside the off. And Tommy Sturgis, look, he's just takes a step out and crunches it.
Yeah, too full, just too full. He's missed his length twice, and you bowl hard volleys to anyone at this ground, the ball sails.
That's the quicker one, and he respects it, he knocks away for one. I'm already thinking last over. Do you go Diego?
Yeah.
Even with an older ball, he's more of a swing bowler.
Samarage's not bowled enough lately.
Zero Wardana?
No, he's done. He's
he's
fielded at 45 holding his hamstring
he's
the
not
whole
bowling.
time. He
He's
ain't
not.
bowling.
I don't think he's running.
Test wickets didn't get themselves.
Oh, would you believe this
What's
one?
that hit?
I think that might have come on the bat.
It has. It's taken a little edge. It's taken away from the gloves of Rulagadagi. They're going to make an ugly 150 here if there's such a thing. Little inside edge. You see the deflection away from the keeper. And it's pure luck, but who cares? Van Breeda off the mark first ball. 150 is 150. Is 150.
150 in a final was a lot. Under lights.
Hasn't been a straight line to it, put it that way. This is from a long way back, extra long way back this time, Kalagamage.
Yeah, it's a better length than the way he started. Tommy Sturgis a little bit more in it. It's getting
There's
a
some
bit
of
more
the
thick
fans. Yeah. I like the bucket hats. They've been one of the revelations of this ECL. Bring it back. Nice ball for Kalu. Oh, it's going to be a little fall down deflection from Sturgis. Wow, it's a less than dirty 30 from Tommy. And after 9 overs, it's 140 for 7. It's hard to believe. It looks like he's enjoying himself out there.
How about this? It's showtime at the Cardamom Oval. And well, he might go down, but he hits the ball for 4. That's an exceptional shot. Tommy Sturgis, this is, what a knot this is. 31 off 8. That's amazing.
And smart batting as well. He knew it would be pace on.
I don't think he planned how he was going to land. Look, bang, every fast bowler's nightmare. Stress Factor City, USA.
He's not a fast bowler anymore, he's a batter.
What a great cameo from Tommy Sturgis. I bet when Farmers picked him up, it wasn't for his batting. So 140 for 7 off 9. And looks like they will go back to Nutdige in over number 10. What a final this has been. Now, every final we've had has been a great game.
42 of the last overs. Last 2 overs, both overs gone magical, 20 and 22. So the Farmers, they've got the momentum back here.
Last overtime. Slow ball first up, he picks it, he hits it, and he hits it for 4. Bisects those 2 fielders down the ground. Farmers wagging the tail.
Yeah, and they're wagging it pretty big. And they're getting a lot of support from the fan zone, a lot of supporters behind the Farmers here, representing Jersey, and that's another good shot. So these two, what a healthy partnership this is turning out to be.
Started as a 50-50, right now it's 49-51. Miss. They're not going to run, they're not going to risk the delicate balance of this partnership.
Still, if they can keep them to early 150s, let's say 152, very much game on. That top order from Roma CC starting to click. Let's take away the big Melinda. You still got Krishan, you've got Fernando, Samarage might play a hand, Zayn Ali likes batting under lights. I think 152 is game on.
Yeah, it's game on. And give you my thoughts after this delivery. And it's a beaut. Full straight on the stumps. That is what we call a boogie oogie woogie grizzly 5-ball. Jog the punty. And that is the end of Scott Van Breeda. So another wicket does go down here.
Yeah. Daniel Weston enjoying all the action.
He doesn't normally like seeing the stumps smashed over as a batter predominantly. But Nutdige keeps it pretty simple to Van Breeda, but he does contribute 9, including a couple of 4s, 144 for 8, using all their resources here, aren't they, the Jersey champions?
Yeah, they are. Well, their kit from the moment we saw it said certainly got a little bit of we're ready for battle about them, and they've been battling all the way through, and they're looking to get to, probably if they can get to that 160, they'll be very happy. And I think, you know, what I was going to say there, Sturgis, he's having some fun, isn't he? And if he's performing with the bat, who knows what he's going to do with the ball. I think he's going to be pretty lethal out there.
Great to see the comments as well flowing in. A lot of people, a lot of love for Sturgis. Tail enders of the world unite. Will Purchard gets a chance. 3 balls to come. That's a bit of mind games there. To be honest, he did sprint.
Hey, fair enough. I mean, I don't like, there's a few boos there, but I know. Look,
I mean, what's the bowler meant to do?
He didn't do it.
He didn't do it. He just said, he just reminded, look, he could have done it. He just say, hey, buddy, just wait for me to release the ball. Perfectly entitled to do that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Smiling at each other. Well, Leon's giving it out. That's a bit more mind games than anything, I think, as Purchard gets off the mark. Yeah, I mean, you see the guy sprinting. At least you want to keep him honest there. He was never intending to try and execute a dismissal. Sturgis now batting so well that he's now trolling the bowlers out there.
Right, what's he going to play? He's going to get funky. He's going to try and go down the ground.
Crowd's getting into it. 2 to come.
Well bowled. Really well bowled. When a batsman moves outside the leg stump, don't follow him. Just keep it wide.
Tommy had the better of the last exchange. He doesn't get the better of this.
That's a really good
Couldn't even reach that. It was about 5th stump.
Guys, the last over's gone for 5. If this was a magical over and it's 160, 165, that's a massive chase. They might keep it under 150. Game on.
Tommy shouldn't be backing away here. No batting coach. Roma still favourites. Nundigate to close out a very entertaining first innings of the final. And gets away from Rilla. I think they'll just get one. I don't think there's any bat on it. They shouldn't get a second. They won't. It's going to go down to bye, actually. So 146 for 8. Nundigate with a brilliant last over that only went for 6 runs. So a wonderful effort from both sides. An entertaining first half to a final that's too early to call, Rico.
Yeah, very much so. It's been absolutely fantastic. I mean, have a look at the split there. So the first 5 overs, it was 85 on the board. All right, there was 3 wickets down there. But we thought, and Win Predictor was thinking there, that it was very much a 50-50. Then the expected score was looking to be around about that 170. But Roma CC came back. But one thing we're going to see in these highlights is a tremendous bowling performance from that man, Khalidia.
Yeah, and it wasn't like it went to plan. Well, always a very, very proud moment. Not too many European cricketers get to feel the thrill of an ECL final, and there's a lot on the line. Thousands of clubs are trying to get there. These two are there, and it was Zach Tribe and Sumarare in rare. Once again, they've had a brilliant ECL, and they got their team off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, that dangerous pair, isn't it, Rico? But this was the moment. One of many Yorkers we would see. The full delivery was delivering for Roma CC.
Yeah, it certainly was. But, of course, we knew that the Farmers, they had strength in their batting, and Roma CC had to remove probably 3 or 4 of those batters. Then there was this. I mean, don't forget that there was 2 wickets taken from high balls, no balls, not one but twice. But Khalid Amari would come back, and this was the first. Gets a Yorker in. That's what he was trying to do. I like the fact, Corey, that he never shied away from it. Even though he got it wrong twice and it ended up being full tosses, he came back and nailed it.
What a nice story for him. A month ago in the final, he was taken apart and the British and Irish Knights won the game comfortably. He came back, he took 4 wickets, and he breathed life into this final.
Yeah, and look, those 5 LBWs, I honestly think that each one of them was the correct decision.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily, they don't have to hit the middle stump. They just have to not be missing the stump. That one didn't miss either. Little under edge as Dudley had to go. But yeah, and I think credit to the umpires. They put to the test there, and honestly, I don't think they messed up once. Even though I know people might have a different point of view, but as for Farmers, it was this resurgence, wasn't it, from Perchard, and then Tommy Sturgis. Perchard became another LBW victim there, getting right in front of his stumps and well back. But it really gets it to about what we think's a par score on finals day in an ECL. But what about the Sturgis captain? It was quite amazing.
Sturgis batted well. It was impressive. We've not seen too much of him with bat in hand. He'll have a part to play with the ball. It was a topsy-turvy first innings, and when it's topsy-turvy, that's usually a good final.
Wow.
Yeah, another thing that I was very impressed with, I don't think really we've seen an impact like this from a bowler who has to perform at the end of the innings and come up good. It's the first time we've really seen it. We've talked a lot about batters and batters carrying their bat and one of the top 4 making a performance. But have a look at that scorecard. Tommy Sturgis, what a knock. That could be the difference between winning or losing this match.
I think they'll be a little bit disappointed. 13 extras in there, 7 wides a bye, leg byes happen, 2 no balls, which helped the score get to 146. But they haven't been batted out of it, and that means it's game on.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Look, they'll be disappointed Farmers didn't get more, but they also know it could have been a lot worse. As 4 for 13 stands out, doesn't it, Amari, after things were going a bit haywire in the first over. But that was a magnificent performance. 2 wickets for Nundigate, 1 for Fernando Calagamagay. Bilal Khan was a bit expensive early. He went for 38. Well, let's welcome you back just quickly. And look, just looking at the comment section there, Al Rhino was in there saying it was a wonderful first innings. And I want to say a big thank you to Rhino because he was a big part of our commentary. We miss you here. Wish you could be here, of course. Corey, I know you're going to sit out the second innings. You're going to watch it from the fan zone. And thank you so much for a wonderful contribution as well. Any tips for the second half?
game on. I just hope it's a close final. I want to say thank you to everyone. It's been great being involved. I think I got here on February 16th. I'm done, and well, it's been a pleasure. Take that head, take it off me, because I am done.
It's always great. I know you like to be controversial sometimes, but we love having you in the box. You're part of the furniture. We'll see you again, I think, in Madrid, right?
Madrid. Couple of weeks home, and then I'll see you in Madrid.
Sounds good. Well, I'll be back for the second half. Rico Full will as well. We'll take a quick break. When we return, 147, the perfect snooker break for Roma CC to lift that ECL trophy 2 years after they were brutally knocked out in their group final. Or can Farmers, in their second attempt at Championship Week, go all the way? Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maxim, on behalf of Koi Ruckers and Rico Full. We'll see you very shortly for the second innings of this ECL 25 final. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
And we're back for the final innings of the 2025 European Cricket League. Roma CC needing the 147 if they are to be victorious. And Farmers, of course, the champions from Jersey, will do their best to defend this. You're watching European cricket. We bring you the most exciting, the most entertaining format of cricket on the planet. It's a frenzy of action, entertainment and drama, and I feel that this innings will have all of that about it. Big Zayn Ali out there in the middle, and got the centurion of that qualifier number 2 out there with him, Malinda Siriwardana. Though it has to be said, as Malinda is at the non-strikers end, we do believe, and certainly we saw that from him in the field, that he is carrying a bit of an injury. Here's Charles Purchard with the first. Gets that swing. That's what Purchard brings to the equation. And so we see Malinda get to the other end, but not running too comfortably. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me is the one, the only, Mr. Maximo.
Lights, cameras, action. This power play dictates how this goes. And we saw Siriwardana hit 6 sixes in a power play over earlier on. Chuggy Purchard, though, very clever bowler. One thing about Jersey, they've got variation within their paces, don't they? They've got Toby Britt, who, so you know, not in the side. Just double checking that. Normally they do have him, but they've gone pretty seam heavy here. But they do have good slow balls. Some rare. It's got a variety of slow balls as well. We'll see him. Anyway, here's Chuggy. Hit the line, not quite. Chuggy wants the call, doesn't get it.
Like that call, it's going to be called a one. Let's look at this, and oh, it's close, very, very close.
You know, slow-mo probably does get a bit of paint. The umpires aren't sure, they'll give it a wide. That's what happened. Siriwardana on strike. Down the ground, that's going to be a boundary, 4 runs. Siriwardana coming off 119, just the 3rd century of this ECL in qualifier 2, and he picks on where he left off.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be running too many, particularly not running too many quick. And I think the Farmers will probably have noticed that he's not really moving too freely, and I get the feeling that whenever the opportunity beckons, they'll be attacking the end that he's running to.
I think he ran 5 runs off his own bat in that 119. So I don't think running is something he's worried about. Siriwardana mistimes this slightly, and he will have to run, but he's definitely just looking at the run. I'd say it might be a bit of a groin strain. It's a pretty common cricket injury because, for example, when you're in the field or even when you're batting, you're taking off from a static position, and so that first step can cause kind of where your legs meet your torso. That's just my judgment. I'm a judger of limps, an amateur limpologist. Zayn Ali down the ground. This is going to run away for 4. And let's not forget Zayn Ali and his contribution. He was a mountain, wasn't he, in the Group G final? Seems so long ago, but believe it or not, it was only, I'm going to say 5 days ago they played that Group G final, and he hit 6 sixes in and over in that one.
Yeah, well, they have on 2 occasions in 2 finals. One of their batters, Zayn Ali, well, they're both out there in the middle actually, have hit 6 sixes in and over. And this is another final. Who knows?
Slower ball, clever, and Zayn Ali well through the shot. Yeah, Zayn Ali scored 86 off 27. That was not out as well. Hit 13 sixes in the Group G final against Beveren, the Belgians. And in that one, Siriwardana was run out for just 12. They're both big game players at the crease, but so is this guy, Charles Purchard. Don't underestimate the experience and skill that he brings.
He's getting a lot of swing, you know. And I think Zayn's been sort of backing away and playing him.
moving too much. That's a good thing. Not out.
I think he does too much. If I'm honest, I think he does too much.
I agree. And we've seen 5 given, but just have a look. Slows down along. Look at how much it swings in. It swings in late. And although that hits him in line, I think that one's doing too much.
Yeah.
For me, certainly an element of doubt there. And umpire Crutcher turns it down.
It's a very good call from the Sheriff. I mean, he's getting so much swing. I said it before, he even delivered the ball. And a lot of curve on that. And that ball is going to go on and miss the leg stick quite clearly.
50 matches, time to raise the bats. And we have had 2 golden balls in this ECL. Will we get a third tonight? It's that kind of score. Come back to the LBW in a moment. Right now, Tommy Sturgis to bowl the second. And is there a little edge on this? Umpire doesn't hear it, doesn't think it's out. So it's one of those ones. There was no big deflection or anything like that. I certainly picked up a noise in the stump microphone. We'll never really be able to tell from this. And umpire turns down the appeal.
Well, I mean, there seemed to be some sound. I mean, obviously, you can't go with if you're an umpire, you can't just go with sound alone. You've got to see it. You've got to use all of your senses. And you can see the umpire there on this occasion says, no, he doesn't feel there's a touch on it. You can see from the batter's reaction, he doesn't look round straight away. Yeah. Sometimes that's a giveaway sign.
Might have been good poker face from Zayn Ali. Created that doubt in the umpire's mind. Now he's going to go edge and he's going to go 6. Maximal. Sturgis tries out the bouncer. Sees these little things going against Farmers. I mean, the LBW, what I was going to say, you might say, well, what's the difference between that LBW appeal and one of Khalid Amari's, for example, that would look similar? I think it's that Perchard was getting swing earlier and more. So even though the impact might have been kind of on the same line, I think Amari's were probably doing a little bit less.
I think also fuller. They bowled a lot fuller, so they didn't swing that much before it made impact.
Rolling cutter, this time's a wild swing from Zayn Ali. Wasn't the right shot. Sturgis is fired up. What about his 31 that he contributed with the bat?
Yeah, Zayn Ali, look, he's such a good hit. I think this is what Melinda Sriwardana will say to him and say, hey, number one, calm down. They're trying to get into your head, calm down. Don't worry about it. Don't let them get into your head. Number 2, you hit the ball beautifully straight down the ground. So hit straight. Don't try and play cross back to every ball.
Another rolling cutter. This time slightly missed time for 1. You'd want Sriwardana to have a fair bit of this power play, wouldn't you? Just based on current form. But you've got kind of gun versus guns all through these first 3 overs.
This is going to be a good contest for B. Sturgis, a little bit quicker than some of the other bowlers. He'll get good height, good carry through. And he'll know that Melinda Sriwardana will try and take him on the short ball. He will try and hook, he will try and pull. So we've seen a lot of movement in the field here. Very interestingly enough, John Dudley goes all the way from I think he was at 3rd. It would have been at 3rd to the left-hander, goes out of the offside. Look at this field, very interesting field. And now Dudley now gets replaced in that position. So
still somebody there, still moving. I think that's why.
Yeah.
He's within his rights there, Sriwardana, to back away.
Well, it wasn't Sriwardana actually. It was the umpire was even had the hand out because he could see that a fielder, and that was William Perchard, had run all the way over from the covers to get into that short 3rd position. So he couldn't bowl that ball while the fielder was running.
Okay, Sturgis versus Sriwardana, one of the one-on-ones that could decide this final. Crowd getting into it. Smacked. And he's picked him up. What a great catch by Charles Perchard. He spikes the ball. Sriwardana, rolling cutter, I think, from Sturgis, punched down the ground. And Chuggy was pretty straight there at mid-off. He takes it just inches from the turf, and Roma CC lose their Centurion from earlier in the day. It's 19 for 1.
It's really good field placement and clever play. It's the cutter, the slower delivery. They set the trap, and what a good catch that is. He just plucks it from before it touches the ground. Well captured there by 2 circles as well. And Melinda Sriwardana is a little bit like the walking wounded. Will have to struggle to get up the Cardamom steps. He'll be gone. He goes for 5 of 3 deliveries. And this time, somebody else will have to be the hero for Roma CC.
If Roma are going to do it, they can't rely on the big wild card now. Samaraga comes in at 3. They're going lefty for lefty. Interesting.
I don't mind this. Samarage is somebody who we've seen him perform so many times there at the Roma CC Cricket Ground. Can he come good here?
Yeah, he goes for it straight away, but he might be gone first ball. He is gone first ball. Sturgis on a hat-trick. What a final he's having. Prithuvi comes, Prithuvi goes. And that's the end of the second over as well. Easy catch for Zach Tribe down there, 19 for 2.
Yeah, and well, we're all liking that Derek the Duck is back. And I believe that every time we've seen Derek the Duck, it's been a golden duck, because this is another golden one. Look at the horn shirt, Cockney corner. We know who they're supporting. That is a big wicket. Samarage will go, is going to be a golden duck.
Yeah, well, for Prithuvi, they send him in a couple of slots higher than we've seen. But, he doesn't waste any time. He'd rather make a golden than make it 2 off 6 or something like that in this format. So he just didn't quite get it out of the middle. A bit situational there, into the over, 19 for 2. Here comes one of the MVP candidates, Christian Kalagamage. Just the first thing I was going to say about Chuggy's catch, what a good one it was, obviously just inches below the turf. But he was so straight, he was actually in the bowler's sawdust as he took it.
Yeah.
So I think that's also pretty clever, because good players, they're taught from a young age that straight is safe. So sometimes in ECN cricket we see a straight fielder on the boundary or even on the circle right behind the umpire. Kind of scrambles the circuits a little bit. And he was just basically 2 metres, I think, away from being a straight hit. Now Chuggy's got the ball back. And he's got another wicket! Zain Ali goes now! And well, Chuggy Perchard's taking off. That's 3 wickets in 3 balls. And Roma CC, the top order, crumbling here. Chuggy Chuggington has chugged into town, and he's picked up a huge wicket.
Well, the name might be Chuggy, but Chuggy gets it right. He gets that swing. This time it's spot on. Goes a little bit wider, comes back in. Zain Ali tries to give himself a little bit of room, but it's straight through. It's Jug the Pate, the Boogie Oogie Woogie Grizzly 5 ball, and I'm loving the Bizaway celebration as well. Have a look at this. Chuggy has landed Bizaway style.
Is it Farmer's Night? Still too early to tell. But Zain Ali, the shot wasn't on, was it?
No.
A couple of times he's probably hit across what he should have played with a straight bat. He's out for 12, 19 for 3. 3 balls ago, it was 19 for none. New batter comes out there, Charles Fernando. He's a guy we've seen him hit tons on ECN. And he's going to get a bit careful first up and pushes a single. Kalagamage, based on current form, he's your match winner. He's out there right now. These two actually put together a really good partnership earlier, and they've batted pretty well together in the series.
Yeah, with that wicket game, Zain Ali now, yeah, you're right. These two are going to be hugely important. They've got to stay out there a long time and do a lot of work. They've got to at least keep them in it.
Just leg side, pretty optimistic one, but you never know your luck. On a night where we've seen a few LBWs. Oh, well. This is a couple of wickets away from maybe being a non-contest, isn't it? So high pressure. But Kalagamage and Fernando, they were under this kind of pressure earlier and they delivered. Thing is, it's still 126 runs to get.
Yeah.
And you're trying to do that with your top 3 wickets back in the shed.
Somebody's got to click with the bat, that's for sure. That's that in-swing delivery. Look at that. I mean, every time that we have seen Charles Perchard with the ball, no matter when it is, and no matter what year it's been in, the amount of swing that he can extract from the ball is quite incredible. He's got the art of swing, and that's what's working for him here tonight.
Yeah, well, Charles heard he was swinging after their Group F final for a couple of days. Another big inning. Now, you know it's coming, that's the thing, but it's not accounting for it. And that's the big ECL trophy and the MVP trophy that we'll hand out tonight. Also with the Rado watch for the MVP, of course. Have a look at the run rate. I mean, the run rate's down to about 7 and over. And the run rate required has crept up to almost 3 a ball.
Yeah.
What a great spell from Charles Perchard here. Another one, just a bit too scared to take him on there. So how about Chuggy? Yeah. 1 for 12 in the final, and Roma CC have had the top order surgically removed at the end of the power play, 21 for 3.
Yeah, and just look at the difference between the two teams, 21 as opposed to 58. But it was 58 for 1 compared to 21 for 3. And Perchard bowling brilliantly. And you can see just why they were so keen to have him come back here for finals day. And if you think it's going to get any easier, it's not, because while you're on top, you're going to just keep turning the screw and keep the pressure on, and Tommy Sturgis will come straight back. This, I believe, is a hat-trick ball.
It is a hat-trick ball.
Tommy Sturgis. We've had the team hat-trick, by the way.
We've had the team hat-trick. Can we have a Sturgis hat-trick? No, we won't. In fact, we'll get 4 runs. Kalagamagay, he's yet to make an impact in this innings. Well, now he has. He's hit a boundary. But, you know, you got to think back to 2 years ago in their group final. Roma CC, their batting just failed under lights in that Group E final. And I know, even though you try and put it behind you, it stayed with them for a long time. But light rain falling. Hopefully that doesn't become a factor. But yeah,
I think he
could go downhill, but Kalagamagay could right the ship. He gets this one away from the fielder. It's going to be 4.
That's a good shot. It's a good shot. Yeah, I mean, Roma CC, they don't want to see any rain here now. They are behind where they need to be. We've gone past the 3 over mark, so whatever happens here, the DLS system will come into play. And of course, based on that, Farmers are well ahead at the moment.
They are, but yeah, I don't want to comment on weather. But it's only a sprinkle. It's kind of almost sideways. Very, very light blowing around. Right, Kalagamagay. Might be a wide for line.
Let's have a look at this. I think we're going to go side on here. I mean, the umpires will always get this confirmed because of the lights.
Stump, right?
Look here.
I think, yeah, but see, for me, is it over the stumps or not?
I think they've gone with the one for the over.
I'd call that one. Umpire feels it goes straight over. Farmers will feel they might have not had the rub of the green with some of the 50-50s tonight. Big swing and miss, well held. I'd say Jack Kemp's impressed me a lot with his wicket keeping. You know, he's had big shoes to fill. James Pritchard typically has had that position, but that's a very good take. He's still a teenager. He's got homework to do.
Not tonight. It's Friday night. It's the weekend. Peacock Friday.
All right, takes it on. Gets a bit lucky. Gets 4. These boundaries still have to come. That rate's gone above 18 required.
You've got to be brave here, and I'm glad to see that Krishan Kalagamagay is. I mean, this is a brave shot. It's a decent delivery, and it's on the pegs. If you miss, you're in trouble. He's looking to shatter them. But I think also Sturgis here now, he's having to pitch up because he's had the one for the over. Krishan Kalagamagay trying to keep them in it, but the rate has gone past that 18 and over.
Rolling cutter, yeah, and he gets it, puts it into the night. Maximal, 6 runs to Roma.
That is a big hit. That means that they do get the 18 that they were after. So they're keeping it at the 18. These two, we said it at the time, it's the last real pairing that you feel have to go well for Roma CC if they're to get to that 147. It's a tall order, and Farmers will know if they win just 1 or 2 more overs, then that could really be the end of this fight from Roma CC. And they've got some quality players. It wouldn't surprise me if it's Julius Summerall that comes on to bowl over number 5.
You've got such tricky bowlers to face here.
39 for 3. Roma CC fighting hard, needing 108 of 36, and it will be Jules to come into the action.
Duckworth Lewis is in. You got to get the smartest person in the team to read that. Not always easy to find.
Time to get the field right here, Vinny. To Charles Fernando has got going.
He's an MVP candidate as well. And he's going to get horned out of the ground. First up, Fernando. Well, he can hear the drums. He puts that one up into the trees. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot. I just said he hasn't quite got going. He was 1 or 4. Well, that'll help. 7 or 5, but he needs a few more of those. But a bit of a loosener from Jules Summerall. The thing about Jules' bowling is the variations that he gets. He'll play about with not just the pace, but also the length. And, no doubt that he's already thought, okay, I don't need to go there. And it wouldn't surprise me if we see a much slower delivery outside the off here.
Batting to come, that DG list next. And you're down to Karupu, who hasn't played much. Kanek Schwaran hasn't played much. You're down to people we don't see too often. Oh, hurries him up here with a pretty sharp bouncer.
One for the over signal. Now that was fast. And it's getting a little bit spicy in the middle. Have a look at this. A little bit of masala. Oh, that was the perfect bouncer. If you're going to bowl short, full, it's got to be straight. And that was straight into the deck and straight. Evasive action being taken by Charles Fernando.
Yeah, life-preserving action. Puts pace on again, another dot ball. Fernando, if he can't score, at least needs to get out of the way with one. Can't score boundaries, I mean. Kanagamege's been on a bit of a heater at the other end.
Thinking about every ball, getting Sturgis chatting to him about every delivery balls. Will this one be the pace-off? It is the pace-off, and it will go the distance, though. It's clipped away. Seisman's ball. Volley. In the zona. Shaka Lagia. That's 12 off the over.
Think of what they still need here. They're going to need, I'm imagining, something like 85 to 90 off the last 5 overs. But then again, we've been having 5 over games, so that's been happening.
Every over, another way of looking at it is every over they've got to hit 3 sixes.
Oh, is that good? I think it is, taking a piece of the tram line.
So that now means that this becomes a big delivery. Let's have a look at this again. I think that's good.
I think it's good. Yeah, I think if you look at, there was one earlier, Farmers had a bit of an argument. That one got even more of the line, I think.
Right, so need a 6 here too.
Not really getting across that, Fernando.
6 to tie the over.
It goes after this, sliced in the air, won't carry. But what happens is Fernando keeps the strike. He's been the cooler of the two batters out there. End of 5, and the score, Roma CC 52 for 3. So they will need 95 off this last 5 overs. Not impossible. We've seen some crazy 5 over periods in the Championship Week. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Rico full with me. So they're basically going to have to do what we saw chased a few times, but the difference is they've got their top 3 batters back in the shed.
That's the problem. That's why this partnership is so important. And that's also why I think on some occasions we're going to see the 2 batters out there probably make some calls which are going to be, more on cautious. They don't want to go all out here just yet because they know that if they lose a wicket here now, they could all go downwards pretty quickly.
Don't want to leave it too late though either. I think the type of bowlers you're facing, they're in for bowlers. And it's under lights. Sometimes we think the batting is a little bit tougher under lights as well. Kalagamage though, I mean, he's one of these MVP shouts. If he was to get him home from here, I think he's got the watch.
It'd be sensational, Scott.
A lot to do though. Looks like Van Breeda is coming on to bowl over number 6. Starts with a big wide.
He bowls a big heavy delivery. Well, he starts off with a wide, so I suppose when you think they fell some 5 runs short in the last over of getting the 18, that'll make it feel that they only lost out by 4 runs. So they just need to believe Roma CC. They've got something like you mentioned, Krishan Kalaganamke. We know how good he's been. He hits the ball very well.
Good outswing, wild swing from Fernando. There's no edge on it, according to the umpire. But this is the kind of ball, he doesn't really have that natural over point. Sometimes you see him hit over mid-off, but that bat plane isn't really going to be that effective. Maybe you nick it for 6.
And he's remember how he started? He just guided one outside off 4. That's what you've got to do. You've got to get bat on it.
This one is pretty well located as well. They've got to go. Kalu's been starved of the strike, and really, Fernando, you can hit a long ball, yes, but if someone's going to win the game for Roma CC from here, I think
on strike, you would expect Krishan Kalagamage to be the main provider here, but Charles Fernando has to play a huge part.
That's the difference between these two. Kalu's got that in the locker, and Fernando doesn't. Goes again, and with the bat speed, that's going for 6 more. I've got to say, now we're at the point with 20 and over required, we'll go down a little bit after that, that I think you're doing whatever you can to get him on strike. It might even mean turning down a single at some point, because Kalu is red hot and he's shining brightly under the Cardamom lights.
He is crunching it, and I just think here that Scott Van Breda might even try the short ball here. He's still got that in the locker.
Slower ball, miss hit in the air, big moment, it's gone! And Zach Tribe takes the catch. Van Breda with the big breakthrough, and Roma CC lose a critical component of their middle order as Kalugamagay holds out for 30. Roma CC 66 for 4.
Yeah, I can't see a way back now, if I'm honest. 81 required off 26, and you lose Christian Kalugamagay. He was the one batter who looked like he could make it happen. Charles Fernando, 15 off 12, will be joined by a new partner. We'll wait and see who it is. So there you go. It looks like it is Kangashwaran, who goes out there, hasn't had too much time out there in the middle. I mean, it's a brave effort. Christian Kalugamagay, he knew he had to go big, he had to take everything on. But clever bowling once again. Had to come back with something. I thought he might even try and tuck him up with the short delivery. But Scott Van Breda goes with the slower one. It's a miscue. Catch taken there by Tribe. Game changing. And now really Roma, they are way behind, needing almost 20 and over, and have lost their top 4 batters.
Yeah, and I think now Roma CC players and supporters, they're feeling more a sense of hope rather than expectation. Down to 16%, so saying, okay, one time in 6 or 7, maybe you can do this.
Gets that.
It's going to be a no ball. It's a no ball there. It's a no ball for too many outside the circle.
Well, yeah, you can see that the sheriff. Well,
I think it wasn't a matter of like there were too many outfielders, but someone that should have been in the circle wasn't quite.
Yeah,
I think that's basically what's being said there. So, all right, so we're not going to ready to finish the over yet. It'll be 68.
This
with
is
a ball to go in this 6 over. It's free hit.
Massive delivery. 16 have come off the over. If you can pound this to the boundary, then, well, you're going at what you need to be going at. You're going at the 20s.
Freebie, can they make it count? Long ball, Van Breda delivers, drops that one into the block hole nicely. That will be the end of the 6th over now. 69 for 4, so last 24 balls, they need 78. Fernando now has to assume the bigger brother role here. Van Breda gets that critical breakthrough. He certainly would trade his 17 runs conceded for the big wicket of Christian Kalugamagay.
Well, that's that.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
Of the Western Shield and the European Cricket League. The European Cricket Network has left Khartoum and we will be heading all around Europe this summer, starting with our tour of Santarém, Portugal.
And good morning to cricket fans from around the world. Welcome to the Santarém Cricket Ground here in Portugal, just not too far away from Lisbon. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you here to the European Cricket Series Portugal 2025 edition. I hope you're all well. I hope wherever you're watching in the world, you're having a good weekend so far. Us here in Santarém, we're having a bit of a wet weekend. It's, as you can see from the shot there, it's a little bit gloomy around. There's been a few little showers coming through. We did lose match number 1, unfortunately, to the weather. Such is the way it is. The weather is much better today than it's been the last few days. I've got to tell you, here in this part of the world, the weather has been really, really challenging for all involved. And it's been very, very tough indeed. A lot of storms, a lot of rain, bit of flooding, and we hope we hope everyone's all safe and good. But let's look at the cricket now. You can see here we've got the Lisbon Super Giants going head-to-head against the Team Tigers from Portugal. And this is match number 2. Just a reminder, we lost match number 1. Points were shared between the Coimbra Knights and Friendship. We'll see Friendship a bit later on as well. So they're looking forward to that. Friendship CC against the Werewolves in game number 3. But game number 2 in front of you here. There's the lineup. Lisbon Super Giants, led there by Anup Kumar. He's going to be leading his team. There's a good, strong team there. Samad Atar, he's one to look out for. Jaswant Singh, everyone knows his name. He absolutely thrilled us in the night series last month. And Jiwan Giri as well, another one to keep your eye on there in Team Tigers Portugal, led by Asif Atar. And I'm looking through that lineup and seeing a lot of good names there, a lot of big players. Rupant Das at the top there, the wicket keeper. He'll be looking forward to getting into the runs and getting amongst all the wickets as well and cheering his team on. We're almost set to go. Jaswant Singh, who loves to open the bowling, he's got the ball in his hands. And we're almost set to go. Match number 2 is going to start, and that is wonderful stuff. Hats off to the ground staff. And here we go. The Portugal ECS starts off in earnest. Match number 2, first ball coming up. Oh, look at that. How about that for a first up? Batter walks out to the crease, takes his guard, and he misses a pretty straightforward delivery. That round arm from Jaswant Singh hits the top of the stumps, and we have a wicket with the first ball of the series. How fantastic is that? Wonderful stuff. Oh, let's have a look at this one again. Look at this, just getting set and ready. Jaswant comes in. Have a look at this one again. What a ripper delivery. Right on the spot, top of off stump knockback. Batter cannot believe his luck. Oh, done. What a start there for the Super Giants. Just a reminder that the Super Giants won the toss and they elected to bowl first. You can see there by the, we can see that the players' gear is fluttering in the breeze. Strong breeze coming across the ground, right to left. That's where the weather's coming from as well, from right to left. The breeze is picking up quite heavily and it is pushing the clouds and the rain across the ground quickly. So if we do get another rain interruption, they're usually pretty quick. So I reckon we can just push our way through this and we should get a good game going here. And thank you to everyone in the chat, whether you're watching on from India by fan code or you're watching on the ECN YouTube channel. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. And thank you for your patience. I know we lost game number 1. That was disappointing for all involved. But we're here with game 2. We've had a wicket with the first ball. And that's not a bad way to kick things off if you're a Lisbon Super Giants supporter. Let's see what Russell can do. Tosses it up. Questions asked. Very keen there. By Stoneman, not moved. Have a look at this one again. Yeah, pitch is outside the line for mine. Just won't sing. He's a great competitor. Oh, swings. Does not get a run off the bat though, unfortunately. Just squirts away behind square inside the circle. So T10 action coming to you from Portugal. It's a thrill to be back here in Portugal, and I hope you enjoyed the night series we had a little while ago here in Portugal as well. It's becoming my second home from home. And they're going to sneak through for the first runs, and that's going to be not coming back for 2, sent back. The throw was wild though, and byes indicated by the umpire. First runs on the board, still nothing off the bat yet. So yeah, we had the night series in Portugal. We started off everything in Portugal in Porto with Rico Full taking care of business there with some wonderful ECI and T20I action, T20 action, and then we went to Portugal night series. Then we had the Western Shield, 5 weeks in Malaga at Cartama. Obviously rain affected ECL, but we got through the ECL, and what a wonderful win last night to the Farms. Congratulations to them. Probably still celebrating into the early hours of the morning. Commiserations to Roma CC, who had a wonderful tournament as well. And that's first runs off the bat. Just tucked away. Onto the onside. They just reminded the Super Giants. They won the toss, elected to field first. Bit of chat out there. It does look a little bit gloomy there in the on the camera. It's not as bad. There are a few patches of blue sky I can see in the distance, looking well over the heads of the players down the ground. Oh, just waits on that one. Needs to be careful with Jaswant Singh bowling. That's a terrific first over from him. He's got 1 for 1. The score is 2 for 1. And the Team Tigers had a bit of a rough start there. So there's our tour of Portugal. You can see here we've got the Challenger Division, which is what we've got going on right here. This is the first time we've got a Challenger and a Premier Division in the ECS. We've had it in the ECC Women's last year, and now we've got it in the ECS as well. So we've got Challenger this week, and then the following week we get the Premier Division, and then we get the ECI action happening on the weekend of the 5th and 6th of April, Portugal, Norway, and then the Women's Portugal, Norway. And then we have ECN T20I action for both men and women on the 7th and 8th and 9th of April. Looking forward to that. It's going to be fantastic. And of course, I will be joined by the wonderful Tina Goff on Monday, and she and I will take you through this Challenger series and also the Premier Series. We'll be joined, of course, by Mr. Maxone himself. Vinny Sander will be dropping in for a few days here and there to say hello. Well, that's a wide delivery to start off the second over. Samad, who I got to say, I've got a soft spot for him. He's one of my favourite players. He bowls with a lot of fire. He bowls with a lot of a lot of pace. Yeah, all good. And he's a good mate of Falek Zeb, who, as you know, is the captain of the Coimbra Knights. His down leg side might have just clipped a bit of the pad. It did. Gets away with that one. Yeah, there's a wonderful story about this bowler, Samad, and Falek Zeb, who is the skipper of the Coimbra Knights. Both grew up in the same street, in the same little village out there in Pakistan. They played cricket together as young teenagers. There's another one leg side wide there. And they lost contact with each other for several years. And wouldn't you believe it, they met up playing against each other in a Portugal domestic game about 3 or 4 years ago. Wonderful story, that. So Samad, he bowls with a fair bit of pace, good bit of venom, really good competitor. Unfortunately, his line here to the left-hander is just completely off. Maybe he needs to just maybe reset and come over the wicket. He's not really threatening at the moment. Speaking of threatening, I can hear there's just a little bit of light rain falling right now. You might just be able to see that, I'm not sure. Just a little bit of light rain, but not enough to take the teams off. And that's better. Obviously he's heard me drop the hint about coming over the wicket. Well done to him. So it's a slow start here for the batting lineup here. Team Tigers, Portugal. Haven't seen too much of them in the last couple of years. But they've got a bit of work here to be done. And Lisbon Supergiants, you might remember them. They've been around the traps for quite a while now. Good, feisty little team. Wind up in the swing. One thing I'll say about the Santarem ground, you can't probably notice it from the shots on the camera, but it's nicely sloped, gently slopes away down to the boundaries. So when the conditions are dry, obviously get good value for shots along the ground, but also it does help with the drainage here at the ground as well. Keeper just gives his hand a bit of a ring there as that one gets through. Yeah, just a little bit of light rain now coming. Hopefully it will stop pretty shortly. It can't be very comfortable out there for umpires and players. Need to give a shout out to people in the chat. I'll do that in just a moment. Oh, it gets a streaky edge. It's going to get through. And that's the first boundary of Portugal European Cricket Series for this year. And a nice little cut shot, that one. Probably a little bit streaky. And as I talk, the rain is almost stopping. So that's some good news as well. Yeah, just a shout out to everyone in the chat. It's wonderful to see everyone in the chat. Hope you all enjoyed the last 5 weeks of Cartomania with Corey, Rico and Vinny. And of course, Rhino as well there in the chat. And of course, Tina was there as well at the start during the Western Shield. Hope you all enjoyed that. Oh, almost gets through. Has to clamp the bat down. So hello to Thomas Martinez and hello there in the chat also to Chris Smith, who were keeping me company just a little while ago while I was trying to get a few updates up there for everybody. Good morning to Johnny He. Good morning to Richard Birdie as well. And John Gray, Kroom. All the usual suspects in the chat. Good to see you all there. Hope you're having a good weekend thus far. Have a look at the points table. Unfortunately, the only thing to note there in the points table are the two teams at the top, the Coimbra Knights and Friendship CC, who unfortunately had a no-result match without a ball even being bowled, so they split the points 2 each. Disappointing way to start off the series, folks, but Mother Nature has her say, and we have to abide by her, and we have to adapt. And now it's up to these two teams to try to get a win here. Lisbon Supergiants and Team Tigers. Score is 11 for 1, 2 overs gone. Jaswant Singh is back. Often you'll see him bowl first and third over. We saw that pretty much all the way through the night series last month, and also during the ECS last year, and the ECSN last year as well. That's how he likes to operate, and then he'll disappear into the covers. That's his safe position out there. He likes that there, patrols that cover region for the right-hander batter throughout the rest of the innings. Oh, winds up a little bit wide of that one. Oh, through the player. It's going to run away. It's going to be caught up, I think, just... Oh, no. So the attempted backhander, the right idea, just the execution was a little bit lax, and he's ended up flicking it up in the air and over the boundary line. It was always going to be a struggle. Have a look at this, going to replay. The ball actually runs quite well across a ground that's pretty waterlogged. Would have stopped it, and ends up getting a bit too much hand on it, and flicks it over the line for 4 runs. So that wide delivery put away there nicely. Oh, just waits on that one, cuts it. That's also going to run away as well. That's a great shot. That's a really good shot. So back-to-back 4s. And it looks like Team Tigers starting to get their motor running now. Probably realising, well, I'm sure they were realising right from the very start, that runs on the board are super, super important at this point, because you never know, this could be a rain-shortened match. It's just going to be the trend of the day. The weather forecast for today is not pretty at all. What you see on camera is what we're going to get pretty much throughout the whole day. Goes leg side now. It's flicked nicely. Just a bit of fumble in the field there, but nothing to worry about. Yeah, it can't be too comfortable for the players out there today because it's heavy cloud. There's a wind coming across the ground. The rain is intermittent, on and off. And that's pretty much going to be the story for the rest of the day. Tomorrow is looking better. Probably a little bit of weather in the morning, but then getting better as the day goes on. And when Tina joins me on Monday, she's going to bring all the good weather with her, because from Monday onwards, the weather forecast looks amazing. Swing and a miss. Keeper being really tested here behind the stumps with Jaswant Singh's bowling. He's got 1 for 11. He's got one more to come in this. This is the power play. Last ball coming up, 21 for 1. And that's where it will finish. Russell unable to get bat on ball. Johnny's not looking too bad. He's on 11 from 6 balls face. He's hit a couple of boundaries in this over. And they managed to get the score moving along. So that's the power play done. 21 on the board for the loss of 1 wicket after power play. And I can hear bells in the background. Right, as if on cue. So, let's talk quickly about this Challenger division, and let's also talk about the Premier division. I think that's an important one to talk about. We have a look there at the current run rate, which is 7 runs per over. As you see, nice tight first over there, loss of 1 wicket, only 2 runs from it, and then scoring a bit more freer in the last 2 overs have the Team Tigers. So this is the Challenger division. We've got 6 teams playing in this division. Each team will be playing at least 1 game every day for the next 6 days. So that's going to take us through to finals day on Friday. Obviously, the top 4 teams will compete in an eliminator, 2 qualifiers, and of course a final. And that's the Challenger division. We'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. New over starts, clipped very nicely there. It's going to run away for another boundary. Lovely shot, that one. So Giowangiri comes on and is immediately hit very nice. Just a bit of a late cut, that one. Played it down. And it goes backward a point for a good boundary. Nice shot, that one. So yeah, the teams we've got, obviously got Friendship CC, the Coimbra Knights, Lisbon Super Giants, Team Tigers Portugal, Werewolves Cricket Club, and the Brothers 11 Portugal team. That makes up your Challenger division. And then we have, well, the Challenger division runs from today for 6 days through to next, well, 7 days technically, through to next Friday. Hit uppishly, but safe. Get through for 1, almost overthrows, good backing up there by the slip. So 6 teams, 30 group games, so each team will play the other team twice. So each team gets to play 10 group games, and then you get the 4 finals on the finals day, of course. And same for the Premier Division. And obviously we'll talk, Tina and I will talk more about the Premier Division maybe towards the back end of next week as we get to understand the teams and the players who have been selected. I think there's still a bit of a selection process going on with a number of those teams, but obviously you'll have Punjab CCM Adora in there, Marlow will be there, Gamblers Cricket Club will be there. It's going to be a wonderful event, that one. And of course the Lisbon Capitals, who are the reigning champions of the Night Series. What a tournament that was too. Hope you all enjoyed that one. So the outfield does look really good, and it is very quick for a ground that has been, I wouldn't say underwater, but has been absolutely hit with so much wet weather over the last couple of weeks. This ground is actually looking fantastic. The ball is running really smoothly. You see that shot there down the ground. That ball ran with really good speed out to the man at long on. So you can't say a bad word about the cricket ground here. I think it's looking fantastic, and kudos to the ground staff here who've been looking after the ground, and for the team that was here this morning and last night and the last couple of days trying to get it all ready for this ECS. Well done to them. Goes to the wind up, shouts a catch. Not to be though. Score now up to 29. Get towards the back end of this 4th over. 29 for 1. Super Giants searching for another wicket here. That run rate is picking up ever so slightly. It's taking they're taking their time, but they're being cautious. And I'm impressed with Johnny. He's on 17. He's facing. Uppishly, bounces probably about a metre in front of the fielder there. That's Asamad, who doesn't come forward fast enough for it. It was a sharp chance. Just missed it. Have a look at this. Yeah, probably a metre in front. Maybe it was in 2 minds whether to dive forward or to wait back and field the ball. In the end, it's just the Just the 1 run taken. 4 overs done. Score is 30 for 1. Losing that first wicket in the first over. Jaswant Singh getting, well, actually the first ball of the day with a terrific delivery that was. So it looks like had a bit of a break in the weather now. The wind is still going with it, which is good. Helps dry the ground. Start the 5th with a leg side wide. Suryawanshi to start his attack. And a little bit of lacing up the footwork as well. Standing umpire is Buck Stolman there. No stranger to the Portugal cricket scene. Good umpire. Been around the traps for a while. Good morning to Jeffrey Mobbs in the chat. Paul Kempen, Johnny He. Hello there, Johnny. That's been hit very nicely. Big, big 6. First Maximo of the Portugal European Cricket Series. You saw it first. Have a look at this. Into position, swivels, crash. Lovely shot that. And good placement from the volunteer ball boy out there. He knew that was coming to him. Johnny looking pretty good here. 24 from 11. I think they're just having a bit of reset of the field. Just the bowler's about to come in there. That's a good delivery too. Pushes it through. Nicely done. So yes, good morning to everybody in the chat. Hello. It's good to see you all there. Hope you're all well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hello there, Alan as well. Sorry, Alan, didn't see you there. Golem's in there as well. Hello. Good to see you all. And that is a wide called. Tempted hoik there. Moved a bit inside the line. Well, he was going for a ramp and ended up being... yes, very strange. I shot that one. Well over the head there. Well, he appeals to the umpire. The umpire already had the arms outstretched. Batsman, you don't need to appeal to the umpire. He's all over this. Goes for a ramp again, and he ends up on his moneymaker. Hope he's all right. And that ball has very slowly run almost all the way to the boundary line. Sort of a few questions of how to field that one. Have a look at this again. Past the keeper. Have a look at this end. Then you're going to get fine leg. Flicks it up in the air for third man. Not the best flick. But just the 1 run ensues. Just another bit of drizzle coming across the ground as I talk. That's up in the air, catching opportunity, no, bounces again just in front. Pro goes about 2/3 of the way to the boundary line, shy at the stumps. Nothing doing there. No, we'll get through for a couple. Yep, just swung hard at that one. Stayed up in the air for a while. You could forgive the fielders for losing the ball in the air because it's a mixture of greys and whites in the clouds, and that ball can get lost pretty quickly. Now this one's up in the air. This one's a better chance. And taken, well taken on, not quite on the boundary line. Fielder has run in to take care of that one. It was in the air for a very long time. Obviously slapped into the hand. He's given the hand a bit of a rub on the body as he sort of felt that one go right into the meaty part of the hand. But a good catch nonetheless. So Suryawanshi, he gets a bit of revenge for being knocked about in this over. And picks up a very important wicket. And breaks this partnership. Even more important for the Super Giants that they broke this partnership. Oh yeah, that can happen. Hope he's all right. Mohammad Rassal, well, 10 from 15. Took a little while to get going. Did hit a really good 4 there in his innings, but just couldn't really get motoring very quickly. And I hope he was all right when he fell over on his backside just a few moments ago, trying to go for that run. It is a bit slick out there underfoot, and the umpires and the match officials are keeping an eye on that. We We need to put players' safety in front of everything, of course. We are keeping a very close eye on that. It's a ball that just keeps moving away and determined wide by the umpire. Bit of animation out there. And despite a little bit of drizzle coming, I can report that over in the distance, not from that angle, but from the straight angle down the ground over the distance, there's a big patch of blue sky. Oh, it hit uppish in the air. No idea what happened there. Just completely lost sight of it, and the batter's just popped that up and backward a square. Lucky to get away with that one. Very lucky to get away with that one. And good morning to Wayne. Good to see you too. Hope you're well, mate. And a big congratulations to Farmers Cricket Club from Jersey, ECL 25 champions, absolutely. Isn't it wonderful that it's the 5th edition of the ECL, and it goes, well, the trophy goes to a different team from a different country, and that's what we've done for all 5 iterations of the ECL. What a fantastic cricket league tournament that was, and congratulations to everybody involved, and big congratulations to the Farmers, and congratulations to Roma CC for getting into the final and for being worthy opponents as well. We thank them and all the other teams for their competition and the hard work they put in. It was probably a bit frustrating for a few teams. The weather had a bit to do with that, but big congrats to Farmers CC if they're watching right now. Guys, well done. Thoroughly deserved. Well done indeed. I'm looking forward to seeing you back again to defend your title for ECL 26. 43 for 2, 5 overs gone. It's crunched down the ground, bit of work here. Well done by the fielder, gets body behind that one. Does not let it get past. It's a good solid shot there, middled out of the, right out of the middle. Yeah, we hope anyone watching, hope you guys weren't inconvenienced by the flight chaos yesterday. It wasn't just the situation in Heathrow. There's also a lot of bad weather around, especially this part of the world. Sort of messed a few things up for a few people, but hopefully you're all okay. 45 for 2, the score on the board now. Ator, he's come in. He's showing a little bit of aggression. I reckon that's a good thing. Need this top middle order to really show a little bit of oomph here. And there we go. That's what we're looking for. Doesn't middle it though, unfortunately, for the Team Tigers. And Johnny now facing 26 and 14. He's been looking pretty solid. Can expect him to kick on in these middle overs. Struck on the pad, no chance of LB there. Leg byes shown. It's a bit tough going out there for the players. Conditions are a bit tough. The ground is still very wet. It's a little bit slippery. It's cold. And as you saw from a catch that was taken a couple of overs ago, the ball that slapped into the hands really leaves the fielders wringing their hands and trying to keep it warm. And yeah, it's not comfortable playing conditions. So I would just ask that the chat and the people in there just be mindful of what these players are doing out there at the moment in these conditions. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. I think Team Tigers are doing pretty well. Nice shot, it's going to run fine for 4. Johnny leading by example there, doing quite well. Hello there, Christopher Ward. You're absolutely right, Christopher. Thanks for pointing that out. Yes, we are at the Santarém ground in Santarém, which is in the southern part of Portugal, as opposed to the night series, which was at Miranda do Covo, at the Estádio da Municipal de Miranda do Covo, which is about halfway between Lisbon and Porto, as the crow flies. 6 overs gone, 52 for 2 on the board. The 50 came out with that boundary as well. Let's have a look there. So, Rupan Das, he failed with the first ball of this innings, and he went out to being bowled by Jaswant Singh, top of off stump, or top of middle and off stump being rocked back. Mohamed Rassal caught by Ashok Kumar, who took a really good catch there in the outfield, slapped into his hands, gave it a bit of a ringing. But these two now, they've got a bit of a task to do. Got 4 overs to go, and they really want to crack on here and really push hard towards those triple digits. There's no reason they can't do it. The run rate is 8.7. There's no reason they can't do it. Lisbon Super Giants searching for another breakthrough. Johnny's looking comfortable, and Atoa, he's just joined him, and he's mishit it. Oh, juggled catch there, but taken. Oh, that's a man relieved right there on your screen. He's very relieved. There was a slight juggle there, but that is the breakthrough. Well done indeed. Very important breakthrough, that one. Very important breakthrough. Ata Samad with a good catch, a good juggled catch there. Very relieved to have gotten that one. Good breakthrough. So Atua gone. Needs to rebuild a partnership, does Johnny, with Omar Farouk, who's the new batter. Chowdhury, immediate success. Crashed up in the air, it's coming down towards the commentary position. It's gonna not quite roll to the comms area, unfortunately. Almost. Ashok Kumar puts the hand up, doesn't quite get it stopped, and it runs away for 4. Good intent shown by the team here. Team Tigers. I was going to call them Tigers. Of course they're called Team Tigers. I haven't seen the Team Tigers before, so might be a little bit stuttery on their name. Sun's coming out. How about that, folks? The sun's coming out. That patch of blue sky I talked about a couple of minutes ago has widened, and the clouds have started to break up nicely. Players still going down. I hope he's all right. Don't like to see players going down like that in case they stretch something that shouldn't be stretched. It looks okay, though. 57 for 3. 2 to come in the 7th. Chowdhury successful with the first ball of the over. Shouts of oohs and ahs there. They were pretty keen. They almost thought they got through there with that delivery. It was a good ball. Oh yeah, I can see why. Just came down on that one late. Did Johnny? He survives. Shouts of how's that? Maybe if the people appealing had seen it straight down the line, they would have seen how far outside leg that was. 7 overs gone, 58 for 3 on the board. And 3 more overs to come. Have a look at the calendar. You see there where we've been and where we're going. We haven't been very far because it's still early in the year. We're in March. We're getting towards the back end of March. How fast is this year going? But have a look at all those destinations that we have to visit. We're going to be very happy to visit those destinations too, by the way. Look at that. So Spain, we're going to be in Madrid for the first time at the Monday 7th of April. And then Italy, Bologna. We haven't been to Bologna for a while, I think. France, Malta again, Jersey, Sweden, Malmo. I think I might be up for the Malmo trip. And then Estonia, Romania, England, Hornchurch. And then we get to Czechia, my hometown. Going to be there for a couple of weeks. Looking forward to that one. Hope you're looking forward to that year as well. We've got a lot of cricket coming your way. It's going to be a huge summer. That is 4 buys. Gets past everybody. It was funny. I was watching the batter sort of saying, "No, don't bother running. Might as well run. It's good exercise." 62 for 3. It's good to see the ground basking in sunlight now. That'll help things dry up The wind has dropped. The threat of rain has left us for now. I'm just trying to look out towards the right-hand side of the screen to see if there's anything dark and grey coming. There's a little bit of grey on the horizon, but don't worry about that for now. We're enjoying this game, and that has been picked up nicely from Maximo. Good tumble there from the ball boy, trying to retrieve that one, trying to go for the big spectacular catch. Knew he was on camera. What a great effort that was, but picked up very nicely. Have a look at this one again. Middled that one right off the meat of the bat, and down goes the ball boys. So Team Tigers up to 70 for 3 now. Run rate's at 9.6, eyeing off 100 here. That's gone along the ground. Good work down there in the long off position. That's Ashok Kumar banger. We saw him in the night series get involved in the runs. Came out and played a few blistering innings that I remember. So he'll be looking to get involved very shortly when it's the Lisbon Supergiants' turn to bat. For now though, he's got to patrol that boundary line. That's been hit out square, just backward a point. Just the one. Supercomputer's just had a look at that. Supercomputer likes Lisbon Supergiants' chances in this game. Tries to make a bit of room and goes for a big hoik. Misses lock, stock the lot. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to scratch past the mic and bring all that noise over. The ball ends up going pretty much on the other side of off stump. That's how much room he gave him. Omar Faruqi's 12 from 7. Well, that's better. That's much better. Maximo signal there from the standing umpire as it carries the boundary line on the last ball of the 8th. So 78 for 3, 8 overs now done. That's been middled very nicely. So Team Tigers here, definitely off 100 here. Be interested to see after a few games here at Santarem what the pass score is, especially under these conditions. I would suspect that next week the pass score will increase as the weather dries up and the ground gets quicker and the players get more comfortable. But right now it must be a little bit difficult for the players out there. A little bit trying conditions. When we came to the ground, there was puddles everywhere. The covers had a lot of surface water on them, and the gloominess of the clouds around the ground was quite threatening. It's been pushed out square towards the boundary. Just the one run there. Yeah, so when we got to the ground this morning, there was a lot of talk about potentially, you know, when we could get started and how many matches we might lose to the weather. The weather looked like it wasn't going to give up at all, and the forecast was even worse. So the fact that the sun is out right now is an absolute bonus, and we're really happy about that. I hope you are too. Good work off the bowler there to make sure that didn't get past. That was hit pretty hard. Just hits the instep of the shoe. Hopefully he hasn't worn something too hard there. Make it look a bit ordinary. Now we've got a problem here with the bat. I think the batter is asking for a new stick. The bat has definitely done an injury there. I was just suggesting that they very quickly change over the bat, and here comes the new stick. There you go, have that bit of willow. Bit of wind coming through the effects mic, but nothing to worry about there. So 79 for 3, 2 balls into this 9th over. Still 10 balls to go in the innings. What score can they get up to? Run rate is at 9.5. Samad continues. It's full, and it is collected, and it is spanked. And that is a good shot. Saw it early, full delivery, not a good ball, and given the treatment. So Amar Farouk is getting on here. He's 18 from 9 balls faced, and he's starting to motor a bit. It's good to see. So Lisbon Super Giants, they need to be tight here in these last couple of overs. Can't let the score get away from them. If you're only chasing about 90-something here in these conditions, you will favour yourself. And that is a no ball indicator as well, so free hit coming. And that is a miss. So he gets away with that one. My Farouk gave a bit of a dance down the wicket and nothing but fresh air. Another swing and a miss. These are valuable dot balls here. Asamad's doing a lot better. That full Gundy ball got put away, and since then he's come back with some rippers. Just straightens nicely. It was on a good length, just batter couldn't connect with it. That's been slightly mishit all the way down the ground. And just one. So gets Johnny back on strike, the left-hander. He's been there since the start. He's been carrying his bat all the way through. Let's see what he can do here. Field's just changing over for the left-hander. See at the top of the screen there that fine leg was moving around to third man. Clipped nicely, square, looking for 2. Goes to the keeper's end. They ask the question. They're going to have a look at the video replay. So we turn to our friends at 2 Circles and say, what do you think about that one? Ooh, for mine, I thought he might have been in trouble because he leapt over the ball, didn't really ground the bat. So he gets knocked out. And then the 3 fielders converge. The ping comes in. Have a look at this one. What do you think? Ooh. See, unfortunately from that angle, I actually can't see where the line is. That may be tough to call. I think he might be home. There we go. There's a bit of thinking music there for everybody. Just looking to see what the call is. I think the umpires are saying maybe it's inconclusive because that side-on shot was a bit hard to see where the line is. This might give us a better idea. And yeah, I think he's over the line. I think that angle there, you can see the line. The bat is definitely ground. He slides the bat. To me, and I am wearing glasses, it looks like he's over the line and he's home. And we'll see if... I think that is the decision made. Good effort, though, from the outfielders to get that ball in, and great work from the keeper to break the stumps. Really made every effort to break those stumps quickly, so good work all around. But slide the bat in. There's a lesson for you kids. Always slide the bat. Oh, it sounds like it's been hit very nicely indeed. And that is a Maximo. It certainly is, as we start the 10th. And that is now up to 95 for 3. 5 more balls to come. Just a little bit of a charge. And hits it very nicely, very sweetly indeed. Clipped it, but middled it. Middled every bit of that. Looks quite grey in the background in that shot. Goes a big swing again. And that is also going to carry the boundary line for a back-to-back Maximos. Lovely strike. The 100 up for Team Tigers. 101 for 3. As a bit of a sun shower hits the ground. There's heavy wind and there's rain going sideways across the ground as well right now. Let's see if they can try and finish these next 4 deliveries and get under cover. Miss hit. Just looking for 1. No, going for 2. Oh, ball not taken clean there by the bowler. Cheeky 2 there, well run. Called it early. Johnny said go, go, go. Look at this. He touched down and he put the head down and ran hard. Good throw. Would have had him gone. But he wanted to put the field under pressure and put the ball under pressure. He did exactly that. Good running. 103 for 3. That's just been cross-batted. Just the one run there. 2 balls to come in this innings. Johnny, who's on 36 from 21. He's been there since the start, carried his bat all the way through. Let's see if he can finish with a flurry of runs here for Team Tigers. Winds up, gets an edge. And it does go for 4. I thought the fielder might have just got to that one in time. I was keeping an eye on him. But no, it goes across the boundary. So 4 runs. He's up to 40 now from 22. Omar Farouk, he's also in 40. It's taken him less deliveries to get there. He's got there off only 17 deliveries. Last ball of the Team Tigers innings coming up. And it's wonderful that we've managed to get all 10 overs in this match 2 played. And it's a wide, so we'll have to hold on to that thought for just a moment. I spoke too soon, obviously. I got the voice of Charlie Hunt in my head reminding me about prophesizing that it could be the end of the over. And hello to Charlie if he's lurking there in the chat. Hope you're well. And that will be the last ball of the over. It's hit very nicely. And it gets through the player. And that is a boundary to finish with. So, well done to Team Tigers. I think they put up a really, really good show here. Players heading off just as the wind really starts picking up. I'm getting buffeted here in the commentary igloo. But that is a really good effort from Team Tigers. Indeed. So just bear with me a second while I just rearrange my my table. Just had everything knocked all over the place there. So let's have a look at the highlight reel. And things started pretty well for Lisbon Supergiants when they picked up a wicket with Jaswant Singh's very first delivery. Have a look at that. He's such a competitor. And that is a really good start. Then a few runs came off his second over. He went to back-to-back 4s off his second over. And things were going pretty slowly there for Team Tigers. They hit a few good shots. Johnny was really amongst the runs there nice and early. But unfortunately, they were just struggling to really get momentum there. Ashok Kumar Banger took a good catch in the outfield. Unfortunately, slipping around a little bit there. The conditions were very tough in the early part of this innings for the batting team. The Team Tigers really struggling. Sorry, I'm struggling to hold up the side of the tent. That's probably why I'm a little bit sort of in two minds at the moment what I'm talking about. But things picked up for the Team Tigers after another wicket was lost, and it was up to that man Omar Farouk who really got things moving, and of course Johnny as well. Did very, very well indeed. We had to have a new bat replaced, and I think that may have helped things along too, because after the bat came out, it was the boundary started flowing pretty well. Chance for a run out there, sharp chance for a run out, not to be, but it was really close. And we had to look at a couple of different replays there. Big thank you to our friends at 2 Circles for those replays. And some really good hitting here at the end by 00 Omar Farouk. Couple of 6s, couple of boundaries. Got that score into the 100 or over 100. And then they kept going on with a few little more as well. So those last couple of overs turned out to be pretty expensive. And they got the score on the board. So well done to Team Tigers for persevering. They had to really hold on during some pretty tough conditions early on, the batters. Like I said right at the very start, it was not fun being out there for the players. It was cold, it was wet, it was windy. It was ball was slipping all over the place. Players were slipping all over the place. It was pretty challenging. But the good news is we got all 10 overs in, and that is really important. Really, really important. So well done to everybody involved for getting the game up and running, and well done to the players for for persevering and getting 10 overs bowled and a score on the board for Team Tigers. We'll have a look at the batting card now, and we'll see who really looked after things there. Well, that man there, Azam Johnny, 44 from 23. But for me, Muhammad Omar Faruqi came out and got 40 off 17. Fantastic. Really provided a lot of momentum. 15 extras in there as well. End up with 113 for 3 in 10. That's a good score for mine. I think that's a pretty good score indeed. And they've really thrown down the gauntlet to Lisbon Super Giants and said, well, you think you're good? Let's see what you can do with that. And we will see what they can do with that. Have a look at the bowling figures now. You're going to see Jaswant Singh, who opened the bowling, bowled overs 1 and 3, got a wicket with his first ball. And then he went for 11 runs after that, so 1 for 11. Nilesh Surawanshi, 1 for 13 from his single over. And Ratul Chowdhury probably should have come back and bowled one of the last overs. He got 1 for 6 from his over. And, well, Jiwan Giri was a bit expensive. Asmar was a bit expensive as well. And, well, Gurjant Singh as well. He went for a 28 from his 2 overs. Anyway, score is on the board, 113 for 3. And so 114 runs will be needed by the Lisbon Super Giants when they come out and bat. And they're going to be doing that shortly. I reckon they'll be out there in about probably 7 or 8 minutes' time. They're going to go and have a nice warm cup of something. Get their batting team ready to go. And they're going to come out and try and chase down these runs. 114 needed in 10 overs to overtake the Team Tigers Portugal score and get the first win on the board in this European Cricket Series Portugal 2025 edition. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, holding up the comms tent as I speak, and I'll be back here in about 6 minutes' time to welcome you to the run chase. Don't go too far.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
And welcome back everybody to the run chase here at the lovely Santarém Cricket Ground here in southern Portugal. This is game number 2. We lost game number 1, it was unfortunately abandoned, but this is game number 2 between the Lisbon Supergiants and the Team Tigers Portugal, who just finished their innings a few minutes ago. They got 113 for 3 on the board, 3 down the gauntlet to Lisbon Supergiants, who have to score 114 in the next 10 overs to pick up the first win of this Portugal European Cricket Series. Phil G here in the commentary booth, looking after things for you today, tomorrow, and then I'll be joined on Monday by Christina Goff. Looking forward to working with Tina, and I hope she has a safe flight out here tomorrow night and joins us on Monday, and promises to bring some good weather with her as well, because she's a good egg and she knows how to look after her colleagues. So Tina, looking forward to seeing when you arrive. So the scene is set, the sun is out, there is a bit of grey cloud around, as I've mentioned earlier. I'm not too sure about any threat of this innings at the moment in terms of weather, but score to be collected, 114 runs off 10 overs, and I'm sure the batting side will be keeping an eye on the sky and making sure that if there is any rain interruptions, that they are well ahead of the required run rate to ensure a win. First win up for grabs here in this Portugal European Cricket Series. Exciting stuff, and the run chase is about to start. Batters are out there, players are out there, and the first ball of the run chase is about to start as the umpire is about to give permission for the bowler to start. And here we go. Oh, it's wide down leg side, and that is going to run away. That is not an auspicious start at all. That is 5 wides. Not a very good way to start a run chase, or start a defence, I should say, for Team Tigers. Bit of a filthy leg side wide. Keeper had no chance to get to that. And I know bowlers will say, yeah, but my first delivery is always a loosener. That's just not good enough. And Lisbon Supergiants very happy with that start. Didn't have to do anything for it. Hello to everyone in the chat, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network's YouTube page, or maybe you're tuning in from India via fan code. Hello, welcome. Hope you're well wherever you are in the world. That's been hit rather nicely as well. So a bit of a fast start here for the Supergiants. That's now to go on for 4. First runs off the bat, off the second delivery, and that is a really good shot. So if you can take any indication from those first 2 deliveries, I guess you'd be saying that the Supergiants, well, they're going to need some runs on the board nice and quick, just in case the weather does get a little bit frisky and a bit picked up, which it could happen. Obviously conditions here are a bit tough for all involved. As we reset now. So 9 on the board. Technically only 1 legal ball's been bowled. 9 runs already on the board. Ashok Kumar Banger is facing. Just plays with soft hands, happy to turn the strike over. 2 batters almost run into each other while they're watching the ball drift away there. Can't have that happen. And I think umpire's just having a quick word and saying, if I was you, I wouldn't run down the middle of the pitch. There's a good boy. I thought she was saying it in the nicest possible way. I don't mean to sound condescending about that. I think that's what it was. It was just be careful as you're running. Good flight there. Clipped towards that mid-on position, no run. Better from the bowler. Couple of deliveries were a bit loose at the top there. Now maybe settled into his rhythm. That's Azam Johnny who's bowling. He started with the bat. Just gets away from the fielder there. Yeah, Azam Johnny, he batted pretty well in that innings of the Team Tigers. Picked up 44 off about 23 deliveries. Anchored the innings and was there right from the very start. And now his job to open the bowling. Try to keep it nice and tight for his Team Tigers. Just been hit directly to the man at point. Regulation point inside the circle, no run. So 1 more to come in the first, 11 on the board, no loss of a wicket there for the Super Giants. And it's a good start for them, chasing 114. Just waits on that one and isn't given a wide. So he's going to try to go for a bit of a late cut there. Ends up missing the lot. Have a look how wide this one went. Quite wide. And good call from umpire. Clip nicely on the leg side. Just a single, and that'll finish the first over. So 13 on the board. The run rate is pretty much where they want it to be. And that's a good start for Lisbon Super Giants. And, well, unfortunately for Johnny, he just had that first 2 deliveries were a bit rough. The first delivery went for five wides. 52 matches since the Golden Ball. I'm not going to labour the Golden Ball conversation like I did in the night series. Let me just say this, though. When Tina arrives, I'm sure she'll bring the Golden Ball magic, and we will get a Golden Ball sometime in the next couple of weeks during this ECS. I say that with a cheeky grin on my face. We'll just see what happens. How about that? We'll just see what happens. It'd be wonderful to be able to commentate a Golden Ball, but my turn will come. I know it will. And I know you guys are very supportive of that. Anyway, let's kick on. Second over about to start. Khan's got the ball. And Ashok Kumar Banger is facing. He's on 6 from 4. As you can see in the camera there, the sun is still beating down on the players, which is good to see. There is a lot of grey cloud around the ground, but over the top of us there is nothing. That's why the sun is streaming through that gap in the clouds right now. And that is really good to see. The wind is still picking up and gusting quite heavily though, and that's causing a few issues for the fielders. And the ground's still a bit slippery, still drying out. That's been clipped very nicely and solid. Out towards the players' dugout. Lisbon Super Giants looking pretty casual, I gotta say. Just out there, happy to field that one and throw it back. Stand and deliver stuff there. One bounce, almost a maximum, one bounce, and towards his counterparts in the Lisbon Super Giants dugout, as I said. Ashok Kumar, he's very comfortable in his stance, isn't he? He looks very casual. He's just in that delivery there, just the way he just sort of ambled a little bit forward and just happy to play it down. Wasn't going for anything too correct, just getting bat on ball and hitting it to the ground. He's very comfortable. He played a couple of big innings in the night series last month. Got, I think, a couple of scores in the 30s and looked very threatening through that tournament. Oh, gets an edge there, dodgy edge. Goes out backward a square. And Fine Leg has to do a fair bit of running around to get that one. Oh yeah, there you go. Unorthodox, but still yields a single. The type of shot that you couldn't replicate if you tried. Just one of those edges that I'm sure if everyone who's played cricket is probably listening, and you've probably done that to yourself before. And it's just one of those things that can happen. Crunched through the fielder, straight through, and that is a good shot for 4. Maybe the fielder was in two minds whether to try to take a catch. Maybe he was thinking about just saving it. Look at this. It actually could have been a catching opportunity. In the end, it nutmegs him. And straight through straight under the Sydney Harbour Bridge and across the boundary line for 4 runs. And yeah, got a few gestures from his teammates of hands in the air saying, "What was that? That was straight to you." 22 for no loss. 2 more to come in the second over. 92 needed from 50. So the run chase looking pretty much in hand of Super Giants, although a couple of wickets here or there could stir things up a bit. Yeah, batter was pretty much in the wrong position there, sort of went back a bit. Have a look at this again. Sort of just jumped around the crease a bit and found himself completely in the wrong place to play a shot for that delivery. Just a little bit too keen. That's probably the right word to say. Just a bit keen. Well, he just manages to get something on that, and it almost yields a catch. Not sure what that was about. Fielder running in. Probably could have had a chance to catch it. Let's have a look. It's going to replay because the bowler's not happy. Shouts to catch it. That's a little bit slack, I think, from the play coming off the boundary line. Almost just skips over it, and the bowler was standing in the middle of the pitch with his arms astride saying, you probably could have caught that. As it is, it's in the book as a couple of runs. Have a look at the standings there. Not much to talk about in the standings apart from the fact that Coimbra Knights and Friendship CC had their match washed out without a ball being bowled. So they sit top of the table with 2 points each. You can see there Lisbon Supergiants and Team Tigers Portugal. They're playing for some points right here, right now, to open up their account in this European Cricket Series. And of course, we'll see all teams today. And that's how we've structured the roster, or it's how the locals have structured the roster. And big thanks to Portugal Cricket for helping us with everything to get this series up and running as well. The roster is, the match roster is written in such a way that every team plays every day at least one game. There's no rest day for any teams. They have to front up and bring a team every day throughout this Challenger division. That's edged, and that's going to fly away from Maximo. Very thick, healthy edge. You can hear that very clearly coming through the effects mic. Have a look at this one again. Oh yeah, look at that. Straight, that's going to have a lovely mark on the edge of that bat. So while match number 2 is sorting itself out here, match number 3, which we'll talk about a bit later, Friendship CC take on the Werewolves. And then we'll see match number 4 be the return of Supergiants against Brothers 11. And then the last match later on this afternoon will be Team Tigers coming back to take on the Werewolves. So all 6 teams putting in a show today. Quick single there. Unfortunately for the Coimbra Knights, they were scheduled to play match number 1 this morning. That got completely washed out. So they've already headed home back up the road to Coimbra. But we'll see them in action tomorrow. Fingers crossed they won't get another washout. So score is 30 for no loss. And the run chase seems to be going quite well for the Supergiants. Hope everyone in the chat's doing well. Hope you're enjoying your weekend wherever in the world you're watching from. It's a wide called. Just making sure there was nothing collected on that one. I think the umpire just having a second look at that. And it didn't flick anything on the way through. Kumar Banger, he's on 11 from 8. Seeing he's on 13 from 7. Oh, opportunity there. Sharp chance. It went quickly, but a chance nonetheless. You see the fielder there just in front of the camera looking at his hands ruefully. That went really quick, but it was every opportunity to take that. So that will go down as a chance. Well, that's not a chance for anyone. It's a lovely strike, and that is a great cover drive for 4 runs. Have a look at this one again. Just really put everything into that one. Really good hoik. So should be one more to come in the power play. 36 on the board. One more to come. Singh getting going here. He's on 17 from 8 deliveries faced. Naidu struggling. And can't prevent the single there. Player running in, trying to stop the single. Just adjust this shot at the last minute there. So that is the end of the power play. Lisbon Supergiants doing quite well on that power play, easily outscoring the Team Tigers. So the score is up to 37 for no loss. Pretty good scoring there, 13-10, then 14. You can see there the Team Tigers in their their apartment block set up there. The first couple of overs were a little bit tough. Two runs and 1 wicket in that first over. That slowed things up. And they really took a while to get going. But look at that, overs number 8 and 10, 20 and then 24. Really good striking there. That was when Omar Farouk and Azam Johnny was really starting to pedal hard. They got the 100 up and then they pushed on really quite well. A little bit of wayward bowling as well. Bit of pressure being let off by Lisbon Supergiant bowlers. Something for them to have a look at. As the pitch is getting a little bit of sweeping, just a quick little bit of maintenance there. You can hear the wind coming through the effects mic once again. That breeze is really gusting up quite heavily. But at least it's not, there's no precipitation, so that's a good thing. So the Challenger Division, game number 2 here. Looking for some first points to be scored by a team. Obviously the point shared in the first game that was abandoned. And it's nicely poised here, although Team Tigers, they need a wicket or 2, maybe even 3, get some pressure back on the Lisbon Supergiants, who seem to be doing it all very comfortably indeed. Although there's a couple of chances in the last over. Backs away, and that's been cut nicely. Boundary rider keeps it to just 1. Team Tigers, they need to find a way to break this partnership and try to really cause a bit of a stir amongst the Lisbon Supergiant batters. It's looking a bit tough though. So that was a good power play by the Supergiants. Who've been chasing 113. You can put on 37. That's pretty good. And that is also pretty good. That's better than pretty good. That is a big smack. That's gone a long way back. Generous applause from the Supergiants. And pats on the back for the guys with their gear waiting to come on. I'm not sure why they're congratulating them for that. Just a little bit of byplay possibly. Have a look at this. Yep. Fist bump, pat on the helmet. Well done. Ashok Kumar Banger. He looks so comfortable out there in the centre right now. He really does. He did give up a bit of he did give a chance of a catch in the previous over. But he looks super comfortable. He stands very tall. He doesn't crouch too low in his batting stance. He's happy to stand tall and just delivers, and he swings the blade so hard. And that's also a good shot from his counterpart there. And that goes across the boundary line, over the covers. 4 runs. Nice hit indeed. So that elusive first wicket being sought by Team Tigers, just eluding them, getting away from them. And that's a really good placement across the ground. As I said, the ground is in really good nick considering the amount of rain and rotten weather that's been in this part of the world the last couple of days, couple of weeks even. I've got to say the ground is looking really slick, really good. Swing and a miss. Score is 49 for no loss. There'll be 1 more to come in the 4th. Singh is on 23 from 12 deliveries faced. Ashok Kumar Bang is on 19 from 11. Last ball of the 4th. Bit of a charge, wind up, and crunch. And I think they're just double checking as to where they want to cross the line. Let's have a look at the replay. I was a little bit unsighted. It was just at the side of the commentary hut. What was your call, folks? Bit of thinking music. Well, that was a lovely stroke nonetheless. A great way to finish that 4th over. And the score now has raced up to 55. The 50 up with that Maximo as well. 55 after 4. Run rate is 13.75. And if you have a look at the graph, clearly the Lisbon Supergiants have this run chase in hand at the moment. But a couple of wickets, a good over for Team Tigers could change the complexion of this game very quickly. They got to hold on to that. They need to try to force this into the late overs. Can't allow Supergiants to get too much here and get too much too quickly. Well, this game will be over in the next maybe 3 or 4 overs. There's been some pretty good hitting. These two are set. 55 for no loss after 4 overs. That's not bad at all especially in these conditions. I think Super Giants are showing their class here. Omar Farouk, who batted exceptionally well in the Team Tigers innings, he gets a chance to come on and see if he can get a breakthrough. The run rate required is now under 10. So Team Tigers desperate to get a breakthrough here. Try to get a double, even a triple breakthrough. And he does. Well, there you go. Ask and thy shall receive. Good ball, good delivery, quicker through the air, and just completely missed there from Ashok Kumar Banger, and he has stumps rearranged. So Team Tigers do get the breakthrough with the first ball of the 5th, and is that the start of a bit of a momentum shift? We'll see. Ashok Kumar just completely unsure about that one. Played the wrong shot, and he's lost his stumps. He turns around and gazes down, says, yep, you got me. So Omar Farouk, he batted exceptionally well in the Team Tigers innings, and now he starts with a wicket, so he's having a good game all up. Change of the bats there for the incoming batter. He wants to have a go at Ashok Kumar's bat. Don't blame him. And Ashok Kumar gets a generous round of applause. I can hear the round of applause coming through the mic as he walks off. Got his team off to a cracking start. 55 on the board after 4. And they lose their first wicket at the start of the 5th, but 55 for no loss. Chasing 113, that's a great start in anyone's book. So 59 from 35 needed. Breakthrough. What else can happen in this over? It's been clipped nicely. It's going to run away. No, it's not. It's been saved. Very good save there. Almost affects a run out. Oh, it's all happening. They're appealing left, right and centre. Have a look at this. Are they appealing maybe for obstruction? That was interesting. Let's have a look again. Ball comes in. I think that's what they're appealing for, because the batter turned his back and just ran back to his crease. So I think that's a bit harsh to appeal for obstruction. Turned down. Batter goes for the reverse shot, and it's come off the keeper and it's squirted out towards the leg side. So it's a bit happening out there now. Obviously, with the loss of that first wicket, you sort of feel like the ante has been upped. So Omar Farouk, what a good move to bring him on. He's causing all sorts of issues, and the Team Tigers are standing up a little bit straighter in the field now. And that's just 1 run out there to the point boundary. 57 for 1. Still 2 to come in this over. Good over so far from Omar Farouk. Hello to Steve McVeigh joining us in the chat. Good to see you, Steve. Good work in the field again. Team Tigers have sort of stepped up the urgency now in the field, and they're being a bit more vocal as well. Things were getting very quiet out there for them in the last couple of overs prior to the wicket being taken by Omar Farouk. He's going to bowl his last. It's been a good over this. And he finishes with a dot. Well done. Good over for Team Tigers. Very good over indeed. Only 4 from it and a wicket. So they're halfway through the overs now. 5 overs bowled. Have a look at upcoming events. Obviously in progress, we're currently in Portugal. We've had everything here in Portugal, haven't we, this year? We've had ECI, we've had T10, we've had a night series, and now we've got the ECS for the next couple of weeks. And we've got more ECI action and T20I action coming after the Premier Division in a couple of weeks' time. Then we go to Spain, Madrid for the first time. We go to Italy, Bologna, France, Malta again. And then we eventually get our way over to Czechia for a weekend there. I hope to be involved in that one as well. I'll at least be at the ground. I'm not sure if I'm on comms or anything like that, but I'll be at the ground. I'll be helping out around the place there. So I hope to see you there. I hope to see you at all the series we've got coming up soon here on the European Cricket Network. We've got an absolute plethora of cricket for you this year. I love using that word. I don't get to use it very often. I hope I've used it correctly. Please tell me if I'm wrong. New over starts. 6th over. And we start with a wide. Score goes to 60 for 1. So 54 needed from 30 deliveries. The run rate is at 10.8. Very doable. I think I need to have a word to the ground crew about this this cube I'm in, because the side keeps collapsing and I've spent almost the whole innings holding it up, which has been a lot of fun, but I'd rather not do that. Anyway, conditions are trying for everybody. For the batters, for the bowlers, for the umpires, for the commentators, for the ground crew, for the commentators. Sorry, I said the commentators twice. Bowler comes in again. Just clipped it ever so gently. Bowling's gotten better, I've got to say, from Team Tigers. They've definitely stepped up a bit here. And the boundaries are starting to dry up a little bit too for Lisbon Supergiants. So, Team Tigers, well done to them. They've woken up and they've realised that they need to put the brakes on here, and that wicket from Omar Farouk's over in the previous one has really lifted their spirits. Lucky to get away with that. That's just a wide ball. Almost could have been taken to the cleaners with that. Turned around and went for the swipe. Missed it. And just doing his singles at the moment. It's a bit tough. I hope you're enjoying the series here. Obviously the sun's out, as I keep saying, which I keep saying it only because I'm so happy that the sun's out, but I hope you're enjoying the series here. It's a wonderful spectacle here at the Centurion ground. Beautiful ground too, by the way. And this game is coming down to a really nice tasty finish for mine. That's up in the air. It's going to just get out of the reach of the player who was settling himself. It was in the air for a long, long time, and then he couldn't see into the sun. Unfortunately, that's the problem when the sun comes out. This was not an easy opportunity. Have a look at this one again. It went high, and it came down with ice, but it was directly in the line of sight of the sun for the player. I feel for him. And that's been clipped out nicely again to the boundary rider. Square on the offside. So one more to come in this over. There's 44 needed from 25. Run rate still just over 10.5. That's again been hit up in the air. And it falls safe. So 71 for 1 after 6. 43 from 24 needed. You think this game might end up being a bit closer now with that wicket being taken? That's a genuine question to everyone watching at the moment. This game might go a little bit closer than we first realised after Ashok Kumar was dismissed in not the over just gone, but the one prior to that, where he was bowled by Omar Farouk for a really good 19 runs there. But ever since then, it's just been in singles. It's been the boundaries are dried up. Team Tigers a bit more vocal in the field. And now 4 overs to go. Still a few runs to get. This could come down to the wire. This could get pretty close. They could take it to the 10th. You never know. Vinny Sandu in the chat. Vinny, you're mentioning the 2021, the cube blowing away. I've got to say, right now, I'm an integral part to this cube holding it up. It's not too different. That's been hit really nicely square. Shouts to get it back into the keeper. Yeah, so it's interesting, Vinny. That's probably one of our favourite little moments together between myself, Vinny, Danny Hudacek and Terry O'Connor. The three of us holding everything together while Vinny was calling the end of a game. And we were all rugged up. It was about 4 degrees. It was freezing cold. The wind was blowing. And they only needed a handful of runs. I can't remember who was playing. Vinny, you might help me out on that one. Handful of runs required. And they just took forever to get those runs. Well, it felt like it anyway. That's been hit nicely out on the offside. Just a bit of a fumble there, allows an easy single. was one of my fondest early memories of being involved with the European Cricket Network was that particular moment. 73 for 1, 2 balls into the 7th. Bit of a charge, goes inside out there. And they get through for a quick single. Bowler and batter almost collide. But everyone's okay, and that's the important thing. Have a look at this again. Ooh, puts his head down, almost could have head-butted the bat there. That was a bit close. And the batter smacks his bat as though to say, why didn't we connect with that one? 74 for 1, halfway through the 7th. Goes for a bit of a funky little ramp shot there. Only ends up going to ground and nothing happens. The ramp shot. An amateur cricketer's favourite shot. When things are getting tough, they always pull out the ramp. So you pull out the ramp, but you can do hits like that. And that is well taken. Good catch there in the outfield. Sorry, I couldn't quite see what it was. I'm blindsided on that side of the ground because I actually am holding up the tent here. And I couldn't quite see who caught that. I'm sorry about that. But the catch is taken, the wickets are done. Omar Farouk spins his magic yet again. He's got 2 for 7, and he has single-handedly turned this game around. And suddenly, I've got to say, Team Tigers, they're looking pretty pumped. Pretty pumped indeed. So, who knows what could happen here. It could get pretty exciting, this finish. Yeah, I see there Vinny just handling a question about player Amandeep Singh. There's a couple of Amandeep Singhs who play in the Portugal domestic league, and the question might have been referring to Amandeep Singh, who plays for Marlow. And he'll be, as Vinny points out, he'll be playing in the Premier Division next week. Sorry, not next week, but the week after. That'll be starting on Saturday the 29th, the Premier Division. You'll see a lot of players playing in that division who are part of the national team, and those sort of more senior players you'll see it who played for Mali during ECL, and yeah, and they're also playing in the night series as well, and recently in for national duties for Portugal at the start of the year, back at the end of January, start of February, during the Porto series. So continue here. Farouk's last ball of his second. Squeeze that for a single. So 75 for 2 after 7. Super Giants still need a few runs of only 3 overs. Have a look there. You've got match number 3 coming your way, scheduled to start at 1300 GMT, which is approximately 29 minutes away from now. And that is Friendship CC take on the Werewolves CC. And Friendship CC had their first game washed out this morning, so it's first chance to have a proper look at them. And of course, Werewolves, who participated in the night series last year. I haven't seen them since then, but they'll be coming along as well. And that's going to be a good game. Match number 3 coming your way very shortly. And the Werewolves did indeed win the toss and elect to have a bat first. So we'll see what happens when match number 3 starts in about 28.5 minutes from now. In the meantime, we've still got this very exciting finish to match number 2 coming your way. I get the feeling this is going to go down to the 10th because it's 39 from 18. The run rate has now climbed up to 13 runs per over. So a couple of wickets and only singles being scored. The boundary's drying up, and suddenly the Super Giants not having it all their own way. And that's another dot. Tell you what, at this point of the game, these dots are going to really, really affect the Super Giants' chances. Naidu is the bowler. He went for a few runs in his first over. See if he can come back now. That's been swung away, and that is going to carry, well, not quite carry, it's going to be one bounce over the line, 4 runs. That's a really timely boundary, because I think the Super Giants are probably thinking along the same lines as me, which was, the boundaries are dried up. What are we going to do here? We can't do this in singles. We need to get a few big hits in. There's no reason that shouldn't happen. Geary's just come out to the crease. He's got himself a single, and then he's hit a boundary just then. Partap's been out there for a few minutes. He's eaten up 7 deliveries for his 7. And there's still 35 from 16 required. And 4 left in this over. I do believe this game will go down to the 10th. And then it's going to get very, very tight. That's been hit uppishly. And crashes down just near the comms area. That's a big 6 down the ground. So, it looks to me that that man Geary, he has taken upon himself to say, no, I got this. Lisbon Supergiants, put your faith in me. And that's a 4 and a 6. Let's see what else he's got in his bag of tricks. And the wind is really starting to get quite ferocious here. Oh, and he goes leg side this time. That is a great shot. That is another Maximo. So, runs flowing from this over. So much for going to the 10th. This keeps going. We'll be finished by, this time next over. That is a flurry of runs from the blade of Geary, who's just said, no, none of this 10th over rubbish. Let me take care of it now. And as I talk, it is getting a little bit darker at the ground. I think a bit of a cloud's come over. The wind has really picked up, and usually when the wind picks up like this, it usually means there's a bit of rain coming as well. Always the heavy winds come before the rain, and I think we might be in for just a small little sprinkling in the next few minutes, trying to get these runs on the board. That's what the Supergiants are doing now. Close out this game, get the win, bank the points, and move on. Swing and a miss. They're going to scamper through for 1. We might have got a bit of something on that. Sorry, wasn't buys. So good over this for the Supergiants. 22 needed from 13. So the odds have well and truly moved in their favour now. Shouts and shouts of get the ball in quick. But that is 8 overs done. 93 for 2 on the board. 21 from 12 required now. Unfortunately for Nadu, he goes for 32 from 2, so he's been very expensive. And that was a big over for the Supergiants. And sadly for the Team Tigers, that was probably the over that really sort of shook them a little bit. Just as they were starting to get a bit on top there with a couple of wickets and drying up the boundaries. And Geary came along and said, no, I won't have any of that, and turned it around. You can see that white line just above where it needs to be. So if they can keep that momentum, they should pick up the points. And yep, and as I speak, yep, there's a bit of sideways rain coming in because the wind is really ferocious now. Or in the immortal words of Terry O'Connor, the wind is really picking up now. And hello to Terry O'Connor if he is watching from Queensland. Bit of a wind up and a slap out to the offside. Oh, chance put down. It's a couple of catches gone down in that part of the ground from, unfortunately, from the same player as well. That's disappointing for Team Tigers. What could have been, but we can't talk about what could have been. We should talk about what has happened. So the rain is falling. I'll call it drizzle. It's not heavy, but that wind is making things very tough out there for the players. Yep, I think the bales are falling off. Still got 11 deliveries to go in this innings, or 20 runs, whichever one comes first. Flights a bit, they're going to take a quick single. And leg byes shown by the standing umpire. Nice bit of flight there from the bowler. There's a movement through the air as well. Look at those trees in the background there. That's the wind we're talking about. That is getting quite nutty out there. I don't usually use the word nutty very often, but the weather is quite nutty. That's hit very nicely indeed. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Tricked by the bounce there. That gets through the player who almost had that completely covered off. Should have stopped that one, but couldn't do it. Oh dear. That could be costly indeed. The score goes to 99 for 2. 8 balls to come in this innings, 2 to come in this over. I can hear the wind whistling through the tents all around the ground. It's getting quite crazy out there right now. I'm really struggling to hold this tent up. Oh dear. Swing and a miss. Dot ball's a good ball for the for Team Tigers, that's for sure. Dot ball was a really good ball. A few more dots and suddenly the pressure is all on that 10th over, and it probably will go, well, definitely will go to the 10th. It's still 15 from 7. That's hit, but directly to the player. Are they going to go for a second? That's good running. So the last ball of the 9th ends up being a couple. Brings up the 100, 101 for 2. So it comes down to this, 6 balls, 1 over left, 13 runs required. Oh, it's big. This is a big ask. After that massive over we had on the 8th, and then the 9th over was really nice and tight. So who's going to bowl the 10th? Who's got the responsibility to bowl the 10th? Have a look there at the bowling card. Who would you give it to? Who do you throw the ball to right now? Do you go to Khan? Do you go to Tushar Shah? Oh, Ruhan Khan. I'm not sure who they're going to hand the ball to. Just having a look. This is it now. 6 balls away. Anyone's game. I'm not even going to hint at a tingle here. I'll just wait and see if it happens. Maybe you guys in the chat are thinking it. Where do you think this is going to go? A couple of big hits. And it's going to go one way. A couple of dot balls to start with. And oh, the pressure's going to be all over the Super Giants. Here we go. Start the 10th. Oh, it's a bit of a loose delivery, that one. Oh, it's good work, though. That is a really good catch. Well, it went uppishly in the air, didn't it? It was in the air the whole way, and a good catch. And you would have to say, advantage Team Tigers now. Oh boy, what a great first game. Well, not first game. Great match number 2, but a great first game being played here in the ECS Portugal. Obviously, where the first game was washed out, abandoned with no ball being bowled. So this is the first proper game we've had this morning, and this is turning out to be an absolute corker. Just when you thought the Super Giants were in complete control, and then Omar Farouk came along, took a couple of scalps, dried up the boundaries. G1 Giri came in and hit a couple of sixes and a 4 in 1 over, all in a row, and that swung things Lisbon Giants way. And now only 5 deliveries left and 13 to get. Well, we're going to get overthrows here. Couldn't be taken cleanly by the keeper, unfortunately, and that's valuable overthrows. Just been pulled around the corner there. It was always just the one, but watch this, the throw coming in. Straight through the gloves of the keeper, and a good quick call there from the batters to get through for that second one. Oh, field placement's all important now. It's getting quite tense out there. Oh, outstretched dive. Oh, that's massive. In the context of where we are right now, that's massive. So, the third ball, the over goes the boundary line for 4 runs, 107 for 3. This is coming down to a photo finish. Oh boy. 7 from 3 required to take the points. Anybody's game. 7 from 3. Surya 1, she's facing. Khan coming into bowl. It's short, and he's seen it. And the catch has been taken. Whoa, what a bit of pressure on the fielder to catch that, and he's taken it. What a ripper. Oh boy. So, does that become advantage Team Tigers? Oh, that pendulum. The pendulum is swinging yet again. What a great first game we got here for you. I keep calling it the first game. Apologies if you think this is the second game. It is technically the second game, but it's the first proper game we played today because we had the first one washed out, abandoned without a ball being bowled. But this is a cracking match to follow up that disappointing result to game number 1. This game number 2, match 2 between Team Tigers and Lisbon Supergiants. It's going to come down to the final ball. That's exactly what's going to happen, because that was a terrific catch in the outfield. 2 catches in the outfield in this over. Lisbon Supergiants just can't seem to find a way to finish here. They need 7 from 2. 7 from 2. Dingra, the new player. He swings and misses. They're going to run through for a bye. So, need a 6 off the last. Bye is indicated by umpire. And because they ran that bye, it does take the golden ball out of the equation, barring a potential wide or a no ball. If it's a legal delivery, this has got to go for 6. If it's not a legal delivery, we'll see. Here we go. Last ball. It's been crunched along the ground. They're happy to let it go for 4 because it's not going to be enough. And can you believe it? Lisbon Supergiants get 112 for 4 in 10. They go down by 1 solitary run to Team Tigers, Portugal. Team Tigers looked completely out of this game for most of the game. And then it was Omar Farouk who came on and took a wicket and a very tight over who brought it back for Team Tigers. And they get a well-deserved win. What a terrific game that was. Exciting stuff out there in the centre. Got close to a potential golden ball, but it was off the cards when that penultimate ball went for a bye, and it was 6 needed off the last, and they allowed it to go through for 4 runs. It was not a problem. Didn't get the elevation on that last ball. It's a big ask for a new batter to come in and try to hit a 6 off the last. Doesn't happen. So, game is done and dusted in the can. Let's go to the highlights reel and let's see how it all unfolded in this run chase. And it was a good, exciting run chase as well. Really enjoyed that one. Hope you did as well. Oh, before we do that, we'll go have a look at match number 3. Cards, Friendship CC take on Werewolves CC. That's going to be coming your way in approximately 15 minutes time. So get set for that one. And we have a look at the highlights now. And Supergiant started off with that man there, Ashok Kumar Banger, who really was banging the ball around quite well. And he's got things started really well for the team. His stance between himself and Amdeep Singh was 55. 55 of 4 overs. And you really felt that with this kind of good hitting and a little bit, I wouldn't say lax bowling, but I thought the bowling could have been a little bit better. And there was not many opportunities as well. That was a good shot for 6, and then the guys in the dugout were congratulating each other for that shot as well. Obviously, we cut away just before. There were pats on the back, which was quite a little bit amusing. The 2 opening batters, really, there you go, had things, there we go, patting on the helmet, well done, good shot. I'm not sure what that was about, but that's good camaraderie between the Supergiants. And then Team Tigers, well, they had to really sort of get going here, and that man there, Omar Farouk, came on, and he sport the party with a good wicket there, bowled Ashok Kumar, who got a generous round of applause for his effort to get the score up to 55 for no loss. And then it was a bit sort of touch and go. That was the boundaries dried up. There was a few singles. There was a few drop catches. The occasional 6 and 4 here and there. That was Jiwan Giri, who just went 6, 4 and 6. In a bit of a mood he was. Maybe that was just when the rain was threatening to come. And I think that on his mind was, well, I better get this thing moving because otherwise we're going to fall short. So he tried his best, but he doesn't, unfortunately was unable to get there. And so for the Super Giants, they didn't quite get there. Can you believe they missed it by just one run? It was a really good run chase until that man, Omar Farouk, came on and bowled, and I thought that his 2 overs, I think he ended up with 2 for 8, really put the brakes on and stopped the momentum of the Super Giants and got the Team Tigers over the line. Have a look at the batting card now and remind ourselves that who did the damage there and who almost got them over the line, and it was so close. Such a good game. I'm sure we'll get the batting card up in just a moment, as there's a bit of plastic invading the pitch area in the background there in that shot. Here it is there. Amardeep Singh and Ashok Kumar bang at the top there. 55 was the opening stance in 4 overs, and that really set the scene. And I really thought, I'm sure you probably thought it too, that the Super Giants were going to storm their way to a good win there. G1 Giri there with that 18 off 8. Great cameo there, including 2 6s and a 4 in 3 deliveries to really push things along nicely. But unfortunately, there were singles taken, and there was a lot of dot balls in sort of like the 6th and 7th over. But that man there, Muhammad Omar Farouk, came on and bowled 2 overs, 2 for 8, really stopped everything in its tracks. And I think that for me, he was the one who had everything to do with this win for Team Tigers. Also because he made 40 off 17 deliveries when they batted. So for me, I think that he would get the nod for player of the match. But I'm not the judge of that. It's just what I saw. So the match summary, that tells the tale as the Team Tigers pick up a good win over the Super Giants by just 1 solitary run. They banked the points, and they'll be very happy about that. Match number 2 is in the can in this ECS Portugal Challenger Division here on the European Cricket Network. Good game, that one. So match number 3, it's coming your way. It's about 11 minutes away, so we're going to take a really short break here, and we'll match for back for game number 3. That's Friendship CC versus Werewolves Cricket Club. And we hope to see you back again in about 10 minutes time. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network here at the Santarém Cricket Ground for the European Cricket Network. This is the ECS Portugal. You're watching Challenger Division, and match number 3 coming your way shortly. I'll take a break. I'll see you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
And it's a big warm welcome to viewers from around the world back to the European Cricket Series here in Portugal. Phil G here in the commentary booth for you for the European Cricket Network. And match number 3 is moments away from starting. Looking forward to this one. It is going to be Friendship Cricket Club versus Werewolves Cricket Club. So why don't we get across to the tournament referee, Stephen Gooch. He's got the captains in the centre of the ground for the coin toss.
Werewolves the call. Heads is the call. It is heads.
We're going to bet first.
Good luck. Thank you. Good game. All the best. Thanks. Werewolves have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Thank you very much for that, Stefan. In breezy conditions there, you can hear it come through the effects mics there, that the Werewolves did indeed win the toss, and they want to have a bat first. So let's see how we go here. Friendship CC, they turned up earlier this morning to have their first game against the Coimbra Knights. Unfortunately, that game was rained off, so they do not get a chance to play that first game, but they're back now for their second match of the day. And they're going to take on Werewolves Cricket Club there. The team's up on the board there for you. So, skipper Mohammed Azaduzzaman, he's going to be there for Friendship CC, leading his team to see if they can get the Werewolves under the pump immediately from the very first ball. And the Werewolves Cricket Club, led by Ram Hatiwal. Looking forward to seeing him playing. Mohammed Tabish, I've seen him play. He's a good player. I'm looking forward to watching him get amongst the runs maybe as well. Gaganpreet Singh, Gurpreet Singh, Gowinder Singh. A few familiar names there to people who've watched the Portugal series in recent years. I remember them from series of the Night series last year and also the ECS last year as well. So there's a bit there to play for. Supercomputer looks at this and says, well, it's very hard to split them. Maybe just tipping the scales slightly in favour of Friendship CC. As I said, they'd be absolutely ecstatic to get out on the ground. When they turned up this morning, they thought the whole day may be washed out, as their game was washed out against Coimbra Knights. Coimbra Knights have unfortunately gone home now because they don't have another game until tomorrow. But let's talk about match number 3. Werewolves take on Friendship CC. Big game coming up for these two. As with all cricket series and all sort of tournaments and any sort of sport tournament you see, you want to get that win nice and early, just so you're not always chasing a pack halfway through a group stage. Want to make sure you're in that front pack and you can get off to an absolute flyer, which is what they want to do today. Werewolves, they have won the toss. They want to have bat first. They're looking forward to get the runs on the board and then defend that when Friendship CC get their chance to have a bat later on. Obviously the game number 2 we just had recently was a thriller, a 1-run victory there to the Team Tigers Portugal. As we start match number 3 with a leg side wide. And in the words of Tom Jones, it's not unusual. We start the innings just with a bit of a loose delivery there from the bowler. Conditions have been a bit cool here. The sun is out now. It's actually nice and warm, but conditions have been a bit cool, so you can understand why some players are still feeling a little bit rusty, just sort of trying to find their way in this first few deliveries. Clipped nicely, a bit of confusion there between a few players as to who was going to field that, I think. But as the end, just 1 run ensues. And as soon as we start the game, the wind starts picking up. Sometimes I think Mother Nature has a very dry sense of humour and just thinks, yeah, I'll let you guys think there's nothing going on. During the break, it was calm, there was no wind, it was really nice conditions, and as soon as the first ball was bowled, the wind just suddenly picked up, and here we are. Anyway, 2 runs on the board, and that'll be the 3rd run with another wide. It's a couple of deliveries in this over, they've gone a little bit wide. So Werewolves looking to get some runs on the board, winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. And Friendship CC looking to get some wickets and get pressure on immediately. And the bowler just getting a few tips from some of the players. As the second player just gone over and said, you know what, let's just get the ball in the right place. Let's get through this first over. So here we go again. 3 on the board. It's a better ball. Just played defensively down for a single. So Tabish and Laxman both are off the mark with singles. You see the trees in the background from that reverse shot there, swaying very heavily in the strong breeze. That's all around the ground. It's been around pretty much all day. And it'll probably stay with us through to tomorrow as well. Very blustery conditions this part of the world at the moment. Just another defensive push into the offside. So better bowling here then from Habibal. Seems to have found his range after a couple of wides. And welcome back to everyone in the chat, whether you're watching the YouTube channel, European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or maybe you're watching the Indie Fan Code. Welcome. Phil G here on the comms to take you through the action today and tomorrow. I'm running solo today and tomorrow, although we might get a special visit sometime tomorrow. I'm going to keep that under wraps. And then, of course, Tina Goff will be joining me from Monday morning onwards. Looking forward to that. And I'm sure you are as well. Just changes his feeting there. And he's pushed that through the covers really well. And that has gone across the boundary line for 4 runs. That's Tabish just shifting his feet a little bit there, just correcting himself and pushing it through the gap. And 2 fielders converging, had no chance. It bisected them perfectly. So 10 on the board for no loss. Still 1 more to come in the first over. And just for those just of note, we are going to try to do a little bit of work on the cube here, the commentary tent, as I have been an integral part of its structure for about the last 2 hours, and yeah, I think someone else should take over. Last ball of the over. That's been clipped very nicely. It's going to go past the fielder who was jogging along trying to keep pace with it. Never going to happen. And that crosses the rope for another 4. Have a look at the shot again. Nice shot. Makes a bit of room. Square drive. And races across the line there. The fielder who was jogging out towards had no chance of catching that, hence the jogging. It wasn't suggesting that he didn't put the effort in. Never going to get to that. So the tour of Portugal for the European Cricket Network through March and then into April. Well, here we are, day number 1 of ECS Portugal Challenger Division. Then on Saturday the 29th of March, next Saturday, the Premier Division starts. And I know that Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo and Tina Goff will start that one off on that Saturday. I'll have that Saturday off, and I'll be back on with Tina to take you through to the finals day. Then Vinny and Tina will look after you on finals day for the Premier Division, and then we go into ECI action for both men and women, and then we got T20I action for men and women coming straight after that, with Norway being hosted here by the Portuguese team. And big thanks to both federations for getting that organised. Looking forward to that T20I action for both men and women, and ECI action men and women. It's going to be a fantastic couple of weeks here in this ECN tour of Portugal. It's been hit very nicely on the leg side, but well fielded though. Doesn't quite get that middled, so it just loses momentum as it heads out to the boundary line. Yeah, just pretty much in wrong position there to play a really forceful shot. So 15 for no loss in the start of the second. Run of the bowler. That's been hit lovely. That's going down the ground, and that carries the boundary line for a big Maximo over the vacant. Well, it doesn't matter if it's vacant or not, but it goes over the boundary line, over the long off boundary for a big 6. Good shot that. You see there all the covers and the weights to hold them down, parked over there, not too far from the ground, just in case we get a little bit of weather coming in. That's where we'll all be running over to get it back on the ground if we need to. 21, score up to 21 now. Rana needs to be careful here. Can't let it get away from him. It's been guided, literally guided out towards the point boundary. Doesn't quite make it that far, and just the one. Runner in again. Goes with a bit more power out towards the point boundary, but directly to the boundary rider. Just want to take this opportunity to thank our hosts here today for a lovely lunch. This lasagna and a very nice salad and a bit of garlic bread. Thank you very much for that indeed. It's going down a treat. Technically it's still going down. I'm really enjoying that. Thank you. That's clipped again. At this time, it beats the fielder on the boundary line for 4 runs. Nice shot, good placement. Gets past that fielder who's been pretty much involved in almost every delivery in this over. Score races to 27. Still inside the second. And Rana is getting a little bit expensive now. Just a bit too wide and a bit too short. And these two batters are taking full advantage of that. Not trying to carve it away too hard. Not trying to go high. Not trying to do anything silly. No ramp shots, not yet. But just playing the ball on its merits, and that is clever batting. So Werewolves here with a plan, and they seem to be really building on that quite nicely. 27 for no loss. Rana's gone for 13. One more ball to come in the second. Sort of winds up for a big swing. It just gets mishit down towards mid-on. And just the single, and that will finish the second over. 28 on the board, no loss. Tabish is on 22, he's done all the hitting. Laxman is on 4 from 4 balls faced. Just a reminder, the Werewolves did win the toss and they wanted to have a bat first, get a score on the board, and then come out defend it later. Speaking of the board, let's have a look. Team Tigers Portugal are sitting alone on top on 3 points. Coimbra Knights and Friendship CC on 2 points from their no result from match number 1 being abandoned. Lisbon Supergiants sitting there with just the 1 point they picked up from that game. In 4th place. Brothers, we'll see them a little bit later, and of course the Werewolves there as well, who are playing right now, getting ready to jump up that ladder with a couple of points here if they can get a win. Early days, of course. This is only day number 1 of this Challenger division. Good shot, really good shot there through the covers, punched it really hard, and no chance of fielders getting near that one. Cracking shot for 4. Tabish is having a day out here. He's enjoying himself. He stands pretty tall, stands pretty straight, and he's playing every ball on the merits. He's not being drawn into any cross-bat swipes. He hasn't gone for cow corner yet. I say yet. It does happen. But he's playing it really well. I'm really impressed with this innings thus far. He's only been there for 9 deliveries. He's on 26, and Werewolves looking pretty good. Friendship CC searching for that first wicket. Need a breakthrough. Run rate is at 14.8. Oh, there were shouts to catch it. Fielder elected not to come forward to try to take catch there. Pleading his case to the fielders. Other fielders got their hands on their head. Easier said than done to say catch it, but I think the fielder did the right thing. Got his body behind it. It didn't get past him. It was hit pretty hard too, so if it had gotten past him, it would have been a lot of work for the boundary rider to cut that one off. So all in all, I think did a good job. Goes to tuck around the corner, and given LB stuck in front. Went to tuck around the corner, struck on the pad, and the shout is obliged by the umpire, who concurs. Have a look at this one again. Yep, that's pretty much cannoning into middle stump. Umpire has no hesitation, says you are indeed correct. You're on your way. First wicket down. And that's a critical blow. Although it is Laxman. They didn't get Tabish. They got Laxman. So that's one opener gone. So Rahman takes a very important wicket there. Good straight delivery of that. Pitched in line. Look at this. Pitched pretty much on off. And was going to cannon into middle and maybe catching a little bit of leg as well. Umpire concurred. Said yes, you are indeed right. So Friendship CC do get the breakthrough. And Werewolves lose their first wicket now. In the third over. 33 for 1. Halfway through the third. 3 more balls to come in the power play. It's just been pushed out backward a square by Singh, who's the new batter out there. Brings Tabish, who seems to be the man who's making all the play at the moment. He's on 27 from 10. He's put together a good innings so far. Oh, in and out. Oh, that was a hot chance, but a chance nonetheless. Fielder holding his head down in shame. Gutted that he's put that one down. Critical chance, that one. If that had been held, oh boy. Friendship CC would have been up and about if that one had stuck in the mid. Look at this, just in and straight out of the breadbasket. Oh, tough chance, but still a chance. So Tabish gets a life. That's just been flicked backward a point for a single. So 36 for 1, 3 overs gone. That's the power play. Werewolves, well, they'll probably be okay with that. I don't think they'll be ecstatic. I think they were on course at one point before this over to maybe pick up 40 something in the power play. I'll have to settle for 36. Tabish is still out there on 28. And he has just been recently joined by Singh, who's on 2. Rahman, the successful bowler in that over. And have a look at the shot there. There's still a few grey clouds around, just to the right of screen especially. Look at the start they had there, 14-14 and then an 8 there. That's why I was thinking maybe they'd want something in the 40s. But the run rate is 12. It's a healthy run rate. It's still a good start. For a T10 in these conditions, that's still a really good start. As I was saying before, you have a look at that lovely shot there, and even that shot there, you can see some grey clouds in the background. Some of the clouds are skirting the ground and they're not coming over it. We had a lot hit us earlier, and I think it's about time that some of these clouds decide to take a detour, make that left-hand turn at Albuquerque and get around the ground rather than coming across. Bright sunshine at the moment. Goes for a big reverse. It doesn't end up with much there. Have a look at this. Yep, ends up just slapping into, collecting the leg pad, no run. This time stands up and swings away. Just for 1 run directly to the player out there in the deep mid-wicket area. Gets Tabish back on strike. 37 for 1 in the 4th. Supercomputer still calls this a very even contest. That's a good shot. That's a terrific shot. That is slapped over the covers, but just the effort. Not too much backlift. Just gently. Have a look at this one again. Crunch. Didn't really try to overhit it, and he's middled it perfectly right off the meat of the bat. Oh, and there's our scorer's hut up there. It's a rare shot of the new scorer's hut here at the ground. A lovely addition to this ground. Very picturesque ground here. It's in Santarém. It's my first time here. I'm really enjoying it, albeit apart from obviously the weather, but that's got nothing to do with the ground. It's a lovely ground. It drains well, and good work from the crew here who look after the facilities. Tabish is raced up now to 35 from 13. The score is 44 for 1. 2 to come in this over. Werewolves looking to push on from here and get into triple digits, I would say. Swing and a miss, good ball. Ahmed comes back with a ripper. And Singh, he's looking a little bit out of sorts, is Singh. Okay, last ball of the 4th. What can you do here? Yeah, just looking a little bit... well, I would use the phrase gun shy, just a little bit sort of shy of what's going to happen. Yeah, a little bit of a nothing shot, that one. Maybe you didn't want to do too much. Just get bat on ball, get the feel of that. Have a look at that shot in the background. There's something definitely going on in the background, but that is a long way away, that cloud on the right-hand side of the screen. That is probably about 10, maybe 12 kilometres away, so that's not going to hit us. The wind's going the wrong way. Have a look at the run rate, though. That is now at 11 runs per over. It's slowed up a little bit now with the loss of that 1 wicket and a few more tight dot balls as well. It's definitely, wherever that part of the world is over there, that's definitely raining there, but it's not raining here, although the wind is picking up a little bit, but that is going to go past us. The weather is going very heavily right to left. What you see in the background there is not coming towards us. So 5th over starts. Oh, just manufactures a shot around the corner and gets every bit of success for a lovely 4 runs. Nice shot. Have a look at this one again. Doesn't try to hook it too hard, just waits on it and gives it a flick. And it's all about the guide in that flick. Just that gentle little touch Put it exactly where he wanted it. Couldn't go too square because there's a fielder out there. Had to put it well behind square. Clever shot, very clever indeed. Tavish playing a terrific innings here. Remember, this is the Challenger Division, and in a week's time you will see the Premier Division. That's another good shot. It's tough for the fielder out there. Takes a bit of a rough bounce, but does really well to get the body behind it. Have a look at this one then. Makes a bit of room for herself. And the bounce, awkward, pats it down. Doesn't go over the boundary line. Good work. Saved a potential boundary there. Got the body behind it. Well done indeed. And that score is up to now 49. Tavish up to 40. Seeing now another good bit of work from the same fielder out there. Gets the body behind it. A sliding save. And the batters get 2. That's the 50 up for the Werewolves. 51 for 1. And halfway through the 5th. So they're doing pretty well. Only lost 1 wicket. Still got a lot of work to do. Need to get a good score on the board if they want to take the win here. Chance for catch. Shelled, unfortunately. That fielder's had a lot of work to do in these recent few deliveries, and it was all pressure on him to take that catch. That was a really important opportunity there, but he can't take it. So Singh decides to try to hit out, and he just miscues it into the breadbasket, straight back out again onto the floor. And he lives to fight another day. A couple more to come in this over. And that is really good placement there from Tavish. Sorry, that's not Tavish, is it? It was indeed Tavish, sorry it was. I was just bemused by the smack on the backside of his batting partner, despite the fact that he actually hit the 4. That was a really good shot. Just made room, placed it perfectly. Good work there. And he congratulates himself by giving his batting partner a little bit of a, yep, cheers, punch in the butt. That's what we want to see. That's a bottom punch. That's a nice punch through the covers. That is going to beat the fielder. This is a terrific batting display here from Mohammad Tavish. Really impressed with him. Really am. 48 from 17. The score is up to 60 for 1. That is 5 overs done, and he is dominating in the centre there. He's not overly dominating. He's not cracking the sixes left, right and centre, but this is a terrific performance from him for his team. And Friendship CC need to find a way to remove him. So we start the 6th. Bit of a miss hit, that one. Werewolves put themselves in a good position so far. You have to agree they're looking pretty good, looking pretty sharp. As long as that man Tavish stays there, should be a good score on the board by the end of this innings. Unless one of the other batters can come out and continue the good work, which obviously could happen. So 61 for 1. A rare dot ball. Not a dot ball because they've just run a by. Trying to give a bit of praise to Friendship there for getting a dot ball, but no, they still get a bye. So just give a shout out to everyone in the chat. Welcome wherever you're watching from. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. We're having a good weekend here. It seems to be getting better. That's just been mishit for a single, just down the ground. Good over this so far, though. Ahmed is bowling pretty well, pretty economical for his 1.5 overs. Good dive in the field there. Stopped it getting past him. He did have backup, but good work nonetheless. Credit where it's due, of course. So last ball, the 6th. Swings hard at that one. It just goes along the ground, missed hit. Yeah, just get the feeling that Singh is not seeing the ball very well. He's on 9 from 12. He's eaten up a few deliveries. He's really struggling here. Tabish, well, he might get a chance in the next over, maybe try to get a 50. He's still got a fair bit of work to do. Look at the batting card there. Mohammad Tabish at the top there, 49 from 19. You got Gaganpreet Singh, he's 9 from 12. Laxman, the one wicket that's fallen, he went for 4. So it's not too bad a going here from the Werewolves. They've still got a fair bit of work to do. They've still got 4 overs to build on that score. Expected score is 118 at the moment. The run rate just under 11. And this is the time for these next 4 overs for Tabish and Gaganpreet Singh to really get amongst the runs here. They've got wickets in hand, so it's all about just firing up that bike and motoring along. Oh, swing and a miss. Good ball. Islam's the new bowler. He's come on. Just feel that Gaganpreet hasn't really hit his strides in this innings at any time. He's been swinging and missing, playing some very strange shots. Just blocks that are not even out of the textbook. Seems to be a bit out of sorts. He's a tall fella though. If he hits it, it will stay hit. So if you middle something, believe me, it's going to carry. Well, he only clips that one again. So a couple of dots here. And Tabish is probably thinking, mate, I really love to get on strike so I can not only get my 50, but I can keep the boundaries coming. Because he's been hitting the ball sweetly all innings. And he's the one for me that can really take this score up to a next level for the Werewolves. Good over though. Don't take anything away from the bowler. Islam's bowling beautifully. That's 2 dots. What can he do here? Swing and a miss. Well, that's 3 dots in a row. This is not good. Gaganpreet, the last resort of a batter to stare at the umpire and say, don't you think that was a wide? Umpire stands his ground. Doesn't even give him an acknowledgement. Of course not. That was not even close to a wide. It's good bowling. He's 9 from 15 balls faced. Well, he connects with one, and that is going to carry the boundary line for a Maximo. Lovely strike that. So, like I said, if he's going to be missing him by playing these little shots, it's not good. As soon as he winds up and middles one, it will be really well hit and stay hit. And you can see there exactly how that's happened. $71 for 1. Singh now moves to 15. And he goes with a boundary. So 6 and a 4. Let's see if he can give us a little bit more. 75 for 1 now. Still 1 to come in the 7th over. So last ball coming up. Important ball this one because this is the end of the 7th. 75 for 1's on the board. Expected score now is pushing into the 120s as Gaganpreet Singh is starting to middle it. Now that was pretty wide. I see the umpire sees that one. And that is indeed signalled wide, so not the end of the over. It does bring Tabish on strike. He's got a chance to pick up his 50 here. He'll be pretty keen. He'll know what score he's on, I'm sure of it. So that'd be really good if he can get this one. He's bowled well. He had 3 dots, and then he's gone for a few runs. That's been hit nicely. Just for the single. Takes a rotten bounce to the fielder, but Tabish completes a very good half century. 50 off 20 deliveries, holding the innings together for the Werewolves and batting really well. And he's going for a change of gloves or a drink of water, is that? Not sure what that is. A bit of both. And why not? He just got a 50 and acknowledges his teammates. See the shot there? Just a rough bounce. Fielder gets behind it though. And that completes 7 overs. So Werewolves got getting the score on the board here. Still got a little bit to do. Have a look at that lovely beauty shot there of the ground. It's a wonderful ground here, great facilities. The calendar for 2025. Well, here we are in Portugal. After this, we go to Spain, to Madrid for the first time. Then we've got Italy, going to Bologna. France, Malta, Jersey, Sweden, Malmo. That's going to be good. Estonia, Romania, England, visiting Hornchurch. And then Czechia to my home territory. And then by then, wow, we're already talking about June. Wow, I'm just rattling through this stuff. What a year of cricket we've got coming your way. We hope that's going to be coming to your part of the world here in Europe. And if it is, when you pop down and say hello, maybe I'll be there. Maybe Vinny will be there. Maybe Rico will be there. Maybe Alistair will be there. We'll see. Back to live action. 8th over starts. And that is a wide to kick things off. So Tavish, he's on 50 from 20. Singh, 19 from 17. Just start to middle a few balls in that last over after just not quite being his usual hard-hitting self. Let's see how he goes the next 3 overs. All important, that's another wide ball. It's not good for Friendship CC to bowl on these sorts of deliveries. Really handing it to Werewolves, who are on 80 now. Springboard maybe the next 3 overs into the 120s, potentially 125 possibly on the cards. Impressed with Tabish though. Flirts with the wide line, appeals to the umpire for another wide. No, that's not a 3rd wide in a row, he says. Let's have a look at this one again. And that is absolutely fine. That's just a batter who was in the wrong place to play that shot. And he connects with that one. It's going to go out to the point boundary. Fielded nicely, and the return throw. Oh, they're going to go in for 2. The throw was short. Wow, that was really good vision there by the 2 batters. Really good vision. The throw was short. It must have come out of the hand really strangely, and they said, nah, we can get another one here, and they got a 2nd one. You couldn't even call that an overthrow. Technically, it was an underthrow. I might have coined a new phrase in world cricket with the underthrow. There you go. That's been hit uppishly, but it's going to fall on the other side of the boundary line for Maximo. It's funny watching the body language of 3 fielders there. They all looked at each other, and they all looked in the air and realised that was going to go over their heads. Placement. Tabish's placement in this innings of his, of this 58 not out so far, I think has been sensational. Chat, you may agree with me or disagree with me. Tell what you think of his innings, because I think he's been playing pretty well thus far. And he's holding it together for the Werewolves. And motoring along. I mean, he's not hanging about. That's what I like about his innings too. Ball goes to play. Just a gentle little shot around the corner as the bowler was trying to change the angle by coming around the wicket. He's just looking just to play it behind square, possibly. He had fine leg, was up in the circle. Once you get it past him, it will run away. So this time he goes down the ground to a long on position just for the single. So one more to come in the over. 89 on the board. Swing and a miss. And we'll finish with a dot ball for the over. So 89 after 8. 1 wicket down. Islam, he goes for 11 off that over. And the score is still, well, the expected score is still around 115. few dot balls creeping into this last couple of overs here. I was thinking maybe they'd accelerate. They've got plenty of wickets in the shed. If you have a look at the run rate here, yeah, the blue line doesn't really increase. It's sort of kept pretty steady from the fifth over. It then drops down to the sixth, and then it's pretty much a straight line, 6, 7, and 8. And this is the point where you really want to be accelerating. But it's bringing some pretty good deliveries and better fielding from Friendship CC as well. But the bad balls are being put away by the Werewolves batters. And at the end of the day, isn't that really what you want to do? Make sure you capitalise on the bad shots. The bad balls, sorry, not the bad shots. Tabish now facing the start of the 9th. All happens in the 9th. And he misses the uppercut. That short outside off. And you see so many batters capitalise on this uppercut shot. Just can't connect with that one. Went a bit too quick past. You see this flashing blade. The ball had already pretty much gone past the bat though by the time the blade came out. Short ball, sees it, and smashes it out towards the 3 players. This time it lands inside the boundary rope, and so it's just a couple of runs there. It was in the air for quite a long time, but that wind is swirling around up there. You can probably hear it coming through the effects mic. So even though the ball goes up in the air, it's just, you never know where it's going to land because the wind is absolutely going off its nut up above us, and it is swaying around everywhere. There's a little bit of rubbish flying across the ground as well. You might have just seen that. Was that a hat, was it? Someone's hat went across the ground. Okay, it's all happening. That's coming down towards the comms area. Oh, almost taken on the boundary line. What a great effort, though. Really good effort. Got hands to it, and it splashed through the hands. And unfortunately, it's landed just inside the line. It hasn't carried over the boundary line, I don't believe. Have a look again, see where this comes down. Yeah, a good metre, maybe 1.5 meters inside the boundary line, 4 runs. So, chance there goes begging. Tabish goes to 65. The score is 95. 9 balls to come in the innings. Werewolves, where will they end up? Score of 115, potentially 120 on the cards. Mia comes in. And that's just been hit along the ground. To the lone man in cover. Couldn't have picked him out better if he tried. Went straight to him. There's protection on the offside for Tabish. Square at point, very straight at a very straight long off, and then he's got a cover on the boundary as well. So there's a lot of protection. They know he likes the shot out there, but now it's Gaganpreet Singh. What can he do? He's got 19. Goes the big sort of hook on a short ball. Misses that one completely. Gets a dot ball through. A dot ball at this time of the innings is absolute gold. Last ball of the 9th. No, it's not. It's a wide ball, that one. 97 now. Bowler in again. Swing and a miss. And that will, nope. I was going to say that will finish the over now with the bye. So 98 for 1 after 9. And the 10th over is going to start with a potential score. Probably not in the 120s like we thought it might be. Unfortunately, I feel that Gaganpreet Singh, who's I don't think he's batting too well at the moment. He seems to be struggling, using up a fair few of these dot balls. And he's unable to fire. He's got 19 from 20. Tabish, on the other hand, that 66 from, I think that's 29. He's doing pretty well. Let's have a look at the bowling card there. Well, Sabir Ahmed, taker bow, very economical. He's bowled 2 overs for only 12 runs. Wicket taker is Rahman. He's got 1 for 24 from his 2. So we'll see who bowls the last. See if they can restrict this score. Friendship CC, give themselves something to go for here. Still going to be a fair bit of work. Islam comes in. And we start off with a wide. You can see in the replay there, the camera on the tower is moving quite a fair bit, and obviously we've got our cameraman in mind. So I think we've just go without camera 2 just for a few minutes, just while this gust of wind gets it out of its system. That's another wide. Not good bowling this in the 10th to be giving up wides like this. That's the 100 up with that wide. 100 for 1, 9 overs bowled. Just a reminder that the Werewolves, they did win the toss and elected to bat first. And this is what they put on the board. Tabish leading by example with that 66 from 29. Singh, he's got 19 from 20. He hasn't really fired up though. He's hit a couple of big hits, but more often than not, he's had misses. And he needs to find something here in this last over. And unfortunately, he's found an edge. So he hasn't found what I was thinking he should be finding, but he found something, and his innings comes to an end. And you might even say, well, that's probably a bit overdue, because he just couldn't fire up at all. Just really struggled to get bat on ball. Like I said, a couple of good hits here and there, but in the end it didn't really make up for a bit of a slow innings from him. But he did assist Mohammad Tabish, who was playing really, really well. So on that level, you have to say it's pretty productive innings. Gagapring Singh, he goes for 19 from 21. Good catch by the keeper. And after a couple of wides to start off the 10th, reward for effort for the bowler. So 5 to come in this innings. Batter facing now. And straight away he puts it up in the air and over the cover boundary for Maximo. Well, that's the way to get started in the last over. Just crash it over the boundary line. Score goes to 106 for 2. Good strike. Got everything behind that one. And I reckon the wind really carried that one. The wind is going from right to left as you look down the pitch. So as soon as you put it in the air going to the offside, the wind will help it on its way. And that's a good shot. 4 more balls to come in the innings. Well, there's one dot ball and a wicket. Stumps akimbo. So 6 and out for Singh. And he will not bother the scorers anymore in this particular match. So 3rd wicket falls in the 10th. Good delivery, that one. Angles in. Bowler and non-striking batter run into each other, but there was nothing untoward in that one. Just, yeah, just getting through here. Sort of moment. So, Tabish, unfortunately for him, he's stuck at the non-striker's end while he's watched a couple of wickets fall, and he's probably a little bit frustrated too, because he's thinking I should be up that end and finish off this innings and get us up to a good score. We'll see now. So it's another Singh after another. So, see how he goes here. Only a couple of balls to come. Shouts a go, go, go. Oh, Stump's been thrown down. I think he's in trouble. Oh, he was fast out of the blocks, but the throw from the keeper was sensational. Have a look at this one again. Out of the blocks, runs hard. Sort of took a bit of a swerve. You can see the line there. Have a watch. Slow this one down. Oh, he's in. Yep. He's got the bat grounded, I think. Or is that bat? No, bat's, yep, the bat is... No, the bat was not. It was in the air. The bat is in the air, and he's done. That's really good vision there from our friends at 2 Circles. No, have I read that wrong? Oh, he has gone. Yes, of course he was. I thought the bat was in the air. Yeah. Well, that's a shame for Tabish because he was doing really well. That was, like I said, I think he was a little bit frustrated being stuck at the wrong end in the last over and watching wickets falling. He was desperate to get up there, attempted the run and put the wicketkeeper under pressure, who obliged by throwing the stumps down. So 2 more balls to come in this innings, 106 on the board. Expected score now has dropped from around the mid-120s down to, well, pushing about 110 now. But he had to do that. He had to try to get up there, take on the keeper. Unfortunately, didn't get the bat down in time. Second last ball of the innings. Swing and a miss. It's a good follow-up here from this bowler. He started with 2 wides. It's Islam. Started with 2 wides. Now he's come good. That's really good effort from him. So there'll be 1 more to come. Friendship CC fighting back in this last couple of overs. Muted appeal there. Yeah, I think he had the bat down. I think that's okay. Yep, 1 more time. Last ball of the innings. Here we go. And that will run it by. Keeper just dollies it back. And non-striker's end, batsman goes over on his backside and they can't try for a second. So it's just the 1 run. Have a look at this one again. Good over to finish with. Started with 2 wides, but everything after that's been really, really good. Wicketkeeper throws to the other end. And there he goes down. So there was no chance of even trying to get a second one there. The second one was never even on anyway. And that is the innings. The Werewolves, who won the toss, selected to bat first. They have stood up and done pretty well. Thanks very much to Mohammad Tabish, who played a blistering innings there. Fantastic knock from him. Got most of the runs. Supported by Gaganpreet Singh as well. With a good quick fire 19, although probably ate up a few dot balls along the way. But the score is on the board. Let's roll the highlight reel and let's see what happened there right from the very start. And it was Mohammad Tabish who played a really good innings right from the very start. He almost carried his bat all the way to the end as well, and he was really favouring the offside, but playing every shot on its merit. Put the ball in the air on the offside and the wind was carrying it across the boundary line for Maximos every single time. And he knew that and he utilised that as well. And it was a very clever innings from him. His placement was terrific as well. You see a couple of the shots he played here. He just seems to have all the time in the world to place the ball between the fielders. This shot, well, this was the call for LB. That was the first wicket. And that was pretty plumb, you'd have to agree. Not much the batter could do about that one. But Tabish then was joined by Gaganpreet Singh. Gaganpreet Singh, a bit out of sorts, but Tabish continued on his way. Some really good hitting. Oh, that was in the breadbasket and out again. So Friendship CC didn't do themselves too many favours. And then, well, this shot was typical of Mohammad Tabish as he elevated. And this was a terrific placement. This shot was fantastic. Look at that. Doesn't try to hook it. There was a fielder square on the boundary line, and he knew he had to go around the corner, and that's how he did it. It was a great shot. Continued with the boundaries. He brought up a very well deserved 50 as well, and a change of gloves and a drink of water at the same time. And that was a really good innings from him. Held it together, got the Werewolves up to a decent score as well. Although things sort of fell away a little bit there towards the end. Gaganpreet Singh was eating up a lot of dot balls, and of course in this last over as well. Started with a couple of wides, and then Gaganpreet, his innings came to an end with a good catch behind. See there, keeper does well, just goes down to his right hand side and gloves the catch. And then stumps are rattled. That was Singh who came in, hit a 6, and that was all he could do. And then, well, Mohammad Tabish, in desperation to get on strike, just forgot to ground the bat at the very last minute. Have a look at this. Bat was in the air as he crossed the line, unfortunately, and he was on his way. He was a little bit frustrated being stuck at the non-strikers end in that last over. Had to watch wickets falling and dot balls aplenty. As we play a bit of thinking music, we have a little look at the batting card now, and you'll see the story of the Werewolves innings there. And I think they've done pretty well to get up to that score. Probably at one point we're talking about 120, so they're probably about 10, 12 runs shy of where we thought they might be. I still think that's a pretty good score. And, you know, the gauntlet's been thrown down for Friendship CC to come out and score those runs. You see there the batting card coming up in just a moment. It's a lovely shot of the ground, that, by the way. There we are. 66 from 29, Mohammad Tabish. Terrific innings there at the top. and ably supported there by Gaganpreet Singh, who took a bit of time for his 19, but still he stuck around. That was the most important thing. Rajbir Singh came in, hit a 6, and then was on his way next ball. 12 extras in that, including 9 wides, a little bit of sloppy bowling there. 107 for 4 for the Werewolves. So Friendship CC bowlers. The bowlers fared pretty well. Not too bad at all. They didn't get all taken to all parts of the ground. Unfortunately, the two at the top there, Habibal and Rana, both went for an economy rate of 14 off just their, 14 off their 1 over. Rahman got the first breakthrough, 1 for 24 off his 2, and then Islam bowled the last over. He picked up those 2 wickets, 2 for 21 from his 2. And some pretty good economic bowling there. Ahmed as well, he only went for a 12 off his 2 overs. So the mid-match summary looks like this. It's 107 for 4 on the board, and so Friendship CC need 108 runs if they want to get the points here. So there's a bit to do. It may look like a pretty easy task, but believe me, it's not. Conditions are tough out there. The wind is blustery, the ground's still a little bit slick underfoot in a few places, and it's all for both these teams to do. Can the Werewolves defend, or can Friendship get the runs? Come back and join me, Phil G, here at the European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division for the ECN, and we'll see you back here in about 5 minutes. Until then, cheerio.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
And good afternoon again to everybody watching around the world on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or maybe watching from India via Fanco. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you back to the run chase here in this match number 3 and the European Cricket Series Portugal 2025 edition. 107 runs on the board, so the bonus point equation is pretty straightforward. Batting team, Friendship CC can pick this up in 7 overs or less, they get themselves a bonus point. If Werewolves can restrict the batting team to 74 or less, then they will get themselves a bonus point. I love the bonus point equation situation that's come into the European Cricket Network over a year ago now, and it just adds so much more flavour to these European Cricket Series events. You see there's something a little bit extra to play for, and then sometimes that bonus point can be all important, so it's something that the captains and the team's brains trust have to keep in mind when they're playing the game about how to keep up the momentum and make sure that they at least pick up a point even if they're on a hiding to nothing. That was the phrase I was trying to get out there. Even if they're on the hiding to nothing, they still want to be able to try to pick up something from every single game, because every single point counts, as you know. So here in the Challenger Division, same as the Premier Division, the top 4 teams will go through to finals day. So 6 teams playing in both. 6 teams here in the Challenger, 6 teams in the division, different teams. And obviously in the Premier Division you've got some more senior teams, we'd have to call them, full of players who play at the international level and play a lot of T20Is and represent their country, and more sort of household names as opposed to these teams. But these teams are putting on a good show for us as the run chase starts. Hesitation there on the run. Goes to the bowler's end, right thing to do. And unfortunately misses. So Friendship CC looking to score 108 runs off their 10 overs. Right thing to do to go to that end, but batter gets past. So first runs on the board. Rahman and skipper as a dozenman are opening the batting. So you can see there at the bottom there, Friendship need 107 runs off 59 deliveries. That's been clipped nicely around the corner. That's going to go for 4. That's a good shot. First boundary of the run chase there. Rahman there in full control of that one. Doesn't try to go elevate. Just left-hander, just flicks it around the corner. Nice shot indeed. And no chance of that man at backward square leg to get around and cut that one off. So chat, tell me, how's your weekend going? How are you all doing there? Hope you're having as much fun as I am here watching the cricket live. It's a better delivery, good follow-up there from the bowler. Yeah, hope you're all having a good weekend wherever you're watching in the world. Maybe you're watching from the other part of the world, New Zealand, where it's well, it's pushing on towards very late in the day, isn't it? It's got our good friend in the chat, Rob Thompson, who is probably not in the chat right now because I think it must be about 3 o'clock in the morning over there in New Zealand. I'm sure he might join us later on, maybe for the last game. We'll see. But wherever you're watching from, I hope you're well and enjoying your weekend. As I look towards the sky, I can tell you now that the clouds are breaking up ever so slightly now. There's more sort of, rather than just a single grey cloud overhead, it's broken up into pieces. And if that continues, well, that's good news for us. Hopefully no interruptions. And that's a funny old shot. That's I think it's been hit down into the ground and it's gone back over the keeper for 4 runs. Have a look at this one again. No, it's gone over the head of the keeper. So he's got an edge on that one. It's flown away. Not much the keeper can do about that apart from ask someone to go and get it. Looks ruefully back there as though to say, well, I'm supposed to be catching those, but I couldn't get anywhere near that one. 10 without loss in the first over. Sing to continue. Oh, nicely just tucked around the corner there. Just for one. So one more to come. Yeah, have a look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I counted 5 players there ready to take the throw. So either they don't trust the keeper or they just want to get their hands on the ball. I'm not sure what. That's been clipped nicely. Oh, a bit of interesting footwork there, but you have to lean down and pick it up eventually. So that was rather bizarre. Sort of still coming out of football season possibly in this part of the world. Have a look at this. Just goes, yeah, no, just, that's a Gaykenpreet Singh. Just looking to maybe flick it up in the air with his foot. But he had to lean down and pick it up anyway. So, first over done, 12 on the board. And the run chase on in earnest. 53 matches since a golden ball. We got close to a golden ball in the last game. It was a 1-run victory in the end. The difference was just 1 run. So we'll see what happens in this game. And in obviously the games throughout this challenge division. But 53 matches since a golden ball. Numbers start to climb again. And with Tina Goff joining me next week, I do get a feeling that she may bring a little bit of luck with her. And we may see a golden ball. We'll see. We'll see. So Friendship CC need another 96 runs from the next 9 overs. The run rate is just over 10.5 at 10.66. So a bit of work to do for both of these teams. No wickets fallen just yet. So early days. So bowler is just trying to organise himself here. Field placing important in the power play. That's been clipped uppishly into the hands of the player, and that's a really good catch. Trying to see who that is. Did Tumbridge take that catch? Tumbridge trying to see who it is. Yep, I think it is. So success at the first ball of the second over. Just a miscue. Went to sort of flick it. It goes straight up in the air. Player settles under it. So this goes inside out and into the safe mitts. So that's a bit of a blow for Friendship CC, and Werewolves very happy about that. They do pick up the first wicket at the start of the second, and that's a very important wicket. Breaks the partnership nice and early, so the team doesn't get settled, and then they have to rebuild all over again now. To sing, and it was indeed Mohammad Tabish that put together a terrific innings in the Werewolves total of 170. Put 66 on. Did very well indeed. Played the ball beautifully. Thought it was a terrific innings. Placement was perfect. His time was perfect, and he only got run out when he was trying to get on strike in the 10th over to try to finish off the innings. So good for him. A good catch too. That's a wide ball from Gowinder Singh. Mia is the new batter at the crease. He and Rahman have to put together a good partnership here. Get things back on Friendship CC's terms. The game's still very much in the balance. That's been clipped just into the covers and no run. So Mia doesn't look like to be any sort of rush. There's still plenty of time, of course. Run rate's still under 11. Oh, that's a rotten, filthy wide, that one. Gets away from everybody. They scamper through for an additional one. So score up to 15 now. So again, how does this get away? Oh yeah, just try to put a bit of extra pace on that one. Good work from the keeper to get a glove on that. That could have easily gone for 5 wides. Very good bit of work. Rahman on strike now. He's on 9. Manages chooses just to tuck it around the corner for a single. So just doing the singles at the moment. Werewolves trying to keep it nice and tight. Friendship CC looking to try to get a few boundaries, try to break up this momentum here. Scoring's a little bit tough. 16 on the board, 1.5 overs have been bowled. So yeah, scoring's a little bit tough right now. A bit of an angle shout for LB. Bowler just looks around at the umpire and says, "What do you think?" Umpire's already moved out of position. That usually tells you something. Well, I think it's fair to say that, well, you could talk about maybe height being an issue amongst other things. So Rahman, he's on 10. Kawinda Singh, he's still got 2 to come in this over. Still got 2 to come in this over, at the risk of repeating myself. But he still does feel like this over's been a little bit long. So 90 needed from 50. Oh, it's Fuller. Pretty sure that didn't hit him in line. the appeal got melodic, which makes me think that the appeal was never really serious when it starts turning into song. So just doing the singles at the moment. It's all a bit cautious. I think both teams are really just playing it a little bit cautiously. It's an interesting moment in the game. Last ball of the second. And it is a dot we'll finish with. So 19 for the loss of 1 wicket after 2. Still 1 more to come in the power play here. And interestingly poised this game. Feel like the runs are dried up a little bit. Batters are under a little bit of pressure here. And the bowlers are, well, if they weren't bowling the wides, you'd have to say the bowlers are all over this. But just those wides are just keeping them in the game. Have a look at the table there. You see the Tigers sitting on top on 3 points. Coimbra Knights and Friendship on 2 points apiece. That's because of the no result from match number 1 earlier today. Lisbon Super Giants, they got the 1 point from their loss against the Team Tigers Portugal. And of course the brothers, we'll see them in the next game. And Werewolves are playing right now. That's been smashed around the corner. Oh no, the fielder's gone to ground. And it's going to get past him for 4 runs. Well, unfortunately that does happen. The outfield is a little bit slick. Considering the weather we've had over the last couple of weeks, I think you can understand that and appreciate that. As this goes up in the air, it bounces in front of the fielder and he's gone down to ground as he's been wrong-footed and he's missed that one completely. So that's a pressure-relieving boundary for the batter. Just felt that things were getting a little bit quiet out there in the centre. Hello to Trip Denny out there in the chat. Good to see you. I can see Gollum out there as well. Hello to Wayne. And Chris Smith, who's been there since the very start this morning. Good to see you again, as always. Paul Kempen and Johnny He as well. Hello to everyone in the chat. All those people with the blue spanners, they are your moderators. They're the people looking after you. And as I always like to say, if you look after them, they will look after you. And they do a fantastic job. Thank you, one and all. If you've got a blue spanner, that's my big thanks to you. Being a blue spanner myself, I know exactly what's involved and appreciate the work you do. It's been pulled into the mid-wicket area just for a single. Doesn't quite get enough of that one to get it through though. So Mia gets a chance to get off the strike. And he does, gets off the mark. Does go straight to the fielder though, who doesn't really get it cleanly. And it allows Mia to get off his duck. He moves up to 1. Rahman on 15, scores 25 for 1. Still 2 to come in this third over, the last over of the power play. And at the moment, I kind of feel like the Werewolves are in a good position. That's going to run away. It is fielded down on the boundary line though. It is wide, so I'm not sure how many wides have been bowled so far. I'll have to double check that, but I get the feeling that there's probably been I think 7 or 8 wides bowled, and that's quite a number. You consider the low score on the board so far. Sort of still leaving the door open. Wow. Shouts of "Way" out there in the field. Have a look at this again. Well, if he'd connected, it probably would have still be going upwards, I reckon. That was put everything behind that. Kitchen sink, laundry sink, the his and hers bathroom sinks, everything went behind that shot. Unfortunately, didn't connect. Connects to that one, though. That is going to run out to the boundary line for 4 runs. That was a nice shot. Placed it a bit better. Didn't have to go too much power after all. And in the end, a really good shot for 4. Yep, nice glance. Fielder just practicing if that catch had to come to me. It was a long way from that fielder, though. He was not really with a chance of getting that one. But it's good to see him practicing what he would do otherwise. There's a bit more rubbish going across the ground. We've seen someone's hat fly across the ground already. Have a look at the tower block situation. Well, we've got a 12, a 7 and a 12 in this innings here. If you have a look at the Werewolves, they started really well with a couple of 14s and a few other scores into the teens. They amassed 107. So the run chase with that over, a couple of boundaries coming from it, I feel like the run chase is back on track for Friendship CC. They were languishing a little bit there. A few ones, a number of dots, the wides keeping them in the game. I think they're coming good now. I want to give a shout out to Emma and wish Emma a very happy birthday. Thank you for that trip, happy to oblige. And we all do get behind Emma and wish her a very happy birthday. She won't be there tomorrow. So it's her birthday tomorrow or is her birthday today? Anyway, Emma, happy birthday from everyone at the European Cricket Network. And I hope you're going to have a fantastic day. Well, that kept a bit low. Might have been the slow ball. Didn't really bounce it very high, but good adjustment there from Roma. And he just pushes it out onto the offside. Good switch. Could have been in trouble if you hadn't seen that. Have a look at this one again. Oh, yeah. Good adjustment. Tavish just pushes that one a bit wide. It's going to get away from the keeper. It's going to get away from everyone. And that is 5 wides. Ooh, that's not good. We saw a 5 wides at the start of this game as well. And that is not good at all. So I get the feeling that Friendship CC must be thinking this run chase is completely in control. But for the Werewolves, just some of their bowling, their wide deliveries are really keeping that door well and truly open. Happy to take the singles though, these two. That's good, keep the scoreboard ticking, that's the trick. He's on 16. He's doing quite well there at the top. Again, just punched straight towards the fielder. 40 up on the board. 40 for just the loss of 1 wicket halfway through the 4th. 68 from 39 required. That run rate still 10 and a bit thereabouts. Oh, shouts and screams of delight from the dugout as that goes all the way from Maximo and then spilled by the ball boy out there as well. That was a really good shot. Good rush of blood there. Clears the boundary nicely. Gets away from the ball boy. Goes into the water. Oh, no. Oh, no. Where's Derek when you need him? That's one for Derek to go on field. And the waterlogged ball comes back into the ground. Oh dear. You see the size of that puddle out there, folks? That's what we've been dealing with here at the ground. But luckily the ground is sloped. You could probably see it, maybe, you probably can't see it in that shot, but I think on the wide shot you can see how the ground gently slopes away from the centre. So the runoff of water is quite prominent goes for a big swipe there. Does not connect. That would have been really important if he connected with that one. So Tabish bowls his bouncer for the over. Have a look at this one again. Batter comes way down the pitch. Well, not a long way down the pitch, a couple of steps out. Oh, there he is. Then he backtracks and says, oops, went too far. Goes past about shoulder height. Gets caught up in a little bit of trouble there. I know there's been a lot of talk in the chat about the missing Derek, but I reckon just with that shot we saw previously where the ball went into that puddle, if ever there's been an argument to bring Derek back, that'd be it right there, because Derek would have been perfect for that. Get amongst that puddle and field the ball. As I look at the run rates here, so you can see the Werewolves there, the light blue line, Friendship CC, that white line that's just started to bring its head up now. And that would tell you that the run chase from Friendship CC is back on track after they lost that wicket in the second over. So Werewolves are looking to put another dent into this innings by trying to get a wicket here or two in the next over or two. And you've got to find something here. That's flown up in the air, but it's bounced a couple of times and fielded down there by third man. So Mia, he races to 14 from 11. Rahman, he's on 17. There's still a fair bit of work for both these teams, to be honest. Trip saying needs to be a rubber ducky standing in the standing water. I agree with you 100%. Nice shot round the corner. That is only just over the line. Fielder was standing probably about a foot inside the rope, tried to swat it back into the line of play. It's only just gone over the line. Have a look at this. Yeah, almost got hands on it. But that does go for a maximo. That's a big pressure relieving shot that for Friendship CC. And that's another wide. Oh, I think these wides are going to really add up. I think when we get to the end of the innings here and we have a little bit of look in the summary, you're going to see a lot of wides in that W column. They want to have more numbers in the wickets column, not the wides column. 50 up with that maximo too, by the way. Oh, that's a great shot. That is an effortless shot, clipped over mid wicket for a maximo. Have a look at this one again. This is a great shot. Just one of those, don't try to overhit it, don't try to smash it across the line, just picks it up and drives it. Absolutely drives it, hits through the line, and that's gone a long way back. Terrific strike. Well then, that's an interesting one. That didn't really bounce up too much. So a couple of moments of uneven bounce here. Yeah, that one kept a bit low. Chris Smith, thank you, Chris. 9 wides in the first 3 overs. Thank you, Chris, for that. You're absolutely right. It's going to add up, isn't it? So you get the feeling now that Friendship CC are now, well, I feel like they're on the home straight now. 46 from 31 needed. We're not quite halfway through the innings. One more to come and we're halfway through. And they're very much on target. These two looking quite settled now. Shouts for LB. How about that? Umpire eventually agrees. He says, you're right. It's good to see the umpire taking his time, having a good close look and deciding in no rush, and says, yes, you are right. Well, is that hitting anything apart from middle? You tell me. And that is the end of Raju Mia. He goes for 14 from 12. He had a 4 and a 6 in there and a few dot balls. Did pretty well, gave great support to that man Rahman, who's doing quite well. But his time here is done 62 for 2, right on the end of the 5th over. Trip Denny just let me know that Emma won't be there tomorrow, so can't do your yearly ECM birthday shout out. Fair enough, Trip. Well, I hope she gets that message, and that's on behalf of not just myself, but all the ECN crew here at the ground. We wish Emma a very happy birthday. So, have Werewolves pulled one out here? It's a good wicket that they got. They need to capitalise on this and maybe get another one and get the pressure way back onto the Friendship CC batters. That's a wide delivery, another wide. Oh, these are adding up. Big time. Hello to Tim Harmer in the chat. Good to see you there, Tim. Thomas Martinez still there in the chat as well. 12 wides after 5 overs. Thank you, Chris. Keep me up to date here. I'll have to explain why I'm asking that question in a minute, just so you don't think I'm not keeping my eye on everything. Let's have a look at this one again. That is another wide. Oh my goodness. Yeah, just so people are wondering why I keep mentioning the wides and as to why I don't have that score in front of me. Apologies all. I lost my laptop. That's the bottom line. I've lost it. Hit up in the air and straight down the throw of the fielder, who makes no mistake. Takes a very good catch in front of his eyes there, and the long off position. Good catch indeed. Turns his back and says, I am number 10. Remember it. And, well, that's a big, big wicket, because that is Rahman. They've got the big hitting Rahman. They've got the key opening batter out. And suddenly Friendship CC have lost a couple of wickets in a few deliveries. And this is going to get a little bit sticky now. A little bit tough. Rahman heads off. He's done well, but now he needs his teammates to continue the trend that he has set. And they need to be scoring freely. Still got a bit to do. 30 from 17. Laxman took the catch. Gowinder Singh was the bowler. Laxman took a very good catch, not too far away from the tent here. And he watched it all the way into the hands. Very comfortable. Didn't have to move too far, but you still got to take that catch. But Gowinder Singh with a very important breakthrough here at the start of the 6th. Two new batters out there. Haven't faced the ball, either of them. Here we go. And they're appealing for maybe something off the face of the bat. Maybe that's what they think. Have a look at this one again. Yeah, I don't think the bat was really close enough to that. And neither does the umpire, and he's the most important person there. Yep, there's daylight definitely between the ball and bat the whole time. Good work from the wicketkeeper there. Oh, he's thrown the stumps down. Well, I think there was an immediate call of not out. As a shy at the bowler's end. They're going to run through for another one. This goes now to the keeper's end. And a player tries to stop it with his boot. And it's all happening out there. Yeah, well and truly home on that particular chance to run out. But then things got a little bit crazy after that. Another chance for a run. Yeah, it's all happening. There's so many players in that particular shot right there. I couldn't even count them all. So in the end, I think it was 2 wides. Oh, ball's a bit of a moon ball, that one. Interesting delivery. Just a slow, loopy. Look at this one. Just there we go. Not too sure if that was intentional or whether it just came out of the hand wrong. The umpire wants to have just a second look at that and make sure it wasn't going to be a no ball. What are your thoughts? Where does it come in? Well, he's standing up straight. He's just in front of the line. I would call it a no-y. And it is called a no ball from the standing umpire. And free hit signalled. Good call from the umpires there. Batter moving around. And in the end, he goes crunch. It's going to go straight to the player for a single. I tell you what I see, you may disagree with me, more times than not, the player who moves around like that is the player who doesn't get the big hit. Not too sure if that's really the way to go. You barely got an edge on that. Might have even gone for a wide, actually, if you let it go. So, halfway through the 6th. It's nicely hit, but straight into the mid-wicket position. Yeah, sorry, just to finish that story about the laptop. Yeah, I lost my laptop, but I lost it to the elements, unfortunately. I brought it with me, had it with me. I was about to set it up, and then we had a really big storm that suddenly hit the ground. That was before match number 1 was about to start. We still had the covers on, so it was around about 9 o'clock this morning the storm hit, and we had to delay for about 20 minutes, then half an hour, and then the match was abandoned. But that whole storm that hung around, it absolutely battered the commentary tent, and the laptop went to ground, and then a cup of coffee fell on top of it. And funny enough, when I came over to the tent to see what had happened, it was still working, and then when we picked up the laptop to try to pour the coffee off the top of it, the thing just went, nah. And that's the last I've seen of my screen on my laptop, and it's now got coffee in it. It's still draining coffee out of it, actually, by the way, but it's gone. It's well and truly gone, so when I get back to Prague, I need to go shopping. That's the fun part. That's the end of the 6th over, 75 for 3 after 6, and this run chase is, I feel it's back on even keel right now. How about that? Look at that, 20 wides after 6 overs, 20 wides. There's a couple of 5 wides in there, so don't be sort of fooled that there's been 20 extra deliveries. I think there's been 2 5 wides bowled, 2 mini-mos, and then the rest are regulation wides, but 20 wides that's not good bowling at all. Gagaprit Singh's going to come on. He's got there's 4 overs to go. 33 needed only from 24. They've lost a couple of wickets, have Friendship CC, but Werewolves haven't done themselves any favours with some wayward bowling. So it's still to play for here, still a lot to play for here. Big appeals for LB. Gagaprit stands right in front of the umpire and is appealing. Probably should learn not to stand in front of the umpire and appeal. Trying to get his line of sight. Did you notice I'm appealing? I think that's probably what he was thinking. Here we go again. That's a bit wider. Away from the swinging blade. 32 needed from 22. Is this game going to come down to the wire? What do you think, folks? This is going to come down to the 10th as well. Chris Smith saying no. Just hit for a single. Chris, is your extended no, is that in relation to my laptop swallowing a cup of coffee? Because if so, I appreciate your sympathy. I really do. I was absolutely gutted. The fact is that it was still working. It was still actually working. That was the crazy thing. Another shout, a little bit less ambitious than the previous one. It's good over this one. He won't die trying. Well, Gagaprit Singh is putting in every effort for the Werewolves to try to claw this game back. Right now, you have to say Friendship is still definitely in the driving seat. That's a good shot. It's been whipped away into a gap. They're going to come back for a second. Oh, and you have not got back in time. The suicidal second, and they've come undone. Never going to be on there. A really good throw from the outfielder, and he gets a bit of applause from his teammates as well. That was a really good throw from the outfield. And just when I was saying that Friendship CC are in the driver's seat, they come undone with a run that probably was never on. Going to the danger end. Have a look at this. Good pickup. Good throw in one action as well. And in the end, probably out by, have a look at this one again, out by, oh yeah, a good metre, maybe a metre and a half. If we had side on shot, Pro wouldn't have been in frame. So that's well done. Wayne there. Yeah, I know where you're coming from, Wayne. Always fun when you go to work and it costs you money. I know exactly what you mean. Well, the funny thing was though that I got to say my laptop was on its last legs, and I promised the missus that she and I was going to go. We're going to go shopping this year for new laptops, each of us, because we both had our laptops for about 6 years, and well, when mine started up, it sounded like a car with a bad muffler. It just made such a noise when it started up. Anyway, Back to the cricket. 7 overs gone, 80 on the board, 4 wickets have fallen, and there's still a bit of work to do for both these teams. Let's have a look ahead to match number 4. It's the Lisbon Super Giants. They're back in action against Brothers 11. Now, Super Giants, they lost their first game earlier this morning. They'll be looking to bounce back against Brothers 11. And that is coming your way after this game. In approximately 26-27 minutes time. We'll keep an eye on that just to see if we need a few extra minutes just to get the ground cleaned up again. Some of the games have had a few minutes delayed start. We'll see how we go. I'll keep you updated on that one. Don't you worry about that. This game still hangs in the balance though. 27 from 17 needed. Tabish bowling. Edged. And good work there. Very good work there at third man to stop that getting past. He can't do it in singles. Need better than that. He's well and truly inside the line there. Don't think he stepped on the line. I think that was fine. Batter moving around. Rana just... He likes to move around for reasons that I don't know, because he's gone and got himself caught behind. Maybe the batters need to stand their ground and face each ball on its merits, because we saw Tabish do that in his innings and he blasted a 66 runs off 29 delivery. You see the deviation there when it came off the bat, and that is not clever batting. Friendship CC, they're in real danger here of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. And I know that's a rotten phrase to say about a team, but they need to be careful here. There's still a good chance to win the game, but they need a couple of these batters to stick around and take care of business. 6 from 8 deliveries faced. That's 82 for 5 now. Still a few runs to get. Still a bit to do. Trip saying just put it in rice. It's a good ball. Tell you what, when I get back to the hotel, I'll ask for a massive bowl of rice and see what they say. I bet I know exactly what they'll say. It'll be, "Care?" And I will not be able to explain myself, except say that, well, Trip Denny told me to do that. Then they'll say, "Ah, yeah, now we get it." So, 2 more to come in this over. Definitely going down leg. Ambitious. Going to get through for a leg bye. Score will go to 83 for 5. 1 more to come in this over. So it's now, what, 25 from 13 needed. Ooh. Tell you what, this is going to be another good close game. We had a good close one in the previous match. It came down to just 1 run in it. This one's going to, it's shaping up to be exactly the same way. Let's come off the shoulder of the bat. It's going to go to that third man position again. Get a bit of work down there. Just as I talk, a very dark cloud is coming across the ground. You can see how the shadows have disappeared from the shots here. That's good work there from the fielder. Oh, it's quite dark there in the background there, isn't it? So, 2 overs to go. Still plenty of runs needed. Have a look at this, the run chase and Friendship CC. That's the white line. You can see how it's dipping and curving all the way along. And just recently, there's been a wicket falling in every over, each over of the last 4 overs. And that's not good for them. That's not good for them, not one bit. So Friendship CC need to be smart about this run chase, or they're going to bottle it. It's 24 from 2 overs. Well, that's now the first ball. That's a dot. So this dance down the wickets to the business. Maybe they need to pack that away. And as I speak, there's a few spats of rain on the tent here. And it's starting to get a bit heavier now too. Oh boy. We need to make sure we can finish this one. That's been hit out on the offside now. Maybe look for a second. No. They don't. Just do it by singles. So this run chase has gotten a lot steeper in the last couple of overs now. That's another bit of fancy footwork out there. Because they're not going to do it in singles. So Habibul and Al Amin, they don't look like they're capable of hitting boundaries, but they're going to have to find a couple here in this over. That's up in the air, and Laxman almost takes a terrific running catch. He shells it, and they get back for a couple. Score goes to 89 for 5. One more to come in the 9th. And that little bit of rain has just stopped for a second. That's the good news. That's been hit nicely. Two fielders converge, and neither of them can stop it. That's an important boundary. That's a massive boundary. Oh boy, that's set up for a fantastic final over now. 15 needed from the final over. Werewolves, can they defend it? Can they keep it to 14 or say 13 or less? Or can Friendship CC find those 15 runs? 14 for a GB, dare I say it. Thomas Martinez with a good comment there about the game being decided 10 minutes ago with Rahman's wicket, changed it all. I agree. I think when Rahman left, I really think that was a real turning point in the game too. I agree with you, Thomas, there, 100%. Big change that was. Final over starts. 15 needed from 6 deliveries. Rain starting up again. As Mother Nature's really got a great sense of timing. And we start with a wide. Or is that a no ball actually? Did that go off the pitch? It is a no ball. It started off as being a wide call, turned into a no ball. It wasn't because it was off the pitch. It was because it was from front foot. So free hit coming. Oh, this could change the game completely now. And it doesn't. It's a free miss. Goes through with nothing on it. Oh boy. 14 from 5. Tripp is asking the unanswerable question. Run through for a bye. Just the one bye. Who's going to hit the boundary? Because they're going to need at least 2 boundaries. So it's now going to be, what, 13 from 4. Somebody has to hit a boundary. Someone's got to get it over the rope or at least to the rope. Oh, that wind's really picked up too. Oh, it's been hit nice. It's gone over the top of the head of the players. It's going to land for a Maximo. There's the boundary. Whoa! Life breathed back into the run chase with just that swing of the blade. Swung for the rafters, got a lucky edge, and that has skied all the way. The wind has carried that all the way over the boundary line. That is nothing but the breeze that's taken that, or else that would have fallen into the field of play. Oh boy. 7 from 3. Oh, and it's a wide ball. Trying to keep it away from the swinging blade again, but just venturing too far out. Now it's within 1 strike. Now it is all within just 1 strike for Friendship CC. For Singh, he's got to bowl dot balls. He needs 3 dots here. There's one. Oh, frustration. Al Amin, after hitting that 6, he's a little bit frustrated now. He's thinking, how did I miss that? It's 102 for 5. It's only 6 needed from 2 deliveries. This is a massive delivery, this one. Could win the game. Doesn't. It's a dot. Well, Armandeep Singh, he's pulled out a 2nd dot in a row, and he's almost got his team Werewolves over the line. They've almost defended this. Last ball coming up. Big finish. It's 6 or bust, just like it was in the previous game. Here we go. Swings hard. It's along the ground, and it is fielded, so it's just the 1 run. Oh, Friendship Cricket Club are going to go down by only 5 runs. They couldn't get the last 6 off that final ball, and they end up with 103 for 5. Sorry, it's a 4-run victory, not 5. 4 runs is the margin. Well, we had a 1-run margin victory in the previous game. 4 runs in this game. Couple of close games to really start off this European Cricket Series Portugal in style. What a fantastic game that was. This run chase went backward and forth all over the place. That was fun. That was really, really good. When that Maximo got hit by Alamian, I thought, oh, hang on a minute, there's another twist in the tail. But they couldn't do it, and Harmandeep Singh bowled 3 last deliveries so well. Have a look at the dashboard here for match number 4. Coming your way shortly. That's happening at 4 o'clock Central European time, or 3 o'clock General GMT. That's in about 17 minutes time. Let's have a look at the videotape of the highlights here as we see Rahman getting off to a fantastic start for Friendship CC, chasing the score. Early wickets though, and that was important. Tabish there takes a good catch just above his eyes, and there was some good celebrations there. But Rahman, he was playing a lone hand. Unfortunately, the fielder down there got sidestepped by a ball that had a little bit of extra spin on it. And at one point, you really felt that this fielder practicing the catch in case it had come to him. There was nowhere near him after all that. This one goes into the puddle and splash down. Where's our rubber ducky? We need a rubber ducky in that pond. Otherwise, it's just not the same. Hands up in the chat if you own a rubber duck that you keep on your bathtub. I've got my hand in the air. I've got one. Here comes another one. It's straight out of the ground. That one out of the screws. What a great shot that was. This is when, you know, we have these little momentum shifts of great big hitting from the Friendship CC batters. Unfortunately for the batters, they moved around a lot, which was really confusing because that was Plum LB. Not sure where he was going there. And it happened a few times. Just these batters just not being comfortable and just not really getting hold of it. Laxman takes a very good catch there inside the boundary line. Well inside the boundary line. And that was the end of Rahman. That was the turning point, as Thomas Martinez in the chat said, and I agree with him completely. That for me was a real turning point. And that's when I thought Werewolves had every chance now to pull this one in and stop Friendship CC. This was a terrific bit of work here. The great throw and the run out. Gaganpreet Singh takes the ball cleanly and breaks the stumps. And that is terrific. Yep, and he got a very well-deserved hug after that as well. Nicked and caught behind. I think that was Rana on his way. Just again, moving around in the crease for reasons which only he'll be able to answer. Laxman almost got to take his second catch of the innings with that running opportunity. And then things started going sort of backwards and forward. It was up in the air for a while. Then it went over the boundary line. It was, who's going to win it now? 6 got hit, then there was dot balls, then there was a wicket, then there was another 6. It was to and fro, and that was an exciting finish. And have a look at the clouds in the background there as they're going past the ground. And we'll have a look at the batting card and see what happened there in the summary. It's a good looking ground, this one. Really good looking ground. It's just a shame that the weather hasn't been on our side for the whole day. But the wind has dropped a little bit. I really thought the rain was going to kick in again there at the end of that innings. But nope, stayed away and we completed game number 3, the second full game we've played today. So that's really good. The batting card will show the story with Rahman at the top of the order there, leading the way with a really good score. I think he got 30 odd off not too many, but it was his wicket when it fell, was when the trouble started happening. Yeah, there he is. Busy Rahman, the wicket keeper for the Friendship CC, 30 runs off 17 deliveries. And support there from Raju Mia, 14 from 12, but not a lot of support for anyone else. Muhammad Al-Amin, he showed signs at the end there with that Maximo in the last over, where we thought, oh, hang on a minute. He could be the saver. He might be the one who gets Friendship CC over the line and gets them the points. In the end, 103 for 5. 21 wides in that total. Just say that again, 21 wides. That is probably 22 many for mine. Have a look at the bowling card there. Well, a successful team with the Werewolves. So the bowling card is telling a story. Gowinder Singh, 2 for 18. Well done to Gowinder Singh for picking up those 2 wickets. Really helped his team along quite nicely indeed. A close match any way you cut it. Yeah, Rahman will be feeling a little bit gutted that he didn't get to see his team through to the end, and there was no one else who could take it through. Mohammad Tabish at the top there. Have a look at that for Werewolves. That 66 and 29 really set the scene, and yeah, he was my pick of the batters in both of these innings. Played really well. So Werewolves get the points. They beat Friendship CC by 4 runs, and they'll be very happy about snaffling those points up. And so we now turn our attention towards match 4. We will see Werewolves towards the end of the day. They take on the Team Tigers in match 5. But up next, Lisbon Super Giants against the Brothers 11. And that's going to be starting probably about 12 minutes time, maybe a bit more than that, just checking my clock. Yeah, probably about 12 minutes time. So I'll see you back here in about 7 or 8 minutes to do a little bit of an intro into match number 4. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, and you are watching the European Cricket Series in Portugal Challenger Division. And so far, it's been a cracking first day. Hope you've enjoyed it. I'll see you real soon. Cheerio.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and Victorinox.
And welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground here for the continuation of this European Cricket Series Portugal 2025 edition, the Challenger Division, which has been happening right in front of you. This is day one of Challenger Division, and we just had a terrific match number 3, decided by only 4 runs. That was Friendship CC going down to Werewolves. And a really critical game that was. And on the back of the previous game, match 2, which was only decided by 1 run. It's been a close couple of games so far. Will match number 4 live up to those expectations and also be a close game? Well, I'll be able to tell you the answer to that in approximately an hour and 40 minutes time, as match number 4 gets ready to start in a few minutes time. Lisbon Supergiants take on the Brothers 11 from Portugal. First time we get a chance to look at the Brothers 11 in this competition. Let's get over and have a look at the coin toss in the centre.
Brothers 11 to call. Heads is called. It is heads. Batting. All the best. Brothers 11 have won the toss. They're having it back.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Stefan. And you saw it there, the Brothers 11. They win the toss. They want to have a bat first. So they're going to get a score on the board and then happy to come out and defend. Lisbon Supergiants, they get a chance to bowl first and try and restrict the total if they can. Have a look at the lineup there. So let's talk about Lisbon Supergiants. Let's talk about their bowling power. And straight away I'm going to talk about Jaswant Singh, who's skippering the side in this game. Good to see. So him, Samad Atta, he's also going to be important in the bowling department. We'll see G1 Giri get a bowl as well. Amadit Singapore get a bowl. And so there's a bit there for them to work at. Saraya Wanshi, he'll get a bowl as well. So it's all on them to try to keep the score down. For the Brothers, well, they're going to have to put on a bit of a score here. Marjit Singh leading the way. He'll be bowling, though. Not sure he's going to be big in the batting department. But in the batting department, you've got, well, Bhardwaj, Bhati. You've got Mandeep Singh, of course. Verinder Singh Virk, as he's a familiar face around the ECN as well. Be good to get over and say hello to him. I didn't get a chance to see him when he rocked up, but he's a good mate, and it's good to see him playing as well. So, the computer looks at this and likes the Supergiants to tune a 61% for 39. It's a pretty big distinction that between the two teams. And we'll see what happens, because the Brothers have won the toss and they want to have a bat first. So we shall see, we shall see. As a motorbike tears off somewhere behind me into the distance and then changes up a gear. So the Brothers are out there. Lisbon Supergiants taking their positions. Jaswant Singh, who is the traditional opening bowler of this team, he's got the ball. He's getting ready to fire up. The skies are clearing every time I look up there. There's still some big clouds around, but they're getting more puffy white than dark grey, and I think that's important. I'll try to have a chance to look at the forecast and talk to some locals about what may be happening around the ground in the next couple of hours. Hopefully it's all good news. And I hope wherever you're watching in the world, you're enjoying it. And thank you for joining me here, Phil G, here in the commentary position, taking you through today and tomorrow, running things solo as we start match number 4. Big loopy delivery, just punched down the ground and fielded nicely there by Ashak Kumar. Well, that's kept a bit low. No chance for LB though. It's definitely going the wrong way. I love Kev's comment in the previous game. I'll come back to that in a second. Played nicely with soft hands. Oh, Fielder just losing his balance there. He's gone over. I wouldn't say it was the power of the shot that sent him on his backside, but I think he just lost his balance there. Try to stay just on his haunches. Have a look at this again. Yep, and yeah, I've had days like that. We all have. It's good bowling. Very watchful. I guess the Brothers 11 have done their homework on Jaswant Singh. He's the bowler. You make sure you get bat on ball and get it into the ground. Don't give him a chance to get that ball past you. Same again, very respectful, very watchful of these batters. Just one run off the over. Good start for the Supergiants. Oh, out wider, outside off. Swing and a miss. And that is the end of the first. Have a look at someone again. Puts it tantalizingly outside off, a little bit shorter, and sits up and says, hit me if you can. And unfortunately, or fortunately, doesn't make contact. So the Tour of Portugal, Challenger and Premier Division. Challenger and Premier Division, 6 teams each division. Each team plays the other teams twice, so that's a total of 10 group games before you go into a final situation. And in those 2 divisions as well, every team will front up to the ground each day to play 1 game and maybe 2 games to fulfill the 10 full games, and then the finals on the 7th day of that contest. So next Friday will be the Challenger finals, and the following Friday after that will be the Premier Division finals. And after that we get into some ECI action, ECIW and ECI for men, and then after that we get some T20I action for both men and women. So there's a lot of cricket coming your way here from Portugal, from this wonderful ground at Santarém. So second over starts Samad. He gets played very nicely away for 4 runs, just backward a point. Just using his pace to guide that ball over the boundary line. He had a bit of trouble with his radar in the morning game, did Samad, but he came good. And even got a wicket for his trouble. And took a good juggling catch in the outfield as well, so he's done pretty well. Good cautious start here from the brothers. They're happy to try to pick out the singles and maybe put away the loose ball, but it's still early going. It's in the second over. There's only 6 on the board. Just a momentary hesitation in play there. I think the fielder wasn't quite ready, which made the batter not quite ready, and the bowler was already charging in, so we'll try that one again. Nice shot just down the ground. Just really gentle hands, just playing down the ground like that too. So brothers starting cautiously here. Just want to see off maybe these first couple of overs, but at some point they're going to have to find the accelerator and really get amongst it. Because you get the feeling these Lisbon Supergiants, they'll be able to chase something down that's below 100. They weren't able to chase down 113 this morning, but they did get 112 of the that was almost required. So they were chasing 114 for the win. 113 was the score that was posted that they were chasing. That was by the team Tigers, and they got to 112. And it's been hit a bit nice along the ground, and it's been hit ever so nice because that has gone for 4. That's beautiful placement. So Nangalu getting amongst the runs. Score now skips up to 12. Yeah, it's very well placed. I mean, at this early stage, only a couple of fielders out. Didn't have to overhit it too hard, just really guided it. And the ball does run very nicely along the ground here in Santarém. Hits that a bit harder this time. And that is back-to-back boundaries. Almost identical spot. So with Samad just straying ever so slightly here. Needs to try something else. Not sure, maybe he needs to come over the wicket. His this attacking angle isn't working for him. Let's see what he can do here though. Wraps the pad. It's a very ambitious shout, considering the angle it is coming in on. I think, in the words of my very good mate Danny Hudacek, I could take out a protractor and a ruler and draw you a line and show you why that would be not out, and that's fair enough too. Also, pitching outside the line, that doesn't help. So, that is the end of the second. expensive over that 15 off it. So 16 for no loss after 2. It was just 1 run off Jaswant Singh's first over. He comes back on for another over to bowl the third. And Samad, he goes for 15 off that over. Sort of let the took the foot off the throat a little bit there, unfortunately. Big ambitious appeal shout for LB given. Standing umpire agrees with Jaswant Singh and the rest of the Lisbon Supergiants who went up the Capitals. They're a different team. I know that. You know that. Let's just pretend I didn't say that. Supergiants get a breakthrough thanks to that man Jaswant Singh. And that is very, very good work from him. He's a real dead-eye, sharp-shooting bowler. He's usually, more often than not, he'll put it on the spot that can yield a wicket. There's just something about his bowling. He's a joy to watch, and he's a great competitor. And he's got the best moustache in Portugal for me. So, Harsh Kumar goes, only bothers the scorers for 1 run from that 5 deliveries faced. He's caught plumb in front. First wicket falls for the Brothers. So, Brothers 11 need to rebuild again. Umpire Crute didn't have much more to say about that. I think Nanglu's probably saying something to his batting partner as he walks off, along the lines of, bad luck, pressure got bat on ball. That's, I thought, what the plan was. So, 16 for the loss of 1 wicket at the start of the third. Lisbon Supergiants will be really keen to keep this score well under 100, under par if they can do that as well. So he comes in to new bowler. Oh, so close to a wicket first ball. That's what he does. His bowling action, his style, it really does lure the batter into a false sense of confidence where he thinks, I can play a really good blinding shot here. Sometimes it works like that. And that has skipped through the fielder in the covers. And the man at long off, who cannot get around in time to cut it off. That's a good shot. So, let's see what he can come back with here after being hit to the boundary line. Scores up to 20, halfway through the third. Waits on that for the last minute to then chop down on it. And gets away with that one. Could have been trouble aplenty. It's starting to pick up yet again. I've had my very good friend, Alistair, who is an integral part of the European Cricket Network. He does helps with a lot of the setups for all of the venues, and is basically groundsman extraordinaire, as that is a big appeal for LB again, turned down. And Alistair came over and helped me out with the commentary tent and secured the corner that's facing the wind that's been crinking the worst. So thank you, big thank you to that man, Alistair. Couldn't have done it without you. You've done a great job. Thank you, sir. And now I don't have to hold up the structure. And that is the end of Jaswant Singh's 2 overs, 1 for 6. As usual, very economical, and picks up a wicket. If you just keep in mind, he got hit for 1 boundary. You can't even take it out of the equation because obviously got hit for the boundary, but 1 for 6 off 2 overs is a terrific return on investment for his team. You see there that second over went for 15, which really, the Lisbon Supergiants let things get away from them a little bit there. Samad got hit around a little bit. But since then, well, since those other 2 overs, it's been really nice tight bowling. So, power play's done. 21 on the board, 21 for 1 after the power play. Surya Wanshi is going to continue the attack. Nanglu is still there on 14 from 10 deliveries faced. Parveen Singh, he's on 5 from 3. Just a reminder that the Brothers, they won the toss and elected to bat. Brothers 11. I don't know if they like being called just the Brothers or Brothers 11. So I'll try to keep calling them Brothers 11 until I can get confirmation that I can call them the Brothers, because that name just rolls off the tongue. Sounds good. So continue now with over number 4. Ooh, wicketkeeper's taking that on the foot, I think. Ooh, he jumped around a bit there. I felt that from all the way over here. Have a look where this hits him. Oh yeah, yep. And he's wearing runners. That would have smarted. Yeah, he's sucking in a few deep breaths down there behind the stump, so keep an eye on him. He's looking a little bit uncomfortable from that. It's a good ball. Taria one, she is bowling pretty well. Nice bit of pepper. Doesn't mind putting a bit of piri-piri sauce on each delivery just to push it through a bit quicker. And Nangaloo having not a bad time out there. He's got 14 from 10. I think the Brothers 11 will be expecting bigger things from him now. And he obliges with a really, really good shot for 6. Just crunches that big elevated cover drive, square drive. Not covers, definitely square, behind square even. And whether he intended that to go there or he wanted to go a bit more square, it doesn't matter. The result is a Maximo lovely strike. Put everything behind that one too, just to make sure that it carried. Good shot. 28 for 1, halfway through the 4th. Bends the back a bit on that one, and it's been seen as a short delivery, and it's been dealt with as a short delivery, and that's been crunched over extra cover for another Maximo. So back-to-back 6s. Just rocks on the back foot and elevates, and the wind picks that one up and sends it on its way towards where I thought we had that really big puddle, maybe just a little bit in front of where that big puddle was, where we need to get a rubber duck out there. Unfortunately, I didn't bring my rubber duck with me on this tour. I should have. I really should have. I usually do. I know it sounds crazy, but I usually do. And this time he goes the leg side. And that is a terrific catch on the boundary. Well, now, there's a few questions being asked here. I think the batter seems a little bit unimpressed. Let's have another look. I think the fielder's saying, I took it in the field of play. Let's have a look. Ooh, not just in the field of play, it's about whether he held it. Player's saying he did hold it. I think the batters are saying he didn't hold it long enough because it did spill out pretty quickly. And I think that has... What's that? So I'm just keeping my eye on the umpires and the batter. I think the batter's still arguing the point that maybe it wasn't held cleanly. And I think the batter has won the argument there. That looks to me like that is indeed not out. Now, whether they felt that that ball hit the ground or they felt that the player didn't hold it long enough, I'm not sure about that discussion. What's your call in the chat? What do you make of that one? Based on only on the replays you saw just then, what was your first impressions? Because the umpires have seen it as, well, either way, the umpires have seen it as not out. We continue. Oh, it's a wide ball. Good work from the keeper, though. Just to stop that getting anywhere past him and maybe going to the boundary for a mini-mo. That's called no ball. And free hit coming. So Lisbon Super Giants probably feeling a little bit hard done by. Catch is denied, and then a no ball and free hit comes straight afterwards. Just gets the toe into the bat. They can only manage a single. Just goes out towards that deep long off position. Sort of got away with that one, I think. So that is the end of the over, I think. Yes, end of the over. So that's a discussion point. So I put that out to the chat and say, what do you think? Just from the replays you saw, it's a little bit hard to sort of see, but I feel that maybe the decision was made that the ball wasn't held for long enough. That's what my gut feeling is. I don't know the exact reason. I don't have direct comms with the tournament referee, so I can't give you any more on that one apart from what I saw, and I saw what you saw. So the run rate is 9.25, 4 overs gone, 37 for 1 on the board. And the well, Brothers 11, they're pushing on a little bit now. Important part of the game then in these middle overs, 37 for 1 after 4. And it's a dot ball. Chowdhury comes on. Just a reminder that Brothers 11, they won the toss and they wanted to have a bat first. And this is what's happened so far. 37 for 1 in the 5th. So, interesting discussion there in the chat about that dismissal that was not allowed. It's a wide ball. So, yeah. I don't know, I think half of you are saying it's the right call, the other half is saying not the right call. It was a tough one. It was a tough call. I saw it as the same way you guys did. I don't have the luxury of hearing what the umpires or tournament referee may have had discussion about. If there was a discussion, I'm sure there was. So, interesting. At the end of the day, it's down as just a single, and we will move on. So, 43 for 1 in the 5th. I think yeah, the wind gusting and knocking those bails off. We did have to have the bails off earlier this morning. Wind was quite crazy. It's hit down the ground for Maximo. Lovely shot that. Straight drive. Good hit. Nangaloo goes up to 33 from 14. He's powering his team along. Score races to 49 for loss of 1 wicket. Things going quite well. That's a good shot. It's going to beat the fielder. It is indeed. That's another boundary. So he goes for a 6 and a 4, and his team won a whole lot more because that is now 50 up, 53 for 1 inside 5 overs. Still 2 to come in this, the 5th. And this is some good hitting from Nangaloo. And if you're a Lisbon Supergiants fan or one of the players or anyone involved in the club, you're probably thinking, what could have been with that disallowed catch. Anyway, we continue. Oh, these wide deliveries, just not wide as an infringe wide, but just wide outside the off stump. Just short, and it's just bread and butter stuff. Almost has enough time to have a think about where he wants to put it. On that occasion, though, he does hit it straight to the fielder. So there's that. So 1 more to come in the 5th. That's a good shot. That's placed really, really well. So that is a 4. So here we go. Bhavin Singh, he's doing quite well. He stands very tall and he's got a really good reach. And that is a good shot for 4 runs. Great way to finish the 5th over. So 5 overs done. And this is an interesting moment in the game where you feel like the Brothers 11 are getting back on top again here after that disallowed catch. And Lisbon Supergiants just in that over, just slipping a little bit. And a few loose deliveries and they were getting punished, taken to the boundary line. So it's an interesting time. Just a reminder about European cricket. We're all over the place. We're on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. We're on X as well as TikTok and, well, everywhere. Everywhere on social media, that's us. Please follow us and like what we post. It'd be great if you did. If you don't like what we post, drop us a note. Let us know. I like what I saw just then. That was a cracking shot for 6. That is Nangaloo unleashing. Absolutely going hell for leather there. And Jiwan Giri cops an absolute hiding on that delivery. Have a look at this one again. Just barely has to get in position. It was right there for him, and he has capitalised that with a big hit. Good strike. I think if you're the Lisbon Supergiants, you're thinking we've got to try and keep this under 100. I think alarm bells will be ringing because this expected score is now creeping up ever so much higher. I can hear the big cheers coming from the dugout of the Brothers 11 every time Nangaloo is getting bat on ball because he's hitting it so hard. That's a good shot. Just the power behind it sends it straight to the boundary line. And you do get great reward for your shots here on this ground. It is such a lovely surface. I remember last time I was in Portugal for a cricket series. It was at Miranda da Cova, where the ground probably wasn't as quite as conducive for shots along the ground. This one hits to the onside, but straight to the fielder. Angle is going to move to 49. Score 69 for 1, halfway through the 6th. Just comes off the pad. Well, Nangaloo wanted the single. He wanted to keep the scoreboard ticking over. There was a bit of a moment's hesitation and then shouts of throw. But he gets home, no problem at all. Maybe if the throw had been a bit close, he could have been in trouble. It wasn't keen to get the bat down. Giri continues. He's got 2 left in this over. Oh, picked up and smashed from Maximo. That is Nangaloo's 50 off 20 deliveries, 55 from 20. A terrific innings he's played here. Some people might argue he was a bit lucky about that missed catch opportunity that was went in his way. But either way, he's out there. He's on 55 from 20 deliveries. He's playing a cracking innings here for the Brothers 11. He swings hard and he connects really well. And that's the whole thing. If he's middling it, it's going to fly away, and that's what we're seeing today. Ball boy's getting a lot of work out there in that part of the ground. And that just comes off the pad. That's going to be just indicated as leg buys by the umpire. Thank you. And we finished 6 overs on 77 for 1. Nangaloo, he's on 56 from 20 on deliveries faced. Harveen Singh, he's on 12 from 11 faced. Girangiri goes for 18 off that over, a bit expensive. And you got to say, the Brothers 11 looking pretty good at the moment. Looking pretty good indeed, I'd say. Harsh Kumar, the only wicket to fall thus far. He went for just 1 delivery, LBW to Jaswant Singh, after facing 5 deliveries. There's been 6 wides in total so far. 8 extras to make up that score. Not as bad as what we saw in the previous game with the Werewolves giving up 21 wides against Friendship CC. It's an astonishing amount of wides, although 2 of them were minimos. So I say that, but that's my caveat. Keep that in mind. Sharma's going to bowl the 7th. A bit of a slow medium spin, maybe try and give a bit of a rip. Let's see how he goes. Well, he bangs it in short and he gets away with that. Yeah, a few grins around the ground as he gets away with that one. Anyone would have thought with Nangaloo hitting the way he hits, he would have collected that one and put it into the next world. But instead he misses. Well, that's what I was talking about. That one has gone into a parallel universe. He has absolutely caned that one out of the ground. What a great shot. So he missed the first one, but he got the second one. That was sweet. But for a batter that's on 50 odd not out after 20 something deliveries, you're going to bowl like that, you will get put away. Good shot. He goes short again. This time the chase is on, and it will be collected inside the boundary rope, and so just the 1 run. So a rare missed opportunity there for a boundary as it was short, but it wasn't middled. It was just edged. Brings Singh on strike. He gets a chance now. Oh, it's a good shot. Well placed between two fielders. Two fielders put out there to stop that kind of boundary, and he's pierced the two of them and gone straight through. Really good placement there. Had time to size it up as well, and he's spun it around the corner, and that has gone right between the two fielders. You can only stare at each other and say, well, we couldn't get to that one. So this is good work from Brothers 11. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 2 deliveries to go on the 7th, 88 on the board, run rate at 13, looking very healthy here for them. Just hits that down to the ground. Just when you give him a rev up about momentum. It's a dot ball. Yeah, I think Singh is firing up now. That's hit very hard and hit very well for another boundary. So it's a couple of boundaries in this over. He's very happy about that. Very happy indeed. So he's starting to get on his bike now as well. I just saw a comment in the chat from Niadzi, who said, well, part of me is saying he needs to start hitting some boundaries. There you go. He obliges with a couple of shots there. And that's in the water as well. It's in the water trap. Oh, no. Let's have a look at the calendar for 2025. So we've talked a bit about the first half of the year all the way through to Finland and Bulgaria. Look in the second half of the year. Belgium, Germany, then back to Stockholm. Second trip to Sweden. Second trip to England to visit Wimbledon. Croatia. And the 18th of August, it's a TBA. Stay tuned for that one. Romania Encore. Then Hungary. I think myself and Danny Hudacek will be in there in Hungary, I think, to call that one. Switzerland. Then it's the Medal Shield in the ECC. And another special Western Shield as well by popular demand. We're looking forward to doing that one again for sure. And then we've got a couple of encores leading towards the end of the year, where we're going to finish with the ECC Championship for women. That's going to be terrific. Last year's one was an absolute cracker. I can't wait for the one this year. It's going to be terrific. But of course, that'll mean it'll be the end of the year. I don't want to talk about the end of the year. It's only March. We've got so much cricket ahead. It's ridiculous. And we hope that you can join us on this journey. It's going to be a great year. Short, down leg side, wide ball. The blessing in disguise is it was stopped by the keeper. That was not a good start from Kumar Banger. Just try that one again. A bit of a false start. Oh, Nanglu gets it around the corner, but it does go to a fielder. And they just give it a 1. Generous applause for the work done out there in the outfield. Keeps it to just 1. 94 for 1 in the 8th. That's just been pushed out towards the boundary. Cramp for room there to play an aggressive shot. Good bowling. Just off this nice little short run. But it's all in that final sort of act of the arm coming over. It puts a lot of pace and a good shoulder work there. Trying to deceive the batter. Well, that's gone straight up in the air. They're pointing. There's a chance for a catch. Well, it's been shelled. It should have been taken. That was there to be taken. Called for it. His Jiwan Giri, the other play running in, held back. And that has just gone through the fingertips. That's a bad miss. That's a catch that should have been taken. Parveen Singh, he just hooks it around the corner, or pulls it around the corner just for a single. He moves down to 22 from 16. Nanglu 65 from 26. Still 2 to come in this over. 97 on the board. Looks like they probably will get to the 100 in this over, and then it's a springboard of 2 full overs to build up on that score. That's been hit pretty hard. Straight to the fielder though, just the 1. Good fielding though. That fielder that came out pretty quick, had to get the body behind that one, and good work. So last ball of the over coming up. That's been swatted over the boundary line for a Maximo. Great shot there from Singh. He gets amongst the runs. He moves to 28 from 17. And the score now is up to 104. Yeah, good shot, that one. Just swung hard and connected beautifully. 104 for 1, 8 overs. So the 100's up on the last ball of the 8th over. So 12 balls to add on to that. The best score we've seen today so far is 113. Second best score we've seen today is 112 in that same match. That was a cracking first game. Well, game number 2 technically, but it was a cracking game we had. It's slower, it's full, and it is crunched. Square driven for a fantastic 6. Out near the puddle. Need to give our ball boy there some maybe some water wings, or where I come from the world we call them floaties, don't we? And maybe some from flippers or a snorkel. He's going to need that if it keeps heading out there towards the water trap. So Samad, he's back on to bowl the 9th, and this is dangerous time for Lisbon Supergiants because they can't afford to have another 15 or 20 runs taken off this over. They just can't afford it. It's going to make it very, very difficult for them when they do the chase. Samad, he bowls with good fire and good pace, but Nanglu has seen the ball like an absolute watermelon right now. A lot of work for the keeper behind the stumps to stop these wides. Switches over to 111, Lord Nelson. 111 for 1. If you're wondering why I'm talking about Lord Nelson, Google it. 111, 111. I know that usually gets the chat a little bit happy talking about that, so I'll leave that to you guys to take over. Bowler in again. Oh, almost got a little nick on that one. Just a little bit of slight away movement. Have a look at this one again. Just straightens down the line. He does have a good swing. Just needs to get it in a little bit closer to the batter. We saw Samad in the night series pick up a number of wickets. He was playing for Coimbra Knights in that series. That's a bit fuller, and it's hit along the ground. Doesn't go exactly where Nanglu wanted it to go, but he'll pick up a single for his trouble. This is better from Samad. That wind is picking up yet again. It's probably coming through the effects mic. That's not coming through my microphone, but somewhere on the ground there's an effects mic and I can hear it really loudly. I'm sure you can as well. And I think we've lost the bail again. Yep. Either go for heavier bails or maybe they'll have to remove them. Although just as I've spoken, the wind is dropping a little bit more now. Just hit down the ground. Good fielding there. Two to come in this over. Oh, shot. Crunched. Absolutely crunched. Beautiful drive. That's a man in form. He's really enjoying this now. That was a great shot. I enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed it as well. That was a cracking shot. Have a look at this one again. Just power. Real power there. Doesn't matter where you put the field. If you hit it to the left or right by a couple of meters, no one's going to touch that one. So, Samad getting a little bit of a bath here. He's gone for 13 off this over so far. Plus this. What happens here? Oh, it's leg side. It's a wide. Keeper gets a glove on it and can't do anything more than that. So we'll have to bowl that one again. Nanglu gets off strike. He moves to 70. Sorry, 70. He's still on 77 from 31. Singh is on 29 from 18. It's 119 for a loss of 1 wicket. There's this ball plus 1 over to come. So where's the score going to end up? Oh, hits the stumps. There you go. Singh gives himself plenty of room, and he shows all 3 pegs to Samad, who says, well, you miss, I hit. And he picks up a wicket. Gets a little pat on the hand from Jaswant Singh on the covers there as he heads out to the boundary line. He's probably a little bit dejected because he was a bit expensive for that wicket. It did cost him 30 runs all up. 15 off the first over and 15 off the second over. But he gets a wicket off the last ball of his second. Knocks back that off stump. Well bowled. Good to see the chat asking if Admiral Kroom is still there. I thought Trippier'd get that one. So they've used 7 bowlers today. Have the Super Giants. They've given everyone a bit of a chance. Oh, shouts of how's that and obliged. Umpire says yes, you are indeed out, and that is the end of Nanglu. He slumps his shoulders. He feels the job wasn't completely done. He's been done for LBW. Oh, he looks absolutely gutted, doesn't he? Just the way he's put the hand to his face to say bad luck. And Super Giants there, they gave a little bit of a clap as he walked off as well. A couple of fielders giving him a pat on the back as he walked off, so that's really good to see. They know a good innings when they see it. Yeah, he's gutted. He really wanted to stick around there to the end. And he gets a generous round of applause from his dugout as he walks off. 77 from 32, striking at 240. 6 4s, 7 6s, take a bow. Only allowed 8 dot balls in those 32 balls he faced, and he should get a bit of a hug and a back slap from all of his mates for a terrific innings. He has put the brothers into a very, very strong position in this game indeed. Still, there are 5 deliveries to come. Barty is facing. He's hit that very nicely. The race is on. Good work from the fielder. Pick it up and throw it back in one go. Can't stop the second run though. Vikramjit Singh is at the non-striker's end. He hasn't faced the ball yet. He came in just at the end of last over when Samad got Bhavin Singh out. Wow, that was interesting. Wicketkeeper goes for a shot at the stumps, and Barty had given up. He just strolled back and just said, yeah, well, you know, if you're going to get me, you're going to get me. And now the umpire and Vikramjit Singh are just going to do a bit of gardening mid-pitch. That's a nice shot, just caressed out towards deep mid-wicket. Picked up on the boundary line. Good quick return throw in there, just the single. Well done. 122 for 3. 2 more balls to come in this innings. Expected score, wow, mid-120s. This is a good score. This is a very good score. Consider that the Super Giants couldn't chase down, what was it, 113 runs. This is going to be a little bit tougher for them. Good dot ball. Kumar Bango bangs it in. And I think wicketkeeper was turning to the square-looking umpire and saying how many balls left. There is indeed just 1 more to come. Here it is. Connects. Oh, almost a terrific effort there. Oh, wow. Wow, that was close. Jaswant Singh dove forward to take an absolute screamer. And it has popped out, though. He misses that chance, but wow. A for effort. Absolutely effort there. Watch this one again. Went like a bullet. The dive forward, which is the hardest catch to take. That dive forward. And he's probably telling everybody that, yeah, I almost had it. Yeah, maybe I just didn't want it enough. Well, the brothers, I think, have done really well. This is a really good score on the board. It's a formidable score. And the Lisbon Super Giants are going to need a really good start when it's their turn to come out in about 10 minutes time. Let's roll the videotape and have a look at the highlights here and see how it all unfolded for the Brothers 11. And it's going to be the Nanglu show pretty much, because his work out there today in this innings was fantastic. Really, really good. From the get-go, he was really amongst it nice and early. Unfortunately, that was the first wicket down after 5 deliveries. Just really couldn't get amongst it, unfortunately. So that was the end of the opener. And then Nanglu took over. He and Parveen Singh just put together a terrific partnership. And we'll see a bit later on how much that ended up being. Must have been almost a 100-run partnership, I'd have to say. They absolutely caned the ball. Parveen Singh took a while to get going, but Nanglu did well. This was the controversy, the catch, or the catch that was not given. Fielder felt that he held it long enough. Batters had a bit of a conversation. Umpires had to review and have a look. They've had a chat. And I think, yep, that's an interesting conversation. And maybe had a look at the replay with the tournament referee on the microphone, and it was given as not out. And then the carnage continued. So it was 6s aplenty. Nanglu himself. That one up the hill. A couple into the water pond as well. I call it a pond. It's not even a pond. It's just a puddle. It's just a puddle of water. But it's sort of got its own little sort of characteristic now. I still think we need to get a rubber duck in there somehow. I don't know how we're going to do that. Anyway, the punishment kept coming. Parveen Singh opened up his shoulders. There it is. There's the massive puddle. And there's the grizzly taking a bit of a wash. And yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing with those balls that are coming back from the puddles, whether they're going straight into the into somewhere where they can dry or what's going on there. Samad there with a good wicket. Reward for effort there. He toiled away. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get his line right and got punished. He went for 30 runs off his 2 overs, and he did get a wicket right at the end there. And then, Nanglu couldn't believe his luck giving out LB. But it was a fair call from the umpire. Absolutely right call to make. And Nanglu gets the high fives and congratulations from his team because he's put the brothers 11 into a terrific position. And then there, Jaswant Singh almost pulls off the catch of the century with the dive forward in the covers. Doesn't pull it off, though, unfortunately for him. And that was the end of the innings. Brothers 11, they're the 2 batters who were in at the end there. They march off. And they'd be pretty happy with their result, I think. A little bit of quick maintenance done to the pitch out there, just sweeping the rubbish off. We've had a bit of rubbish come across the ground. I've seen paper, I've seen cardboard, I've seen someone's hat went across the ground. I don't know what else there is to go, but that's the strength of the wind. It has been blowing right to left the whole day. Anyway, there's just a bit of a cleanup going on out there as we prepare for, well, the run chase. And of course, don't forget, we've still got one more game to come after this. Don't forget that, but obviously the run chase to come soon. Let's have a look at the batting card to remind ourselves of what exactly happened there with that innings of the Brothers 11. I think they did pretty well indeed. So Pradeep Nanglu, 77 there. Did so well, really, really well. That's 77 from 32 deliveries. Parminder Singh, 29 from 19. Those two really held it together, and the score of 123 for 3 after 10. 10 wides in that. And unfortunately, Harsh Kumar was unable to get amongst the runs. And Verinder Singh and Gaj Bharti at the end there, they're not out batters who only came in right at the end, so it wasn't expected they would do too much. Have a look at the bowling figures here. 7 bowlers used, and it was indeed a 103-run partnership between Nanglu and Parminder Singh, and that's really, really good. That was that could be a match-winning partnership. We'll see. We'll find out in about 50 minutes' time, because the Lisbon Super Giants have got a chase on their hands aplenty. They need to get 124 runs in their 10 overs, so they're going to have to get going right from the start. It's a good score on the board. It's the biggest score we've had today so far. Pradeep Nanglu and Parminder Singh, hold your heads up high. You should, because you put on 103 runs in quick time to get the Brothers 11 up to 123 for 3. Jaswant Singh with a wicket, Ashok Kumar banger, and Atta Samad with a wicket each. So there we go. This is the European Cricket Series in Portugal, the Challenger Division, day number 1, match number 4. We're halfway through it. And so Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. I'm going to just go get a cup of coffee, and I'll be back with you for the run chase shortly. Don't go too far. I hope you're enjoying the day's games. I know I am. I'll see you shortly.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and Victorinox.
And welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground here, where match number 4 hangs in the balance and the run chase is just moments away. We've just seen the Brothers 11 put up 123 for 3 in their 10 overs. Really good work from them. Nanglu leading the way and Paminda Singh helping with a good 29. So the balance of equations is this. The bonus point, it's 7 overs or less for that score to be picked up, and the batting team get themselves a bonus point in for the fielding team, which of course are the Brothers. If they can restrict Lisbon Supergiants to 86 or less, they get themselves a bonus point. So there's a bit to play for here in this day number 1 of this European Cricket Series Portugal Challenger Division. A lot of work to be done. So things are shaping up nicely for this run chase. Looking forward to this one. There's a bit to do. Brothers are going to have to defend this total. Lisbon Supergiants are going to have to come out of the gates pretty quickly, I would say. Start with a wide. Just tucked away there for a single on the offside. Crunch down the ground. Play gets down to keep that to no runs. Good work there in the outfield. Very good work indeed. It's a good start here from the Brothers. Encouraging signs for them to defend this total. Shouts to catch it. And the catch is taken, cleanly taken on the boundary line there. If there had been someone there, would have gone straight over that rope for 6 runs, I think. And that is a big body blow for the Lisbon Supergiants to lose a wicket in this first over. But that has been smacked hard, elevated, straight down the throat of that boundary rider. On the offside, have a look at this. Hit up in the air, into position, and bang, takes a good clean catch. So, Brothers with a really, really important wicket there. It meant a lot. There was a proper get around after that as well. That was a really important one there. Amari Singh goes for a duck, a 2-ball duck. Gurlal Singh holds a really good catch there from Bardwaj. Good bowling and good catching. So, already Lisbon Supergiants on the back foot. Trouble brewing. I know it's early. That's a good response. That's as good a response as you can get for a new batter coming in and just going crunch over the cover boundary for Al Maximo. Once again, these elevated shots for the right-hander on the offside. Get him up into the air and the wind is taking it straight over the boundary line. No problem at all. Partep opens his account with a big Maximo. Good shot. 8 on the board. 1 wicket down. 4 deliveries done. 2 more to come in the first. That's hit uppishly in the air and just bounces about 1.5 meters in front of Vikramjit Singh. He's almost pocketed that one. That's ridiculously close to just giving catching practice. Absolute dolly. Lucky to get away with that one. They seem a little bit sheepish now, the Lisbon Supergiants. Hit straight to the player. Good over. Good first over for Brothers 11. Bardwaj obliges with 1 for 9 from his first. And this is a good start. Good start indeed. "54 matches since the Golden Ball." We've had 2 close games already in this first day of the Challenger division. So who knows? We might get even closer. We've had teams defending totals in the low hundreds. So you never know. Never know. Still need 115 runs off the next 9 overs. Run rate required is just under 13. Brothers making a lot of noise there for every dot ball. Flirts with the wide line, but doesn't infringe. And that's a good delivery first up. Unfortunately, he does infringe with that one though. Try that one again. 10 for the loss of 1 wicket in the second. Supergiants still need 114. It's got a good bit of way movement there. You see it very clearly on that delivery. He's a good competitor. Very good competitor indeed. Got a lot of time for this man. Saw him in the night series for the first time last year. I was very impressed with his batting, his bowling, his fielding. Real team person. Really gets amongst it. That's up in the air. Chance for caught and bowled. Oh, catch is taken. What a ripper. Well, second wicket goes in the second over, and Lisbon Supergiants are in all sorts of trouble now. Brothers are up and about. That's a really good caught and bowled. And you see where that really means the Brothers. That's a really big wicket for them. They're having a bit of a get around in the middle of the pitch now, just really bringing it together. It's good to see. They're very close-knit bunch here. I'm getting a good look at them now in this game, and I'm impressed with what I see. Really good bit of spirit amongst that club. And they're going to feature quite heavily throughout this tournament. I reckon they're going to be thereabouts. There's just something about them. Something about them I like. It's more about the spirit, and obviously after seeing that man Nangalu get that 70-odd off not too many deliveries, I was really impressed with the batting as well. Need to hold it together for the bowling. Lisbon Supergiants, they need to dig deep and find something here. They're going to be in a lot of trouble. Clipped uppishly, backward a point. Just the one. Singh continues. Good over for him. Goes straight to mid-off. Parminder Singh in the distinctive carrot-shaded boots. I probably could have just said orange, but I prefer to go with the carrot. It was an interesting question posed, I think, by Vinny during the ECL, or was it maybe Corey who posed it? Orange, what came first, the colour or the fruit? I'm trying to remember what the answer was now. Anyway, something for the chat to have a bit of a think about. Don't Google it, have a think about it, tell me what you think. What came first? I think a couple of you guys will remember that anyway. Last ball of the second coming up, 11 runs on the board. Lisbon Supergiants need to dig themselves out a bit of a hole here. Parminder Singh gets the ball back in a hurry, stops any chance for a second run. 12 on the board, 2 wickets down after 2 overs. Ooh, it's getting a little bit tough now for Supergiants. Need to find something in this third over, try and make something out of this power play. could be trouble aplenty. A few dark clouds on the horizon there you can see ahead of you. Have a look at the standings there. You see the Werewolves sitting on top with 3 points. Well, there's 3 teams on 3 points. Team Tigers, Friendship CC, Werewolves, all on 3 points. Coimbra Knights on 2 points. Lisbon Supergiants, just a single point from the bonus point they took from the game that they lost earlier today. And at the moment, you'd have to say the Supergiants looking in a little bit of strife right now after 2 overs. 12 on the board, 2 wickets down though. Still need 112 runs of 48. The run rate required is 14, so it's completely doable. It's up in the air, it's skied, it's going a long way up. That would have been a terrific catch if someone could have pulled that one in. As it is, no catch brought in. And they'll get a couple for their trouble there. This swirling wind. Now that went literally up into the wind, so it pretty much held itself and then even came back a few meters as well as it was coming down. And I got to say, if anyone had got their hands on that one, that would have been an absolute miracle. That person, if someone had done that, I would have told them to go buy a lottery ticket because luck was definitely on their side. That's clubbed nicely out into the offside. 2 players converge out there in the deep. So interesting to note that during the power play in this over, there are 2 players deep on the offside. There's a very square point and extra cover who's only probably about 30 metres around to his right. So they're obviously thinking that that's where they're going to target. Well, that's where the wind is blowing as well. So that's probably the other thing that the brothers 11 are thinking about with regards to their attacking field. And that is a wide ball. Almost got a tickle on it too, by the way. Bardwaj is bowling pretty well though. Only just a wide, but that is a wide. Dingra facing, he's only faced 1 ball. It's just been guided for a quick single. Oh, he's a bit slow to get to the non-strikers end, and the fielder saw that and went for the shy. Have a look at this one again. Fielder charges in. Yep, if that throw had been better, I reckon Dingra could have found themselves looking at a replay. Oh, it's been mishit up in the air and easy catch at mid-on. And that is the end of Kumar Banger, who doesn't really get on his bike at all. And Supergiants are slumping here, and they are in a little bit of strife. No, they're in a fair bit of strife. I think that's probably more of a correct assumption to say. 17 for 3, and we're still inside the power play. So when 3 of your top guns are down inside the power play, you've got to wonder where the run's going to come from. Where are they going to come from? Could be trouble. Trouble at the old mill. So, Bardwaj successful. What happened there? I think we might have... Do we... No, they're still marshalling field around. So, Bardwaj is he's pretty keen to run in and bowl the ball, but fielders are still moving around. And there's more than one person pushing fielders around, which is a little confusing. And umpire saw that, and he's saying, hang on a minute, you sort yourselves out, then I'll give you the ball back. How about that? Now we're just pausing for a second. I think also we're just double checking our score, making sure we've got exactly what we want on there. And I think we're all good now. Umpire Crute hands the ball back to Bardwaj and says, let's get on with it. You still got, I think you still got 1 delivery to go on this over. How about we get that done? Or maybe it's 2. Let's have a look. Gets the charge, hits it up in the air, and that is, well, it's in the end, I mean, he knocks it away. I don't think it was going to carry for 6, but he knocks it down, does the fielder. and didn't try to go for the catch. Probably thought he was close to the boundary line, really was. Have a look again. Probably thought it was a lot closer. I'm not sure that was going to carry for 6. But in the end, I think fair call. You're not too sure where the boundary line is. You just got a split second to think about what your action's going to be. Fair enough, I say. So last ball of the over coming up. Last ball of the power play. Swings at that. Gets a bit of an edge, inside edge. Goes backward of square leg. Just for 1. And the score is 20 for the loss of 3 wickets after 3 overs. Have a look at the tower block there. You can see some very good overs there for the brothers 11. That's when in the middle overs there, when Parminder Singh and that man Nanglu, Pavin Nanglu, are absolutely going crazy. 16, 21, 19, those middle overs. So important. That's when the run rate really started climbing. And unfortunately, so far for the Lisbon Supergiants, having a score of only 20 on the board in the power play, it means they still need over 100 runs in the last 7 overs. 104 needed from 42. We've seen scores like that, and obviously we've been pretty spoilt in the ECL with some amazing batting. And I know we've had a lot of 5-over games where it's basically, you know, go hard or go home. But regardless, it's still some really good scoring there. Not sure if the Supergiants have got the same in the tank. We'll see. 4th over starts. I just received some rather disturbing news coming from the Adelaide Oval. Richmond Tigers have been absolutely put to the sword by Port Adelaide, and that's really disappointing. As a Tigers fan, that's very disappointing. Congratulations, Port Adelaide, on a smashing victory. Anyway, teaser smashing. That's been smashed up in the air. It's going to be cut off, though, from the boundary line. Supergiants just can't take a trick here. And the boundaries are dried up. The runs are apparently very hard to find. And the bowling is very good. Also, the fact that they're 3 wickets down makes it really, really tough. Someone needs to stand up here for the Supergiants. These two need to put together a big innings, a big partnership. Goes for a ramp shot. I don't think it's time to bring out those shots. It's time to really dig deep. Okay, a 4 has come from it, but that's from buys. That didn't come off the bat. So I think Dingra needs to have a bit of a think about his shot selection, and this is not the time to bring out these shots. This is the time to buckle down and go for 14, 15 runs and over, even more, and try and take the pressure off in the last 2 or 3 overs. These trick shots, they could be packed away for later on. Not sure it's the right time now. Might prove me wrong. He might get the winning runs with a ramp. Hey, that'll keep me quiet. That's for sure. We'll see, though. Bit of work to be done. Well, goes for another ramp. I'm really not sure about this. Don't think that's really the right moves. Now, he's walked. Now what's happened there is that hit the stumps. Is that what that is? Yeah, he's hit the stumps and he's walked. Now it's interesting because obviously I think the bails are off the stumps because of the wind, but the ball has indeed rolled onto the stumps. So Dingra has gone for a second ramp in a row, and yeah, I think if I was in charge of the batting or in charge of the coaching or team selection, I'd probably have a word to him and say, shot selection, let's work on that maybe. Because, yeah, nod from the square leg umpire there. And a little shrug of the shoulders as well by Kroot. Kroot, he's a man of a few words, but he's got a lot of great expressions. I love the guy. He's a gentle giant. He's one of my good mates here at the ground. And my good friend involved in European Cricket Network. All around the place he gets around. And that's a really good shrug of the shoulders. Just, yep, you hit the stumps. You're done. It's quite funny a batter looks at the umpire to say, was I bowled? The ball hit the stumps. Does that mean I'm bowled? In the hope that he says no. Hit down the ground. That's the 4th wicket down, by the way, inside the 4th over. So 25 for 26 for 4. Still 1 more to come in this over. And it's all falling apart for the Super Giants. I'm not sure how they can recover from this. And that is a wide ball. And Brothers really on top here too. Really on top. So one more to come. 2 for 6 has Singh. Bowled really well. Bangs it in short. A little bit extra pepper on that one. Gets a past the swinging blade. He finishes with 2 for 6, missed 2 overs. What a terrific return of bowling figures that is. Well done him. Very good indeed. And as I said, Super Giants, what have you got left in the tank? Where are the runs going to come from? Because I'm not seeing it right now. They've got to do a lot in. They've got no time to do it as well. Oh yeah, have a look at this run rate graph. It's a story and a half, isn't it? Have a look at that white line. It gets as high as it gets going at the end of the first over when I think it was, what, 9 runs or 8 runs. And then it just drops and it just bubbles along. And so far, that's kind of the story of the Super Giants. It's just bubbling along. It just doesn't seem to have momentum. I'm not sure where runs going to come from. One of these two needs to go on and make a big 70 or 80 runs, even more than that. They really need to capitalise here. 97 from 36. It's going to be a tall ask. Brothers all over this. Yeah, Chris Smith just confirming the score. Port Adelaide versus Richmond. Yeah, that's tragic. Tragic for Tigers fans. And that's good work on the boundary there to stop their getting past. Really desperate work there. Gets a bit of a round of applause from a couple of the players around the ground. He should as well. Look at this. Scampers around. That was going to be a boundary for all day. And then he gets down and he says, nah, not on my watch. Good work. It's been punched pretty square, pretty hard. I tell you what, watching these Brothers fielders around the ground, they are really putting in the effort to stop these runs. They really want this win. It's really good to see. This is what it's all about. You got to want that. You really, really want that. Oh, I think he was... Yep, that's hit the boundary line. So one does finally get through. Give credit for the effort, but it does actually get through. Chris Smith just acknowledging that the 2 Adelaide teams have big wins. The Crows, big win over the Bombers. And obviously the Power over Tigers. So I just like to keep up to date with AFL. I'm still a Richmond member after all these years living out of the country. So I do love my beloved Richmond Tigers. But unfortunately, they couldn't capitalise after last week's win. And so they go down this weekend. Anyway, enough of that. Back to the cricket, because this is where it's all happening. That's hit uppishly, and a couple of bounces, and 4 runs. Good shot indeed. So they're keeping the fire lit. They're keeping the hope alive, but they're going to need a lot of that. They're going to need a lot of that in a hurry. 1 bounce, and into the hands of the ball boy there, doing a terrific job. The volunteers around the ground, our big thanks to them. There's one of them is out there guarding the area near the big puddle. And then the other one with the high-vis jacket, he's sort of like on the hook shot for the right-hander. So, still 87 runs needed. A lot of runs needed. We're almost halfway through the innings too. Goes around the corner just for a single. And that is going to get us to the end of the 5th. So 38 for 4 after 5. Still need 86 runs off the next 5. And you have to say, what we've seen so far, it looks like the Brothers are going to comfortably defend this total. But hey, this is T10 and anything can happen. Johnny here asked me if I ever got the electric hand warmers. No, I didn't get the electric hand warmers. But I have pockets, so that works. That's also good. I hope everyone's doing well in the chat. Thanks for keeping me updated, Chris. I appreciate that too, mate. Hello there to Richard Bird as well. Wayne's in the chat. Johnny He just said hello to you. And Thomas Martinez. Tripp's in there. I wonder if, is Kroom still in there? Obviously the Lord Nelson that came up earlier made me think of him. Vinny's in there as well. Vinny, thank you, Vinny. I agree. I think the Richmond Football Club theme song is the best in the world. There's something about that yellow and black that tingles down your spine. That also tingles down your spine because that's a great shot for 6. The fielder out there put his hands in the air, and it was no chance. Well, he was a chance of a catch, but he's literally just let it go over his fingertips by not that far. And a few of the fielders put their hands to their head as though to say, "What were you doing?" he's gesturing to the sun and saying, "I'm looking directly into the sun. I couldn't do much about that." I think that's probably what he was thinking. And then the wicketkeeper looks up to see where the sun is, as though to say, "I don't agree with you. I categorically don't think the sun was in your eyes." And now Nangla is gesturing around the ground and saying, "You move over there." It can be quite comic sometimes. Oh, that's hit something and just grubbed, but it has gone quite wide as well. Suryawanshi trying to get amongst the runs here. Have a look at this one. Oh, yeah. Just really, really wide. Maybe the ball stuck in the hand a little bit. You can do that when the ball's a bit damp. Oh, that's a good ball. That is a really good ball. He's given not out for the LBW decision, but regardless, that's a good delivery. Slowed it down a bit, angled it in, and I thought did really well. Have a look at this one again. I think umpire was indicating that was a bit of bat on that. That's why that was given not out. But it was a good delivery nonetheless, especially after that previous wide ball. Sit down the ground. Permitted to Singh, crouching just inside the boundary line, literally millimetres inside the boundary line. Make sure that doesn't get through. And we're going to have a look at the video replay here now. Let's have a look at this. Return to our friends from Two Circles, see what they can provide us. So he holds it. What's going on here? Here we go. Here we go. And oh, he looks definitely in. The bat looks grounded for mine as well. And I think the bowler knows it too. Shout to catch it. And catch it, he doesn't. Vikram, unfortunately, he's put that one down. Just had to take a half a step forward, and that ball died on its trajectory as it came into his hands. Watch this again. Thought he had this, and suddenly, nah. Just had to come forward half a step, would have taken it cleanly. 49 for 4, we're inside the 6th. 2 balls to come. And that's clipped out that I bring up the 50 for the Lisbon Super Giants. And just the single there. So 1 more to come now. Yeah, Chris Smith observing who are the fans of which supporters of which AFL clubs, and obviously you got myself, Vinny, you. I can add 1 more to that. KG1, we all know Ken, one of the elder statesmen of the chat, been around in the chat since 2001. I can tell you now, he's a Richmond supporter as well, from way back. Used to play for the Richmond Cricket Club, actually. And that's a hit down the ground just for a single, and that will finish the 6th. Good delivery. In a bit of a slot, probably could have maybe tried to elevate that a bit harder, but I think that just typifies the Super Giants' day. They just haven't found a formula here. And they're languishing on 51 for 4 after 6. 73 more runs needed for them with 4 overs. That's looking like a mountain too far. Look at the top order. Just been absolutely carved out there. Verinder Singh doing the damage there, and Rahul Bhardwaj at the top So both of those two together combining for 4 wickets really ripped the guts out of the top of the batting order here. Wow, a bit of fancy footwork there. Kicks it into touch, not quite. Kicks it out of touch. Back into the field of play. Why pick it up when you can kick it, I'd say. Yes. Not sure that's always correct, but sometimes it does work. I think for tall people, it is a long way down to the ground, and I guess... Oh, speaking of down, bowler's down. I hope he's all right. Keep an eye on that. Well, that is fancy footwork being done wrong. You should drop and give us 20 for that. That is really bad. Ooh, someone check on the bowler. He just went backwards there. Hope he's okay. Yeah, that is not good on the boundary line. If I was the captain, I would demand at least 10 push-ups right there on the spot. Not good. I was just saying that for tall people, I can understand why the footwork is something that you do when it's a bit far to get down and you don't want to go down with just with the one hand in case you miss it. The foot's a bit wider, more chance of stopping. I understand the logic that enters a player's mind when they do it. But just got to think a bit more about your fielding. That's been hit uppishly. Player didn't want to run in to take the didn't want to run in and take the catch. Preferred to guard the boundary line. Fair enough. 58 for 4. Two more to come in the 7th. Just out of the reach of the outstretched hand of the fielder there. But he's backed up on the boundary line. There's a boundary right out there square. Has a lot of work to do today so far. Any fielder fielding on the boundary square of the wicket on the offside for the right hander has had a lot of work to do today. Keep calling that throughout the entire day. Oh, it's a bit of work there, but ball will beat the fielder. That runs across the boundary line, so Geary getting a boundary to his total. Score goes to 63 for 4 after 7. So a little bit of impetus here in the middle orders. Sorry, the middle order and these middle overs. And it's good to see the Super Giants still fighting hard. Lisbon Super Giants still trying to muster up a score so they have a final charge and maybe the last couple of overs. But they're running out of time here. Have a look at upcoming events coming your way. We're right here in Portugal. We've got a lot going on here in Portugal. After this, we're going to go to Spain, Madrid, doing an ECS there in Madrid. Looking forward to that one. Our first time to Madrid, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then Italy, Bologna. And then we go to France in April. And then Malta in April. April's a big month for ECN. Going everywhere. That's over the head of the infield. Once again, that boundary rider with the work to do. Hope he's got a strong arm because he's got a lot of work to do out there. So keep in mind for a bonus point, 23 from 17 for just to pick up a point. So that's still a difficult task. That score of 87, keep your eye on that. Well, that's been clipped rather nicely. But it's been clipped, it's even been caught even better. So I thought for a minute there it was going to get over the infield, over the boundary rider, but no, it's been taken rather nicely there. So that is a big wicket. Just when things were settling down for the Super Giants, and I mentioned about the bonus point and how runs were needed, wicket falls. So I think you'd have to say, well, you don't have to say, but I would suggest that with the departure of Jiwan Giri, the game is pretty much in the hands of Brothers. But it's that bonus point. Where's that going to go? Are the Brothers going to pick up all 4 points? Or can Super Giants just snake that 1 point out from under their feet and walk away with something from this match? Not sure. Still a bit to do. Not sure. We'll see. We'll see. 64 for 5. Ambitious shouts of how's that? Not sure why. Ball didn't get through on the full. Chowdhury is the new batter. And that wind is whistling once again. That's going to be called, well, it's been called no ball. And umpire Stoneman indicates that that's called a no ball because of front foot. Even gives the tap on the foot and has a word to the player just so he knows what's happened there. Hey, have a look at that. Long way in front of the line. Good call, good quick call. And good work from the umpire just to explain himself to the bowler so he knows. Almost a return catch. It would have been not out because obviously it was a free hit coming. But really good work to get a mitt on that one. Umpire gets himself out of the way as well. 2 to come in the 8th. Edged and taken, beautifully taken actually. Well, Verinder Singh sticks out the mitts and it holds it. Well, he makes up for a spill that he took a couple of overs ago and takes a very good catch there at that wide slip position. And that is good bowling and good catching. Super Giants slump a bit further now, losing their 6th wicket here in the 8th. Still 1 to come in the 8th. Holds it, juggles it just slightly, but had both hands on it. Big grin on his face. Try to take that grin off his face. Won't work. Ratul Chowdhury is gone for a Derek. 4-ball Derek. Can't get the motor running, unfortunately for him, and he's done for the day. So 65 for 6 for bowler. He's at the crease now. What can he do? Swing and miss. So Lisbon Super Giants, they've got 2 overs to get 22 runs to try to pick up that bonus point. I hope they're aware of that. Barty's got 2 for 2 from that over, so he's bowled a terrific over. Not just put the brakes on, but taken 2 very important wickets there. And you can see that white line of the Super Giants in the run rate graph there it's going completely the wrong direction. And even though there was that upward trend during that very good partnership there between Giri and Surawanshi, now it's been broken. That run rate graph has now gone the wrong way. And it's all sorts of trouble. So you'd have to say that the game is well and truly gone as far as the Lisbon Super Giants are concerned, but it's all about that point now. Can they get the point? Try to get a bonus point out of this. You can't get all 3 points, try to get at least 1 point. Tries to bang it a bit shorter, just gets mishit down the ground. Super Giants innings has been full of mishits, just shots that have gone nowhere quickly, or even slowly, I guess is probably the right thing to say. So there we go. 66 for 6, all the 6s here in the 9th. Just play with soft hands. So we are 10 balls away from the end of this game. It's looking like that the Super Giants are going to go down to the brothers who are going to pick up a good win, get the 3 points. Will they get the 4th point? That remains to be seen. Got some news for you regarding match 5 coming your way soon after the conclusion of this game. We'll take a short break and we'll get into obviously match 5. Looking forward to that. That's gotten through keeper and they declined to take a run. Verinder Singh does the cleaning up. So yes, some good news coming with regards to match 5. So for the first innings of match 5, I'm going to take a little break, and I'm happy to announce that Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, he's going to take you through the first half of match number 5. Always a pleasure to share the microphone with that man, but he's going to take you through proceedings. I'm just going to give myself a little bit of a break, go and find that cup of coffee that I was looking for about 3 hours ago, and just have a bit of a chat with some of the players in the dugouts. Well, not the live dugouts, not where they're playing, but maybe just the ones who are still in the stand, who are hanging about. And just put my feet up for a few minutes, and I'll come back for the conclusion of match number 5. Oh, and he's played on. Oh, that's a disappointing way to get out. Doesn't matter what level of cricket you play at, when you chop on like that, you do feel a little bit sort of hard done by. So, a wicket there for Barty. He gets his 3rd wicket. He's bowling really well. And you got to say, for Turiawanchi, he's been at the non-strikers end watching people getting left, right and centre. He's probably thinking, well, not sure what I had to do here to try to help the win, but I just can't do it. I want to say hello to European Cricket Network Robot in the chat. Lovely to see you too. Tuning in from the backup job at the Cardamar over with the crew. You're a champion. And you did a fantastic job at Cardamar as well. Everybody at Cardamar did a great job. You've been there for about, what, 5.5 weeks or something? I mean, talk about home away from home. So I tip my cap to everybody involved in the Western Shield and the ECL. I think that it was a tough one this time around because the weather made it hard. But I think everybody, all involved, from the back office all the way through to the ground crew, have done a sterling job bringing you the cricket for the last 5 weeks from Cardamar. And you, Robot, you deserve a pat on the back as well for all the work you've done. So thank you to everybody involved, and thank you to obviously the people who watched as well. Got involved with the chat, got amongst all the talk and all the chit chat and all what was going on. It's been a wonderful 5 weeks of cricket, and I've enjoyed it from the comfort of my own home. And obviously my thoughts and my big thumbs up to people who are packing up Cardamar there. And we'll be back at Cardamar later in the year, of course, won't we? So have a look at the situation there. 9 overs gone, 68 for 7 on the board. Some pretty good bowling figures there, it has to be said. Really good bowling figures, actually. And Lisbon Supergiants just have not turned up for this match with the kind of response we thought that they would bring to this score. And they are going to go down against this side. They still need 19 from this over to try to get a point. Starts with a wide. Well, it starts with Minimo. So 5 wides. Suddenly it's gone from 19 off 6 needed to 14 off 6 needed. So the bonus point could still go to Lisbon Supergiants. So there's that. There's that. Just saw Vinny's comment in the chat. Chance for me to go and grab a sandwich in a cupboard before the rest of the crew demolish it. I tell you what, Vinny, if I get to the clubhouse and find that there's no more coffee left, there will be no clubhouse left. I absolutely want that. And I said that just as Paolo walked past too. Timing. Yeah, Paolo, who works here at the ground, he just, as he walked past then, he gave me a look. And as I said, if there's no coffee here, I'm going to tear the clubhouse apart. Never mind, I'm sure I'll get a cup of coffee. That's another wide. Well, that's one way to get your bonus point. Let the opposition bowl wides at you. It's gone from 19 needed off 6 to now 13 needed off 6. Imagine if this was for the trophy. You'd be having a word to the bowler, wouldn't you? Gets the charge. And that is out of the ground, Maximo. So the bonus point is definitely up for grabs here. Lisbon Supergiants, maybe the word has come out that we need to get a bonus point. We can't take the win, let's take the bonus point. We need to get something out of this. And that has landed a good 3 or 4 meters over the line. Good strike that. So this is expensive already, this over. That's also been hit up in the air. Oh, grassed, just. I think it's Parminder Singh out there who's just grasped that one, but he's almost taken a ripper catch. No, it's not Parminder Singh. It's not tall enough. Parminder Singh is... He's looking at something on his hands, fielding about 20 metres away. Sorry about that. Shouts of no. Getting tense here for this bonus point. And that's a good ball. It was full, it was wide, but it wasn't full enough or wide enough to be penalised inside the tram line. And one would say that was well left. On the other hand, you'd say, why'd you leave it? Ata Samad, he's facing. He's got 3 balls to pick up a few runs here. He goes up, and it's going to land safe. And they're going to get back for 2. So that's good running. 4 from 2 needed for the bonus point. Who gets the bonus point? That's the big one. Richard Birdie suggesting I get a super bock. Ooh, Richard. I have to wait till after match 5 for that one. But you're on the right wavelength though. That's been hit up in the air as well. Oh, good work there from Parminder Singh. He knocks it down. That was going to carry the rope for a Maximo. And he's knocked it down. Clever. Knows the bonus point's up for grabs as well and says, nah, not on my watch. Watch this again. Knocks it away and then goes over the line. It's all good. This is in the air. Who wants it? Catch is taken. That is terrific work out there. Oh, knows how important that catch was as well. So they needed 3 off the last one. It's been skied. So in just those last couple of deliveries, Parminder Singh with some great work on the boundary line to stop the Maximo getting past him. He gave his hand a proper ring in as well, and he's still feeling it a bit, I think. So the, Lisbon Supergiants have not taken a point here, and the brothers get all 4 points. That is a terrific display from them, and they're marshalling themselves into the centre, saying thank you to the umpires for the game. And they are a very happy bunch of people because they have got all 4 points here. Good work from them. And that is a real proper get around. Good to see. Really good to see. Good camaraderie. Good sportsmanship from them. I really like what I see from that team. So let's have a quick look at match number 5 coming up shortly. As I said, Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, he's going to be here to take you through the first half of that game. That's where the Team Tigers take on the Werewolves. Both teams coming off wins today, so that's going to be interesting to see who ends up with the 2 wins. And have a look at that. Team Tigers won the toss, they're going to bat first. So Vinny's going to take you through their innings and then throw back to me for the second half. Looking forward to that. And as I said, I'm going to take a bit of a break. Let's have a look at the highlight reel and let's see what happened in this game. And we saw the Supergiants not get off to a great start. They lost wickets pretty regularly at the very start and even through the middle overs. They just couldn't get the momentum shifting in their direction. There was a good partnership in the middle there after 4 wickets fell. But when you get Bhardwaj and Virender Singh both picking up 2 wickets apiece and knocking off the top 4 batters for all less than, I think 8 runs was the best score of the top 4, you're up against it when you're chasing 120 odd runs in 10 overs. So well done to the brothers, keep the pressure up. Lisbon Supergiants have to think about their batting and think, how do we get out of this? Because we've got talent and we just need to capitalise. They were mishitting. There was some pretty dolly catches. That one there was a classic. And then the ramp shot, there was never a ramp shot. That was his second attempt and ended up getting bowled. Watch this just roll back onto the stumps. And donk, there you go. Looks to the umpire and Groot nods and then gives him the little tilt of the head to say, well, you know, what can you do? And then, this was the partnership I was talking about. You know, it gave a bit of spark. Suryawanshi and Geary, almost a chance to run out there, but no, never out. Always got home just in time. So with their partnership, things were looking pretty good, but it was all a little bit too late. Then the partnership came unstuck, and once that happened, it was just a slow procession of a couple of wickets. This was a good catch from Virender. Really good catch indeed. Barty bowled well. I think he ended up with 3 wickets after all that. And the Lisbon Supergiants just could never get back on top, unfortunately. The chop on right towards the end there, this was. And just, again, no recovery, no ability to get back on here. And by this time, the game was pretty much over. It just came down to where the bonus point was up for grabs. And almost a catch in the outfield there. This was, I think, in the last over. So it was 19 needed off the last over. We started with 5 wides, and then there was another free hit, and it started going a bit crazy. We thought, oh, what if? But in the end, it was the brothers 11 who held their nerve, kept the bonus point, walked off with all 4 points, and they will go top of the table. So well done to them indeed. Love it. Absolutely love it. Shout out to Deborah Hall in the chat. Thank you very much, Deborah. You are indeed a legend, if I can borrow Wayne's words. Good to see you, and I'm glad you're enjoying the European Cricket Network and this game and this series. And I hope you're all having a good day out there in the chat today as well. It's been wonderful, you guys keeping me company here while I'm running solo here. So as we have a look at the recap the batting card, and we'll have a look at the bowling card and the final match summary as we see the lone sweeper out there taking care of the pitch, just to make sure there's no little wet patches out there for people to slip over on. Again, hats off to the ground staff here, have done well. So the top order there, 5, 0, 7 and 2. before Jiwangiri and Nilesh Suryawanshi came together and put together a very good partnership indeed. 20 and 30 respectively for those, but unfortunately the last batters couldn't see it out and they ended up on 84 for 8 after their 10, chasing score of 124, and unfortunately couldn't even get the 87 for the bonus point. And that is the Lisbon Supergiants' effort today. Not great for them. Really struggled. But when you have Rahul Bhardwaj and Verinder Singh at the top there, taking 2 wickets apiece to dismiss that top order, well, you're on a hiding to nothing, aren't you? Just one of those things that happens, but really good work as well. You've got to really give credit where it's due. Bowlers again at the top. I can't praise them enough. Really, really good. But then let's have a chat about Bharti as well. 2 for 2 from his single over that he bowled. Harsh Kumar got 1 for 3 from his over. Dilbag Singh, he went for 16 off his over, so that was a little bit expensive. But at the top there, Rahul Bhardwaj and Verinder Singh, hats off to those two. Really well done. The partnership of 39 in the middle there was a bit of a bright spark for the Supergiants, but just not enough to get them over the line. So they end up with 84 for 8, but good bowling there from the brothers. They're going to be strong. They're going to be contenders here in this Challenger division for this European Cricket Series in Portugal. So the final beat up is this. 39 runs is the margin between the brothers. 11 over the Lisbon Supergiants in this match number 4 in a game that also we got through. So I'm really glad we're getting through these games now after that really bad start we had this morning by losing 1 whole game. But things are picking up for us, and it looks like we're going to be able to get into the 5th game as well. And the weather forecast, well, the prognosis looks positive, so I can say that to you now. But well done to the brothers, and that's it for me. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, saying to you that I'm going to put a pin in that for now, and I'm going to wander off and find that cup of coffee that I've been talking about for about 2 hours. And in the meantime, you are going to be welcoming back here to match number 5 with Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu in the hot seat to take you through the action of the first half of the game. I'll be back halfway through for the run chase, and I'll see you then. But for now, this is Phil G saying I'll catch you all later. And Vinny, have a good call, and I'll catch up with you soon as well. Cheerio for now.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to this European Cricket Series in Portugal. It's the first day of the Challenger Division. And, well, this isn't Phil G. If you just tuned in, Phil's done a great job all day. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo from ECN HQ and the ECN studio to take you through this one because Phil, he has worked very hard and now he's earned a bit of afternoon tea. So I'll be taking you through match number 5 and the first innings of it anyway. And it'll be TTP, Team Tigers Portugal, taking on Werewolves Cricket Club. And a little bit earlier, we had Stefan Gooch, who's the tournament referee this week, with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Werewolves to call. Tails is call. It is heads.
We got a bet first.
Ready? Yep. Good luck. All the best. We're going, guys. Team Tigers have won the toss. They're having a bat.
Thank you very much, Stefan Gooch. And yeah, you saw there, TTP want to have a hit first. And yeah, these two teams, they're the winners of last ball matches, basically, in their matches so far. TTP played in match 2, 113, held up off the very last ball. That was a great game, actually. Really, really good game. I was actually trying to get my luggage up the stairs and I had to stop halfway just to catch the last couple of balls. They got over LSG, the Lisbon Super Giants, 113 to 112. And then the Werewolves were able to hold off Friendship CC in match number 3. Again, it went to the very last ball. Friendship needed to whack the ball over the ropes. They couldn't do that. Ended up going down by 4 runs, 107 to 103. So yeah, very similar days so far for these two teams. And yeah, looking forward to them getting going. So you've got two teams that have won games going head to head. So probably I'd say this could be the match of the day. Although we have had a couple of good matches so far. As I said, both the matches involving these teams did go down to the very last ball. So wild and woolly conditions, I got to say. It's got a feel for Phil. Obviously, he already lost a laptop. I'm glad that I'm safely inside at the moment. Put it that way. Werewolves given a 57% chance. I don't think it's too far from a 50-50 this one. Give us your thoughts anyway, based on what you've seen so far. So yeah, the wind's been a factor. It looks like the bails are back on at the moment, which is good. We've had times today where the bails have had to be removed, including that last game actually, and it might still have to be done. Even we've seen certain times today where even the whole stumps were blowing over, so it makes it reasonably problematic. Yeah, the Werewolves, see them back in ECN cricket, and likewise Team Tigers Portugal. And I think this whole concept of the Challenger Division is great in ECS cricket. It won't work everywhere, but there's certain places where I think it does work very, very well. And yeah, Portugal's one of them. I think Czechia will have the same format a little bit later in the year, although the series will be shorter. It'll all be compressed into 1 week of ECS cricket, as we have 2 weeks here in Portugal. Rajbir ready to get us going in match number 5. You can see that wind is pretty brutal. It's at his back though. Here we go. First one gets away. Actually swings quite a lot. And this field is so fast, even with the little bit of rain that's been around, and maybe even more than a little bit of rain, as you can tell from the puddles around the ground. But it's an upside down bowl. You can kind of get a sense of it there, that the pitch is the highest point of the ground. It's great for drainage. It's also great for higher scores because the ball just races to the boundary. Look at the wind get hold of that one from Rajbir. So for Team Tigers, they've got Rupen Das out there with Azam Monjour. He gets that one right. Does Rajbir. Just dug out for a single. So now we're back at a 50-50. So yeah, don't think I'll be stealing this golden ball off Phil, because he will be back for the second half of this game. Hello to everyone, even though I've been pretty active in the chat. I suppose now I can settle down a little bit. Last night and yesterday was obviously pretty crazy, pretty busy. Actually, the whole of the second half of the ECL has been very, very crazy with 5-over cricket. So probably can't type as many messages as I'd like to in the chat. It's a really good adjustment from Rajbir, actually, because I would have sworn that was going to fly down leg side with the left-hander on strike, but he makes the adjustments. That's good bowling.
threatens to come in, but just kind of goes across. Monjour. Yeah, Phil does deserve a golden ball. Everyone knows by now he doesn't have one. Just jabbed away on the leg side. Again, this will run pretty close to the boundary. They'll get back for a fairly comfortable 2. The thing is, Field is Prague-based. Danny Hudacek's Prague-based, and he's had plenty of golden balls, actually. His ratio is quite amazing. I'm actually Prague-based now as well in Central Europe. I'll flick away, and that one will be cut off. But yeah, it's just a coincidence, I suppose, that we have three of us based in Prague when we're not working. But I think we'll probably hear all 3 of us on the Prague series when we do get there. I think it's in June or late June. But yeah, Phil will get his GB one day, I'm sure about that. This is another ball that's going to find a fielder. It's well done by Gurpreet to cut that one off. Yeah, so for Phil, though, I know a lot of people saying it's great to have Phil back on the mic, and it'd be good if Phil got some more airtime. Obviously, Phil is getting a fair bit of airtime. He did the night series, if you remember, just before the ECL started and the Western Shield started, actually, and he's going to be on the tour a fair bit this year. Oh, this is a leading edge. That's going to fly away all the way to the rope. So a bit of a funny over, that one. A few balls hit to fielders. The one ball that didn't come off the middle did go for 4. It started with a bit of a wide as well. So Team Tigers winning the toss, selecting to bat. They are 14 without loss after 1. Yes, I know we've been chatting in text today. But what did you think of last night? And what did you think of finals day of the ECL? Quick look at the Tour of Portugal, of course. I mentioned that we have 2 European cricket series, the Challenger and the Premier Division. We have ECI T10 cricket, men's and women's, and then T20I cricket, international cricket, obviously, between Portugal and Norway, men's and women's. First time we've ever seen the Portugal women's side. Well, first time they've actually played. So it's actually a brilliant development in Portuguese cricket. Another wide to start and over. This time it's Gurvinder Singh coming in. Giving me All Blacks vibes, the Werewolves kit. The kind of New Zealand rugby team, even more than the cricket team. And I suppose we're talking a little bit of Australian football. I had a couple of Richmond supporters, including Phil. We might like the TTP kit with the black and yellow. Overcorrection this time, so that'll be a couple of wides to start the over. Yeah, so, Wayne kind of nailed it. Well, obviously, Charlie heading back to the UK and taking up a position in the county system, and with Nish going back and taking a job in the UK, it means we'll get more Phil this year. We'll get more Tina when she's available as well. That one is driven, and more work for the fielders. It's something to come back for 2. Sorry, didn't have too much on it, and they'll get there. It's basically a drawn out 4 off the first ball, wide 2. It's obviously, there's always a lot of factors with who's commentating. Availability is actually a huge bit as well. We try and work around things. Obviously, Tina, she's still quite an active player. So she plays for Germany. She also plays competitive in the UK for a couple of months of the year. She also plays competitive football. So that's something you're working around. Phil obviously is quite involved in Czech cricket as well. You've got Rico, who's obviously on the tour as his primary job. Well, that's one we might have to look at from side on, because I think that might actually be a no ball, just with where it bounced. How slow can we get this? Yeah, we could. Yeah, that to me, that next one shows it's a no ball, I think. Even though he's slightly crouched. So, I have a feeling that one might actually get changed. Now they've had a look at it. Whoa, and there's the umpire clothesline. I think now they have actually called it. Watch out. That's actually one of the better umpire clotheslines I've seen in a while. It was a wide, but it was actually a no ball as well. And obviously the no ball takes precedence. It's umpire John Foster, who's executed a perfect umpire clothesline there. Free hit, wide. Oh, this is where I would have been pretty keen to try and get down the other end. To try to try and pitch the free hit off my partner. But yeah, I mean, obviously, and one thing I love about European cricket and European Cricket Network cricket is that, you know, the standard can vary, but it's always entertaining one way or shape or form. There is the free hit. Down the ground. It will get to the boundary, so Das will cash it in. Maybe the team that can control the ball better might have the upper hand here in blustery conditions. And you can see, once again, everything's downhill to the rope here at the Santarém Cricket Ground, Europe's very own SCG. Oh, that's going to be a no ball, and it's hit the edge of the pitch. That's going to go away. That's a minimo. That's going to be a no ball, and it's going to be 4 byes again. Keepers union. I don't know how this, in any reasonable sense, is 4 byes. That should be 5 extras, but nothing to do with the keeper. You can see there's the wind. Wind's pushing a lot of things left, but then when bowlers are aiming right, they're losing their natural movement. That's why they're just going down leg side. But yeah, it's random question time as well. Don't forget. Hello to Paul Kemper. Nice to see you in there. Thomas Martinez as well, watching from Madrid. Another freebie. Another wide. Well, Phil might be having a longer afternoon tea than he bargained for, the way things are going at the moment. But I will say it's not completely on the bowlers here. The conditions are very, very tough. Yeah, but it makes you appreciate, I mean, obviously the standard of cricket we've seen. All right, this time it is the free hit, but he doesn't beat the field, so Govinda gets out of jail again. Well, he's gone for 12 so far on this over. Yeah, actually, I ran into Toby Britton at the airport this morning. He was heading back to Bristol for university, of course, part of the Farmers side. That one would have been down the leg side, but instead it's been whacked away. And so Das will go maximal. And this over is in danger of going magical. That's a good strike. It's been a long over. I think we might have to start watching the clock as well, considering how many extra balls have been bowled so far. In fact, it does go magical with that strike. And now this one is also going to go. That might be another one we have to see side on just to check. Well, I've had a feeling this one was dipping below the waist. So in total, because yeah, I've got the 4 byes, so it's actually 28 off the over. Just checking this one. Yeah, that's fine. That's going to be a legal delivery, but it's not so fine for the bowler because that over goes for 28. Govinda can't really hit the target, and at the end of 2 overs, Team Tigers Portugal up and away. They are 42 without loss. Well, Werewolves CC, it's always a big shame, I think, that we never see them play night games, because I'd love to see how the Werewolves would react under the moonlight. Wayne enjoyed the ECN umpire clothesline there. It was a pretty good one. I haven't had the pleasure, actually, of meeting umpire John. Let's look at the table. You see these two, they won their first game, but look at the net run rates. That shows you Werewolves won by 4, TTP won by 1. Guggenpreet is going to get the next over. And yeah, spare a thought. There's the Butchie Mart's homestead in the background. Always love that view. It's a good lead, actually, from Monjura, who noticed that one was going to swing down the leg side. Said, all right, I'm just going to I'm just going to step inside it. The wind is going pretty much bottom right of your screen to top left. This time we will have to hit it. Mondure just quite circumspect there. We'll take the single. Yeah, I'm really happy for these teams as well. Even though, okay, let's call a spade a spade. It's the second division, but they're going to play matches that are all winnable for these clubs. Often they've been coming up against the big dogs. It's well bowled from Guggenpreet that time. You know, I remember I've covered heaps of cricket in Portugal now over the last few years. And, you know, when they run into Amalo or whereas Gorka, it's close, but I think it's just heading down the leg side and they'll get through for a leg bite. Yeah, so yeah, these clubs have kind of been on the end of a few hidings, I think, because obviously they're just not quite at the same level as some of the top clubs in Portugal. But here we go with matches that will all be more or less at their level. Umpire Bucks this time. Doesn't have to execute a clothesline. I'm happy about that. That one gets away. Uh-oh. That's just on the pitch, but this is going to be 5 wides. And you can see he's saying, what are you talking about? Well, it's pretty clear. He's just bowled it miles down the leg side and the keeper hasn't been able to make the play. Yeah, the bowler actually quite smart, getting on the front foot, starting to apportion blame somewhere else. But really, he's the one that let go of the ball and put it miles away from the keeper. And it just swung further away. The batter explaining to him what happened. That probably didn't help. 50 on the board. I don't want to look at extras, but I'm about to. We've had now 22 runs in extras. It is a genuine afternoon tea that Phil's enjoying, though. I'm happy for him. Not out, but I think it's a better option. He rolls his fingers on this, so it kind of means it won't swing. Maybe he didn't actually. On the second look. Oh boy. And you know, the left-hander is completely scrambling the wiring of the bowlers here, because anything misses that leg stump, anything that blows down to the left of that leg stump is going to be wide. And Mondra's been smart, just letting him go. This time he will have a go at it, and he's going to get a boundary. So in the end, it's pretty much the extras that hurt in the over. The total off the over will be 13. And after 3 overs, Team Tigers Portugal are 55 for 3. A very productive power play. I love what Stephen's saying. He said, to be honest, I missed this kind of ECN. Yeah, that's the beauty of the European Cricket Network. And that's one of the things, just one of the things, that makes us so different to anything else in the world as an organisation. I did see something funny. Someone said yesterday in the comment section in the chat that the only thing the IPL has that the ECN doesn't is money, which I thought was a funny take on it. Mohamed Tabish gets the ball, and the first one is played away to the leg side. It's going to plug. Again, they might want to have a little look at that from side on, but did seem to be coming down around about knee height, maybe even just below that. Check it out in the replay. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a no ball. Good call by the umps. And didn't quite get all of it, did he? But got just enough to get it over the fielder. Mondure back on strike. That one I think is heading down the leg side. Probably could have got inside that and would have had another wide. We've got to be on clock watch here. I'm just going to see how many extra balls there's been so far. So in the first 3 overs, we had 10 extra balls bowled. So almost another 2 overs. Remember, the clock has been in play this whole time, actually, with the ECL, but it hasn't really come into play, did it? Same with the Western Shield. I think high standard players were obviously bowling less extras. We probably had an average of less than 1 extra ball and over. If you looked at it, maybe around 1 extra ball and over. No ball called this time. Well, this is going to go up in the air again. It's going to stop just short. Might have a look here from the main camera just to see where the bowler's foot is here, because it seemed like a foot call there. And yeah, the umpire saying how far it was over. Yeah, you could see that pretty clearly. Good umpiring. So another free hit, another extra delivery. Digs it in. Dust gives it both barrels, gets it over the top, a cover point, and it just beats the fielder to the boundary. So the free hit cashed in for 4. And yeah, 24 hours, a long time in the ECN universe. Bowlers find it really hard. Batter's been pretty smart here. They're not really giving their wickets away. They've been quite selective on what they go after. They've been pretty good at just receiving the wides and not going after them. It's better ball from Tabish this time. Hit down the ground for 1. Yeah, so a lot of people saying that they enjoy the variety on ECN, and you're going to get a variety of formats. You're also going to see some international cricket here in Portugal. Little glance away. It's a bit of an awkward one. I remember this field as well. It's lightning fast. And when it's completely dry, it's like light speed. It's like warp speed. But I remember from the Western Shield last year, of course, that was here. So 66 without loss after 4. And yeah, man, I'd like to get your thoughts on the Challenger division. I had a really good question before, and I'll address it here as well, even though I answered in the chat about, is there promotion relegation? And the short answer, there's no real short answer, but the shorter answer is not really as such, because series change every year, the amount of teams changes every year, the length of series can change every year. So there's nothing kind of formally in place, but I'm sure that performance in these series would be used, for example, in the series later in the year. Another wide starting over. This is Amritpal Singh, who's bowling over number 5. So the series later in the year, I think it's 1 week, the Encore series. It's in November, I think. I imagine that would be 6 teams, might be 8. So when they're picking their teams, they are probably using the performance in this series as an indicator, but it's not. That's actually pretty close. He's a long way back, but I suppose a few things: the angle, the wind, the swing. This hits him right in front. Let's have a look. Bat pad too. Oh, got one more look at that. We got time. You don't even freeze where this hits his leg, but he's so far back. I think that's out. But I can understand there's a lot of things going against it. But I think it's a lucky moment for Monjur, and he's going to make the most of his luck because he strokes the next one through point for 4 runs. And what do you think of that one? I've got to say the umps have done pretty well today in testing conditions. It's been a rough one. Yeah, you'd almost think it's impossible to get an LBW from around the wicket when you're bowling, basically swinging the ball right to left on a right to left angle, and you're bowling so wide of the crease. But probably the exception is if you were right back on your stumps. And he was right back on his stumps there, wasn't he? It's funny, 20 years ago, everyone would just said not out and moved on. But I think with ball tracking these days, people have a better sense of what the ball was likely to do. That's well bowled. I think one thing is pretty clear. When the bowlers have got it right, they've had good results here, Werewolves. Great kit, like I said. Excellent delivery that time. Yeah, once again, good location, good result. Hey, it's nice to see Sam Houghton in the chat. Hi, Sam. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, he says Challenger Division is great. Should have it in all countries that we're able to. I think we will. Yeah, I think, but we are kind of transitioning to generally 1 week series this year. There are a few exceptions, and the exceptions are mostly at the beginning and end of the season where there's probably less locations we can visit. So the series will be a bit longer. But you know from the calendar that we are hopping around kind of a bit more often than usual and giving that a try this year. Into the 5th over, and Team Tigers Portugal, with the help of 26 extras, they are 71 without loss after 5. Yeah, so yeah, we'll definitely look at each country as an individual case. I mean, there are some countries where, I'll give you Belgium's one, where you can have 10 teams and they're all pretty even. So if you can get them all in one division, you do. But there are certain other places, and I think Portugal is probably one of the most obvious ones. But it's great for Portugal because they just keep having more and more teams. Obviously, teams start, at a certain place. And so it's not necessarily completely fair to have them come up against teams that are established for years and years and years and have top players. Tabish gets a second over here in the 6th. And Czechia is another one. I think that will be an interesting one because I think it's 3 days of Challenger and then 4 days of Premier. That's the plan. So it would all be squeezed into 1 week, whereas obviously here in Portugal it's only 2. Mondura on the pool this time, but once again finds a fielder. And Sam, just going back to you, Sam Houghton. Did see you in the squad for Coimbra Knights, so I want to know, what are your plans? When are you going to make the trip? And do you think you'll be able to get on the park? Obviously, saw Sam playing for Coimbra Knights in the night series just before the start of the Western Shield and European Cricket League. Bish, he's actually bowled pretty well here. And yeah, see, he kicks out of the stumps, doesn't knock the bails off. You remember that ramp gone wrong in the last game where the ball trickled into the base of the stumps? I wonder if the bails were on, if it would have knocked them off. But the rule is, if they're playing without bails because of the wind, then any time the ball touches the stumps, it's considered breaking the wicket. Even if it hits the stumps multiple times in one ball. So say it goes for an overthrow and that comes back. Ball on wicket is good enough. This is up in the air from Monjur, and he's going to get it up and out of the ground. Maximo, that's what he's been looking for. I mean, extras have been huge in this innings, but the openers haven't done too much wrong either. Something the Team Tigers, I'll be hoping they learn their lesson. Or learn the lesson of the Werewolves, which is keep it on the straight and narrow here. 137 expected. All right, well, that's up in the air. Gets a leading edge. They're going to leg it out, and he's going to have to go. That's a really good catch, actually, because it's a windy day. It was swirling around. So Tabish probably deserves a wicket, He's one guy. He's bowled one no ball, but he hasn't bowled a wide, and he will break through with the first wicket. So Monjur will go 6 and out here. He's out for 24. It's 80 for 1. Check it out in the replay. Trying to go leg side there, but kind of held its line. Well judged catch in the end. So Monjur, we're disappointed, but has to go. It still leaves his team in very, very good shape at 80 for 1. Rajbir Singh, we saw him opening the bowling earlier, and now we've seen him taking a pretty well-judged catch. Muhammad Omar Farouk comes out to bat at 3, a player we know pretty well on ECN. He uses the pace quite nicely here first up and guides it away for 4. It's an excellent start for Omar. I also want to say that if you have any random questions, you can throw them in now, or of course you've got Phil coming back for the second innings right now. It's 84 for 1 after 6. Tabish finishes with reasonably respectable figures of 1 for 23, despite going for a couple of boundaries in that over. Quick look at the card there. Rupan Das, leading scorer so far in this inning, still at the crease on 30 off 19. Yeah, so if you want to throw any random questions at me, my door is open. All right, well, that is up in the air, and it's going to go over the field at Maximo. Rupan. Like that shot. Goes through the line. Actually fights the wind a little bit there as well. That's a good strike. Not the worst ball of the innings by any means. Amritpal Singh coming back to bowl out here in over number 7. One's okay, you know. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler. And one thing is, they did get the left-hander, didn't they? So at least now they get to bowl to righties. So you wouldn't expect as many wide. It's a good example of one that probably swings more than he thinks, but still well inside the line to a right-hander. Now misshit, but that's just going to pop in front of the fielder. I'll be able to get through for a single. Yeah, Sam saying he got Coimbra to register him just in case he can make the trip. Who knows what'll happen? Well, Sam, you're pretty industrious most of the time. And also, it's a beautiful cricket ground. I know it's one that you haven't played at before. Well done by the keeper. It's actually a very good run as well. Or is it? Might have been out, actually, if it had hit. Knocked down by Deepak Kumar behind the stumps. If we can see side on if this would have been out or not, I actually think. My feeling is might have been. How slow can we get this? Oh, maybe it was home. Yeah, well judged run. Worth the risk at this stage. We've got so many wickets in hand. Next one. Here's going to be another wide. A rare wide to the right of screen this time. Got to say, this game feels like a bit of a reality check for me after doing the Western Shield, and I'm actually trying to think, as this one will just be a single. I'm trying to think of the last club game I did, because actually, yeah, Western Shield, and then, okay, ECL, I know it's club cricket, but it's a marquee tournament. But the last ECS I did, because I didn't do any at the start of this season. I was on the internationals, the tri-series in Malta, which was T20s and T10s. But then the day I was actually meant to do the first day of the season with Rico of the ECS Malta. And it rained. We got rained out. And then I was off for a week, my mini break before I started in Khartoum. So actually I just realized this is the first domestic game that I've done for the year. Anyway, Farouk goes to the skies. Again, pop just inside the fielder. They'll get back for 2 runs. I'm looking forward to getting to Portugal, though. I will be there. I've got a little 4-day mini break. Got to kind of wash the shirts and dry clean the suits and get ready to go. I'll be in Portugal, as Phil mentioned, actually, for finals day of this Challenger Division. 97 for 1 after 7. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mentioned earlier that there is another series in Portugal, and it starts on the 27th of October. You can see it there, the Encore series, but that's only a 1-week series. A lot of 1-week series. There's a few 2s. This is obviously one of them. I think you've got the England series. Both of them will be 2, but they incorporate some women's cricket in there as well. But apart from that, yeah, Malta maybe at the end of the year will be 2. But you're looking at a lot of 1-weekers. So the road show is going to keep moving this year. The other thing is that there's quite a few, a bit like last year, where we're encouraging countries. If there's T10 ECIs, obviously ECN organises that logistically, but we're encouraging them. Hey, if you want to organise some T20 internationals, it's not really our purview, but we'd love to keep them. Well, how are they getting a run here? Well, they're not. That's a crazy attempt at a run. But I suppose they do have 9 wickets in hand. Have a look at this. Runs, goes back, and then you can see Dust was keen to get the strike. Realised he was never going to get it. Next one, a little bit short, and it's going to go straight to the fielder. So Farouk, he'll be kicking himself that he holds out. It's Gurpreet Singh that takes the catch there at 45. So Farouk will have to go out for just 6, and the score is 99 for 2. Well held again. Could expect to catch that. Just got high in the mat, didn't he? So if you've got any ECN organisational questions, I can't answer everything, but I do kind of have a relationship with the people that do make the big calls, and I'm happy to field them here. There's a good question here from Johnny Heesum, actually. Just take one more look at this dismissal. 9 times out of 10, you're hitting that for 4 or 6. 1 time out of 10, you might miss hit it, and you might find yourself walking back to the pavilion. As Foyazudin comes in at number 4, he'll get off the mark straight away. Question for Johnny Heesum, from Johnny Heesum. Random question. At what time of year do you start organising next year's fixtures? Well, obviously, everything's always subject to change, but wow, that's a really good strike from Das, who moves to 45, knocking on the door of a half century. The hundreds come up as well during this over for Team Tigers Portugal. Maximo! It's a good strike. Rupen Das, the opening bat and keeper for the Tigers. Yes, I would probably say it's normally around the middle of the year. So there'd be an idea already. There'd already been an idea now for 2026. It's a bit of a slog from Das, but he's earned it. He'll get a single, move to 46. Oh, he might even move to 47. He will on the overthrow. So it's amazing how many balls they've tried to bowl at the stumps and haven't. And then when they throw and don't want to hit the stumps, they do. And it gives up another run. You see, the batter was safely home. So Das can bring up his century, his half century, I should say, with a boundary here. Last ball of the 8th over. And bites back a bit at the batter, but Das will take a single and move to 48, and that will be the end of Guggenpreet with the ball. 1 for 24. His figures is 109 for 2 after 8. Yeah, so probably around the middle of the year, and even on my side, obviously trying to organise how we can get our commentators from one place to the next, who we can get on certain series, working around their availability. So for Corey, for example, he's not so available in the summer months because of his coaching and everything he's doing, his work in Spain with the national team and also at a club level in the Netherlands. You've got Tina still playing, obviously, and other things that people have in their lives. Rajbir comes back, and this is going to be 50 for Das. It's been a good innings. Maximo to bring it up. Brings it up off 28 balls. He's been there from the very start. And Team Tigers Portugal, well, they're building a very healthy total here. Looking to go 2-0 on their opening day. And putting themselves as a real contender in this Challenger division. Short, it's good comeback. Kept down a bit. They're going to take it on. And, well, that's a full speed kind of lunge from Foyazudin. I wouldn't mind seeing this again. If we have time. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. He's fallen right on his front. And I think, Bucks has said this a few times today, saying, look, run on the pitch. Run on the pitch. Don't run off the pitch because it's not as sure. Even though I don't know if the surface had anything to do with that or the fact that he just tried to go into a gear he didn't have. Fires now. We'll tuck this away. But yeah, the artificial pitch. I know it sounds weird. In cricket, normally you're told to run off the pitch, but I think safety thing, you've got to use common sense. Also, sliding your bat on that surface off the pitch is fraught with danger. The thing is, in a regular turf wicket, like I played on, for example, and a lot of people in developed countries would play on, the areas around the pitch, the other pitches are very hard, so your bat's never jamming in there. One's just missed the mark. But here, it's just regular grass. So if you put your bat in, it can jam. Yeah, so hopefully I answered your question there as far as when we organise the next season. So, yeah, and the other thing I would just kind of put on that as well is that things can change, and things do change. All right, well, this is a missed time. Pull up in the air, but keeper can't quite get there. He'll get through for 1. Yeah, so for example, we just added Switzerland to the calendar. I suppose it helps to be working from a basic plan. If you're flying blind, it's no good. You want people and countries to be able to put away these dates in their calendar, to find dates that work for them, so the players know if they want to get time off work to play. Oh, this is in the air. It's another edge that's hanging. This time the fielder will have a play on it, and he'll take a very good catch. That's Govinder Singh running back with the flight. So Faizuddin will have to go. Pretty eventful couple of balls he spent out there. But it will be a wicket for Rajbir coming back here in the 9th. And Team Tigers Portugal are 119 for 3. Hello to Timothy Lucas. Good to see you. And another random question has come in from Kroom. I'm trying to find it again now. I'm sure I saw you. There's more good random questions, actually. Kroom's asked, what's the most deliveries bowled in a T10 ECN game? That's a very good one. I don't know. I know we've had an 18 ball over. So next ball. There's a big swing and a miss. Mohamed Razal. Razal's come in now. Is that a bouncer? Standing at the crease, for me, it's probably shoulder height. Haven't seen too many bouncers bowled. Anyway, it's the end of the 9th. It's 119 for 3. Just fighting back a little bit. You know, since the extras have dried up, the scoring's kind of dried up as well. Funny that. You know, I've got 1 over left, so I'll try and burn through some of these questions. Had a good... Yeah, so sorry, Kroom, I can't give you a total there. I can tell you the most dots is 53. That was actually in Portugal by Miranda Dragons when they made 14 for 8. Wickets for Rajbir, Gaganpreet and Mohamed Tabish in this innings. It will be Ajay Kumar to finish off. And first one's short. It's hit. Fielder isn't going to get near it. It's going to bounce away for 4 runs. Das has batted through the innings. He's above his 50 and he gets a curtain call here in the 10th. Another good question from Birdie. While moving equipment from country to country, is this done via road or air? Great question, Birdie. I've got a bit more time to answer it now after that wide. Das, I think he wants to control the striker. You can understand that. Well, since we've gone to having pretty much no time between series, so we used to have either 1 or 2 days off between series, and so you could get equipment and you could move it. And typically it is moved by road, like all of the TV equipment. Great partners at 2 circles. Das goes up over the top. I think that's gone for 6. They might want to have a look at this. No, they're happy with it. Looked to me like it carried the rope. Maximo! As Ruben Das swings his way into the 60s. There's another look at where the ball bounces. Yeah, so now we obviously have to have multiple sets. So there's 2 primary sets of equipment. And yeah, because we have no time in between. That's going to run away towards the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. 10th over. And keeper doesn't take the ball. Just kind of held up in the surface. So 2 more to Das. Steals the strike back. So, for example, from here, after Portugal, we go to Madrid. And from Madrid, we go to Bologna. So the equipment here won't go to Madrid. It'll go to Bologna. And then the Madrid equipment won't go to Bologna, obviously, because this equipment's there. It'll go to France, which is the next one. But then we need to have, and this is really 2 circles, do a great job of the logistics of this. Well, that's up over the top, and a single for Das. We'll keep him off the strike now, for this ball at least. But yeah, I think there's one point in May where we might have 4 consecutive series at the same time. So, 2 circles. I don't know how you do it, but thanks. That's going to be whipped away. Fielder is in that position now. Ram Haratwal. Looks like we got a replay from the main camera there because I reckon he might have stacked it going from the trying to run into the bowler's end. Watch out. What was I saying about the pitch being the safest place to run? Last ball, big swing and a miss. And I think we're going to have a run out here. Again, they might want a quick look at it side on, but I could call it from a million miles away. So, yeah, he got a bit of a head start, didn't he? I think Bucks probably calls this on the field because he's out by almost a metre. So it will be 134 for 4 then at the end of the innings. Thank you so much. I'm going to try and answer any other questions I might not have addressed in the chat. But yeah, it's been great being here. And don't worry, I'm not going just yet. I will be lurking in the last innings of the day when Phil G will come back. And I want to get into food chat. I want to know what he had for afternoon tea. As first, we'll have a look at how this innings went. And it went pretty long. I don't know how they beat the clock, actually. It took my half the clock at one point. But yeah, they must have caught up somehow. But really, I think the opening pair were pretty smart, weren't they? With Rup and Das out there. Mondura, the left-hander, just made it awkward for the bowlers. There were a lot of leg side wides to the lefty. And then he was fighting back with a few boundaries of his own. Azam ended up with 3 4s and a 6 in his 24. But really, the innings belonged to Rup and Das, didn't it? And the longer it went, the better he seemed to get. Maybe, I suppose at this level, you are a little bit worried about losing wickets and losing your key players. They did eventually lose Mondura. Nice catch by Rajbir in blustery conditions. Team Tigers Portugal, 134. It'll take a lot of chasing. That was a nice start by Farouk. He came out, just guided that one. Fast outfield here, no matter what the conditions. It was a blast, wasn't it? As well as Das. He would lose another partner when we saw Omar Farouk. This one he should have hit there, really. Nice catch by Gurpreet Singh. But he went past his 50 and had some time to party towards the end. In Rupan, who we'll see behind the stumps in the second half of this game. And hands on hips there from his opposite number, Deepak Kumar. I won't be too thrilled about how many his team's chasing. Poison came in for a pretty eventful 2 balls. Saw him hit the turf at one point. He got done by a good catch by Gravinder, actually. As things would finish up in the 130s. Not before Rupan had a couple more swipes. Got that one away to the boundary in the last and was able to just clear the boundary off the next legal delivery. Pushing for every single run. I like the way that Rupan tried to kind of control the strike here. In the end, the innings, as so many have in ECN history, finished with a run out, just searching for that one extra run. But Team Tigers Portugal winning the toss and batting, 134 on the board. I think they'll be very happy with that. And just like you, I'll be an interested spectator in the second half of this game. Just quickly before I go, Jamie Dodger saying there should be a special match with myself, Corey, Rico, and Charlie, and other commentators and staff versus an ECS 11 for charity. Saying I'd be lethal with ball in hand. Oh, Jamie, I'm not so sure about my bowling. It's been a while. But definitely we'll think about that. But then who's going to commentate? That's my question. I'll have a look at the scorecard here with Rupan Das being not out on 68 off 35 at the end of the innings. He bats all the way through, scores over half the runs. Took a while before he could overtake extras, actually. But he ended up hitting 6 sixes and 3 4s in that innings. Mondura was a handy opening partner for him as well. They put on 80 for the first wicket in 5.5 overs before Mondura went for 24. Omar Farouk was spotted, hit one boundary in his 6, poised in a couple, and Russell just one before he was run out off the last ball. But 33 extras. Haven't said that in a while, but it's partly the conditions, and also, we are dealing with a different level of cricket. But nonetheless, it's very entertaining and unpredictable. 23 of those in wides and 3 no balls. Wickets for Rajbir as well as Gaganpreet Singh and Mohammad Tabish in there. I also think Amrit Pal kept things pretty tight without his 2 overs, none for 18. I think they would be chasing something, maybe the 140s, maybe even the 150s. Thanks so much, everybody. It will be Phil G going back, and he's promised the food chat will be on. Thanks to everyone for keeping me company and for being part of a really special time in European cricket. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. I'll probably be back tomorrow. We can have another chat. But for now, I'm going to hand it back to Phil G to close out day 1 here. Hope you're enjoying the action on a Super Saturday. Phil G back after the break with more European Cricket Series, Portugal.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and Victorinox.
And welcome back to the cricket ground here, Centre Cricket Ground, as Vinny says, our own private SCG here for the European Cricket Network. And big shout out to Vinny, thank you so much for taking care of that first innings in this game number 5. Gave me a chance to run off and get something nice and hot to drink and a little snacky snack to keep me going for this final innings for the run chase. And what a run chase we've got coming your way as well. 134 runs on the board. Team Tigers, what a terrific, excellent display that was, led by Das there with that 68 off 35. So, the bonus point equation, pretty simple. Batting team, pick this up in 7 overs or less, you get a bonus point. And for the fielding team, for the Tigers, if they can restrict the Werewolves to only 93 or less, bonus point for them. So 4 points up for grabs, bonus point, all important stuff there. And I can give you some good news about the weather. It's looking pretty good. In the background, there is a massive cloud dumping rain, probably about 5 kilometres away from here right now. But that is not going to touch us. That's sweeping past the ground with a good distance away from us. It's a little bit dark in that shot there, but I reckon we should be fine to go. This run chase is going to kick on now. And I hope you all enjoyed a little special cameo there from Mr. Maximo at the end of the day. Something special for you. We like to dish you up a few treats every now and then, and that was really good timing. And yeah, I really enjoyed that too. Chance to stretch your legs and say hello to all the guys from the Brothers team as well. It's good to catch up with them again. Verinder Singh remembers me from a couple of night series that I've done with him, so that was good to have a catch up and a laugh. And here we go with the run chase. Starts off with a good ball. Just batter just going over the top of that one, doesn't quite connect with that one. So what was the snack? Yes, so lucky enough we had afternoon tea served up, so that was nice. A cup of coffee and, would you believe, some good old-fashioned cucumber sandwiches. Now people may turn their nose up to that, but I've got to say, I do too. However, when you're a little bit peckish at that time in the afternoon, you put one of those away, you feel pretty good afterwards. Nice little punch down there into the covers, just for the single, just to get things moving. And you know, sometimes you just need something simple just to see you through to dinner time as well. So that was a really nice surprise. Good coffee here as well. They know to make it strong for me, so that's always good. I don't want to turn into a Dave B and be a coffee fiend. But yeah, I usually go through about 4 or 5 coffees a day. Don't usually like have them too late. Don't let it keep me up too late. So, need a solid start here, don't they, the Werewolves? They prove that they can put a good score on the board. But they need to really buckle down here and make sure they get this run chase moving. They need to keep the scoreboard ticking over and keep wickets in hand. Team Tigers, though, what a great display from them. Put 134 runs on the board. Best score we've seen today so far. And it's all for them to defend. And for the Werewolves in this last match of the day, of the day 1 of the Challenger Series here, that's been spanked away, and that is out of the ground for a Maximo. What a lovely strike that was. Big hit there. That's Mohammad Tabish, who put together a terrific innings in the earlier game. Really hats off to him for putting together a wonderful 66, I think he scored in the previous game today. That's been just played really nicely with soft hands. Tries to get it through the gap, and he succeeds. Gets it through for 4. I thought the fielder had that completely covered there for a minute, but maybe a little bit lax getting around to that. Have a look at this. Plays it with soft hands intentionally. Bit of work for the fielder, and just bubbles past the foot. Gets down to it, but doesn't get down enough to it. And that's yeah, it's a little bit disappointing there on the boundary line to let Tabish get a boundary there, where it should have just been the 1. Tabish is very dangerous. He played a belter of an innings earlier, as I just alluded to, and if he gets onto a heater here, he could get the Werewolves very, very close to this chase. I think he's going to get him close to the chase anyway. Well left there. Watches that go over the line. Khan will re-bowl that one. Currently the computer puts the odds in favour of Team Tigers. Clipped, shouts of catch. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. That's gone straight under the legs. Sydney Harbour Bridge situation. That's probably the 3rd one we've had today. Fielder's probably just a little bit rusty at the moment during this this first day of this Challenger division. Look at that. Straight through. Oh dear. Doesn't make the correct long boundary. You can see in the background there, it is absolutely dumping down in the background, but that is a long way away. And it's 55 matches since the golden ball. Let's hope the next one isn't a long way away. Hinty hint. And I'm hoping that maybe Vinny might have brought me some good luck when he did the commentary in the first the first innings here. You never know. And if that doesn't work, well, we need to bring Tina in from Monday onwards, and maybe she'll bring some golden ball luck. We can get a golden ball happening sometime soon. Not that we want teams to be struggling under the pressure of a golden ball, but it's a great way of sorting out who's going to win the game if they end up on the same amount of runs. First over done in the can. Werewolves 17 for no loss. Tabish leading the way with 15 from 5. Kumar facing his second delivery now. Swing and a miss. So what else? Talk about the food chat. Yes, so for lunch we had, what did we have for lunch? We had lasagna for lunch with a lovely side salad and a little bit of garlic bread. That was beautiful. And I just saw in the chat Christopher Ward commenting that he's doing lasagna tonight. So there you go. I've got to say, it's a bit cool here now. The sun's pretty much gone. There's still quite a cool breeze coming across the ground. It is lasagna weather, as I like to call it. It's a wide ball. Now, here's one of the things I'll say about lasagna. I am a fan, but and I love a meat lasagna, but I've got to say I make an absolutely amazing vegetarian lasagna, and it is so good. Roasted red peppers, roasted courgettes, spinach and ricotta layer, and a really good meaty sauce. Sorry, not meaty sauce, you idiot, Phil. A tomato sauce. Oh, and a lot of mozzarella and parmesan, and really good bechamel. Anyway. So that's what I think about lasagna. What's your favourite lasagna? Which ones have you tried? Have you tried any unique ones? There you go. There's a chat. There's a conversation for everybody. What's the most unique lasagna you've ever tried? There's a place in Prague near to where I live. It's called the Lasagneria. That gets through. Kumar is sucking up a few of these dot balls. Needs to get moving here. Tabash is getting a bit edgy at the non-striker's end. You can see him just yearning to get down there. Not much you can do with that, though. That ball just didn't bounce at all. Look at this. Just grubs. Well, I'll tell you what, the batters want to watch out for that. In again. Behind the bat. Just punches it out into the offside. Yeah, this Lasagneria, it's on the street just near me, Koruni. For anyone who's based in Prague, you'll know the one I'm talking about. That's the name of the road. It's on Koruni, which is just a stone's throw from my place. And they have the vegetarian lasagna, they have the meat lasagna. Then they've got a mushroom truffle garlic lasagna, and then they give you a spicy lasagna with Italian sausage, salsiccia. Absolutely stunning stuff. Really, really good. Ooh, good bit of pace there. And the one thing I'll say about that place too is the reviews are fantastic. And I'm not trying to give them a plug. I'm just saying the reviews are very, very good. So tell me about what's your preferred lasagna. I'd be interested to know what people like, what you're all into. Oh, change of pace. Good delivery. But it was wide outside the off stump, so no chance of a wicket there. But this is a good change of pace. Just tosses it up a little bit more. And has Tabish just realising. He gives a little nod too to the bowler to say, yep, that got me. That was well bowled. I didn't pick that one. Have a look. Yep, nods. That's a gracious move from Mohammad Tabish just to acknowledge that he was beaten all ends up there. There you go. So have a look at the table there. This is what's going on. The Werewolves and Team Tigers, a really good chance for them to jump top of the table at the end of day number 1 if they can get the points. It's all there for them to do. We'll see what happens. We will see. This run chase, 2 overs gone, 19 on the board. Still 116 needed from the next 8 overs, so a bit of work to do. Need a couple of big overs here. Need probably about 2 or 3 magical overs to make sure they stay in touch and then maybe get ahead to Werewolves. Team Tigers. Oh, there's a chance for a catch. There's players converging. And would you believe it drops in the middle of no man's land. And that is put down. In the end, did he even get a hand on it? Let's have a look at this one again. Everyone ran in. Keeper ran in. Slip ran in. Straight up in the air. And out of shot. Pretty sure no one got hand on that one. Pretty sure that just went straight to ground. Landed in a dead set Bermuda Triangle, that one. Tabish, he's not a bad judge of the wide delivery. He's let a few go. And I got to say, he's done really well with his judgment. Goes for the big uppercut there, misses. Chris Ward, just saw your comment there. Not cultured enough to know difference with lasagnas. Yes, you can get different types of lasagnas, believe it or not. I am a fan of the vegetarian, and my wife, if she was on the chat, she would agree 100% that yes, the vegetarian lasagna that I make, I got to say, I am bragging here. It is absolute belter. I was going to say, if Danny's on, he might even agree with that. I'm not sure he's had my veggie lasagna. He comes around. He's been around a few times at my place for dinner. I made him a really good beef rendang one time. He came around with the dogs, and the missus and I entertained him with a really good beef rendang. That was good. Miss hit up in the air, and well, it was off a free hit, so it's all good. Vinny, give some serious thoughts to lasagna Reed tonight. Have a look at it, mate. Have a look at it. I think they've only got 4 different types. It's worth having a look at as the rain starts coming down. Oh, timing of Mother Nature again. What on earth is going through her mind? And I tell you what, I reckon this has actually gotten a little bit heavy just in the last few minutes. I reckon the Werewolves are thinking we probably should need to try to get our nose in front on the run rate here, but they've got a bit of work to do. Definitely got a bit of work to do here. So that's probably enough of the lasagna talk. Hope you've all enjoyed that one. Hope I've made you all hungry as well. Wide ball. Yeah, just push that up, Monjour. Have a look again. He turned around to the umpire to remonstrate, but I think he has to... Ooh. Okay, I'll let that one through. This run chase needs to pick up a bit here. I think the Werewolves need to step up a little bit here. The run rate's now to over 14.5. Need to make something of it here. Oh, cracking shot, that one. That's a big Maximo. Lovely strike over deep mid-wicket. And that is the end of the power play. 37 off the power play. Not bad. Not bad at all. Still need a lot of runs off not too many deliveries. 7 overs to get a fair few runs. I think the run rate required is going to be around about 14 and a bit now. They need to crack on, need to keep this momentum. As I said, a couple of magical overs just to push their noses in front. Have a look at the graph there. The Werewolves run rate graph, the white line, it's going in the right direction. If they can keep a bit of momentum, get it up towards 15 and maybe keep it there, that'll put them in good stead to pick up the points here. Okay, without getting too carried away on the food chat, I do want to ask everyone in the chat just one other question. What do you consider your most favourite comfort food? For me, it's a tough one because I've got several answers to that one, but I struggle to narrow it down just to one. But I'm interested to see what people think of firstly, what actually is comfort food? For me, it's the kind of food that you would have curled up on a couch, watching your favourite movie, and just having a good night in. That's for me, that's comfort food, as that is a comfort shot, and that is a terrific belt for another Maximo. It's all starting to happen now, and I really think that the Werewolves had that little bit of rain hit them a few seconds ago. It has gone away now, that rain, but I think that's kind of scared them into action to think, well, you want to get the points here, we need to get our nose in front just in case this is a rain-affected match. Last thing we want is to be behind the run rate. Oh, Kumar just launches into that one. You could literally see him just winding up, and just the music in his head was building and building. And then he missed, unfortunately for him. And Omar Farouk also missed the stumps too. That's hit uppishly. That's going to carry the boundary line too. Omar Farouk, in the previous game, he came on, bowled a couple of overs, picked up 2 very quick wickets, and turned the game around for his team. They're looking for him once again to try to turn things around. They need something here. Need to break this partnership too. Kumar, after a bit of a jittery start, he is now up to 20 from 11 balls faced. Tabish is 22 from also 11 balls faced. Swing and a miss. So Wayne says chocolate. Good answer, Wayne. Yep. Good answer. I'm oscillating between a few. I'll tell you mine in a second, but I reckon I'll probably change my mind as soon as I say it. Just after this delivery. That's definitely a wide ball. So Farouk here with a bit of work to do. I think I saw macaroni cheese. Dave Owen says macaroni cheese. Shouts of how's that? They also like macaroni cheese. That's what they're appealing for. Dave Owen, you know what? I would have said macaroni cheese. At the last minute, I'm going for chili con carne. A nice bowl of nice and spicy chili con carne. Love that. And I love that too. That's a cracking shot. Oh, I think that's hit the rope, and that means that is a Maximo. Oh, Kumar's getting on with the job here. After, like I said, after that very jittery start, doing very well indeed. That is, yep. You can see the rope bounce up as well. Johnny he says fisherman's pie. Oh yeah, good fish pie is quality. Yep, really good too. So the Werewolves, that second over, only a couple of runs, but apart from that, 17, 18, 17. Oh, they're getting on with it, and they're pushing their run rate ahead of Team Tigers. So they're putting themselves in a good position here. They keep marching on like this. They should be looking good. I'm looking out towards the right outside of the shelter. There are some clouds about, but I don't think they're heavy enough to be really sort of disappointing enough. Thomas Martinez agrees with me. Yet, funny enough, the rain has woken the Werewolves up a bit. I completely agree with that comment. That really did make them wake up a bit. Wow, that's a great shot. That's a man who's had a good breakfast and a good lunch right there. Tabish continues on his dominating fashion. The score is up to 60 as we start the fifth. He's very strong on the offside. Really, really strong. I'll tell you one thing about chili. Dave Owen, just see you there saying chili is good. I'll tell you one thing I love about the chili con carne I make. I don't usually use ground beef. If I use a ground meat, I use ground veal. Or sometimes I get a nice bit of not filet mignon, but a fillet of steak, like a flank steak, and I cut it super, super thin. Oh, oohs and ahs as that one is just missed. So sometimes that's a really good way of making a chili con carne. You use very thinly cut slices of beef, and you just cook it like that, and it's just melting in your mouth. It's absolutely sensational. All right, back to the action. As this run chase is heating up now. So it's in the fifth, couple of overs, couple of balls into the fifth, 60 on the board, no loss of a wicket. And the Werewolves are looking pretty good now. Team Tigers want a wicket. And they're not going to get it that way because that is another Maximo. Tabish is continuing on his carnage here and doing very well indeed. Have a look at this one again. Just helps it on his way, doesn't try to belt the cover off the ball, just helps it, uses the pace and middles it perfectly, and that has flown a real long way. Very good work from that batter. Okay, so now the, you can tell it's not, I wouldn't say it's panic time, but Team Tigers having a conversation there about what's to be done, and I don't blame them because they need to figure something out here. Vinny likes a big Chinese feast, big on the fried rice. Yeah, I tell you what, that's one of my go-tos is using leftover rice to make egg fried rice. It's such a quick, easy meal to do, but oh, it's good. A bowl of that on the couch, watching your favourite 90s action flick like a Tango and Cash, or something like that with maybe a Pilsner. Lovely stuff. Thomas Martinez saying the Chinese takeaway might probably win. I think you might be onto something there. Yeah, who doesn't love that? Shah in again. Hit down the ground. Slight miss hit that one. Doesn't get a lot of power behind it. Just goes for one. Richard Birdie likes the buffalo wings. Yeah, buffalo wings, very popular. Big time. Only a couple of places in Prague do good buffalo wings. You get some mediocre ones, but there's a couple of places right in my hometown have some really good wings. Beer Geek would be the first one I'm thinking of. I think Vinny might agree with me on that one. I know you've been there and tried that. In fact, last time we were there, you were talking me into it. Let's get those. And we did. And we got a couple of sets, didn't we? That was very good. You, me and Terry O'Connor, just before Christmas, had a good meet up there. The score now, it's getting towards the end of the fifth. One more ball to come, 68 on the board. No wicket lost. Werewolves looking pretty good at the moment. It's been helped up in the air, but not hit out of the middle. And it just spoons up. Player runs in off the boundary line and cannot affect catch as it falls probably about 2/3 of the way to the boundary. But it was teasingly just scooped up into the air over the head of the bowler. Look at this. Didn't get it out of the completely out of meat of the bat. If he had have, it might have even gone to the player running in to take the catch. As it is, it's just a single. Yeah, Tubbage, he's a bit filthy with himself there. He's thinking, yep, what could have been maybe. There you go. And hello to Samar Kumar, who's watching from India. Hello there. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here. It's wonderful to have your company. It's good to have everybody's company watching here, watching this last match of the day. Up and coming events, you can see there, obviously we've got Portugal going on right now, got a little bit of action after this ECS, after we finish the Premier Division, we'll have ECI and T20 action, men and women. Spain, Madrid, Italy, Bologna, France, Malta, and then Czechia for a weekend there of T20I. So there's a lot of action happening here on the European Cricket Network in the next month. Start with a wide. In case you missed it, 5 overs will go on, 69 on the board. Shah comes back for his next over. I'm giggling, Vinny, because I just read your message about Beer Geek. Yep. I've mentioned these places, and I can tell you're thinking, oh, yeah, maybe do that. Yep. Oh, Karoom, you got jalapeno bullets. Oh, you're singing my song there. That is, I love that stuff. That is really good. Oh, nice shot. Nice shot. Through the infield and across the boundary rope for a good boundary. 4 runs there. This run chase is really developing quite nicely now for the Werewolves. They're 61 needed now for 29 balls, and things are looking a little bit scary for the Team Tigers. Their great score that they put on the board, and they batted really well for that. They must be thinking, well, what have we done wrong? We haven't picked up a wicket yet. They're well over halfway there. And we're only just halfway through the bowling attack. So what do we have to do here? Yeah, things like that. Just adjust your bowling. Bit of a slower delivery there. Good thinking there. Sort of rolled the fingers on that one, you could see. Oh, lovely stuff. Another dot ball. This is good from Naidu. Get those dots in. Get the scoreboard pressure back on the batters. It's just suddenly got a little bit dark now. Just peering around the corner again. I can see a few grey clouds coming over the top of the ground in the next couple of minutes. So these dot balls could be swinging things around a bit. 61 from 27 needed. And that is, I think that was a no ball signalled. Is indeed. And now it's a free hit coming to Mohammad Tabish. He's on 40 from 20. Oh yeah. Strikes the very, just well, I wouldn't say the edge of the pitch. It's just off the pitch. Good work from the keeper though to make sure that stayed in. Free hit coming. Edged and away for 4. Keeper couldn't get a glove to that, misses it, gives his bowler a little clap and says, mate, that was a good delivery, but I couldn't snaffle it, unfortunately. Almost close, but it did go pretty quick. Don't think the bowler could be too mad about that. I mean, he won't be happy, don't get me wrong, but he can't be too mad. Oh, I can hear the rain now starting to hit the tent. And there's also bells ringing in the background. Tavish strikes down the ground, just the one run. It's gotten very dark out there very suddenly, and that is because the sun has pretty much disappeared, and the grey skies are starting to dominate directly overhead. It is getting really tight now. We really want to make sure we see this game through. We wouldn't want to see a rain delay on this one. Kumar gets around the corner and hits it for a very well needed boundary. That's a good strike. And that is 6 overs done, 84 on the board. Werewolves still need another 51 runs. And they've got 4 overs to do it. I reckon if things stop now for any reason, they would have their noses in front. That's just my gut feeling. I don't know exactly. I don't have any kind of calculation in front of me. It's just the way I sort of feel the way things are turning out. But hopefully we will continue and we'll get to play out the rest of this game. Have a look there. Mohammad Tabish, 45 from 22, and Deepak Kumar playing pretty well too, 31 from 16. He had a slow start, so he's definitely picked up the pace now. 8 extras in there as well. I mean, the Team Tigers, they're not doing too much wrong, just a few loose deliveries, but these batters are really capitalising. You can see there in the shot there's a little bit of rain coming down. If it gets any heavier, we could be in a little bit of strife. And that is a proper dark cloud right above the ground now. So 4 overs to be bowled, 51 needed. Crunched out just out of the outstretched hands. Might have just flicked the fingers. And Tabish off strike. Have a look at this one again. Nope, just about a foot out of the outstretched fingertips. The fielder there. Goes for the big hoik over square and misses. And goes to launch another one, but that is given wide. And the bowler's having a conversation about the wide line. Don't think you need to do that. I think the umpire knows where the wide line is. I think his argument was that when the keeper took it, it was inside the line, but it kind of pitched and came around. Snake get through for a bye. Keeper was a little bit unsighted there. Yeah, that vision's looking very dark now, isn't it? Just waits on that one, shouts of catch it, but he's placed that a bit too well, hasn't he? This is what I've loved about the innings of Mohammad Tabish. He's just placed that exactly where he wanted it, and that's a really good strike. Watch this again. Just waits on it, knows where he wants to clip it, and just helps it on his way for another 4. Now this one's gone up in the air, but I think it's vacant down there. It is indeed. Come back for 2. Rain's getting a little bit heavier now. I'm just going by the sound on the side of the tent here, as well as what I'm seeing out there in the centre. Yeah, look at that camera shot there. I'm surprised the umpires haven't offered this to the players yet. It's starting to get really heavy now. There's an appeal. Keep an eye on the umpires as the over finishes. I think they may be going to have a bit of a chat, but this has gotten quite heavy just in the last 10-15 seconds. Umpires are conferring. No, they want to keep going. I think they want to keep going. Maybe they feel this will pass. Got to give a shout out to the umpires. They've done a terrific job today under very trying conditions. Have a look at that. That is real proper downpour now. I think I think the umpires are going to... I just get the feeling they're going to offer it in a second and they're going to say we need to come off. There's a shake of the head. If it doesn't soften in the next couple of minutes, I reckon they'll pull them off. Let's see what happens. No, actually, it's just starting to slow down a bit, just as I'm speaking. It's just slowing down ever so gently. Would you believe it? The rain's just stopped. It literally has just stopped. From the umpires almost talking about coming off the field, 10 seconds later, the rain has stopped. It stopped dead. Can you believe that? Oh, Mother Nature, what a sense of humour you have. It's going to make things a bit slick underfoot, though. And obviously, I hope a couple of the players may have hand towels, maybe to keep the ball a bit dry. That may help. It got really dark there for a little while, and it got really heavy there. But thankfully, it's okay. Amari has definitely got the towel there. You see it stuffed into the back of his trousers. So I'm glad someone's got the towel there to keep the ball nice and dry. 94 for no loss. 7.2 overs gone. 41 needed from 16. The run rate required is up to 15, so it's climbing a bit. Farouk just lost his way there. Maybe I was shouting a bit too loud. Yeah, I agree with you. Kev in the chat said local knowledge, keeping them on. That's exactly what happened. 100%, that's exactly what happened. That was quite amazing how fast the rain stopped. It just, literally as we were talking about it and the umpires were coming together, it suddenly just, it's like someone turned a tap and just said, nah, we're not having that. Tim Harmer, I like these umpires. Tim, 100% agree. Having the local umpires out there, local knowledge, as Kev also suggested in the chat, that's exactly why they're still out there and keeping going. That was really close to getting bowled there. Omar Farouk doing what he can to try to find a wicket here. He's working his absolute guts out to get a wicket. Oh, Deepak Kumar looking for the down the ground smash. 96 for no loss, coming towards the end of the 8th. 2 balls to come. Winds up again. I tell you what, it's going to get tough now because these dot balls are absolutely going to kill the Werewolves. They're going to need a lot of runs in the next 2 overs. And I think they're going to leave themselves too many to get if they're not careful. Struck down the ground. Going to try to take a second one on the arm. And it's spoiled, and it's go. Oh, and that's unfortunate for Werewolves. That Tabish going for that second run. He was running to the danger end. Maybe Deepak Kumar wanted to get Tabish on strike in time for the start of the next over, but he's been run out instead. Have a look at this. They both run pretty hard. The pickup, I think there was a bit of a fumble there. Just a slight fumble, but the throw was pretty good. Watch Mohammad Tabish. And he knows he's gone. Yep. And that is a good run out. Timely run out for Team Tigers. Tabish. 53 from 28. You can hold your head up high. That was a terrific innings. Have a look at this run out one more time. It was just a slight juggle, and I think what they saw a what they thought was maybe a misfield, so they felt that the second run was always on, but Tabish was always going to be short there, short by at least 3.5 metres. So the Werewolves have left themselves 38 runs in 2 overs to get. Ooh, this over for them is massive, absolutely massive. You can see there, just the last 2 overs, that run rate has dipped down. Gone below the line, the yellow line, which is the required run rate. And now they find themselves with 2 overs to go and a bit of a hill to climb. Oh, that's made things even worse now. And that is Kumar. The in-form Kumar goes for 33 from 23 deliveries faced. And that is trouble, big trouble. No, it's not Kumar. That's Luxman, sorry. That is Luxman. Kumar is number 43 at the non-striker's end. Luxman comes in and goes. So he will go for a first baller. And the absence of Derek, we'll just say that's disappointing for him. He is bowled clean. But at least the rain has disappeared. So the Werewolves looks like they've gotten close, but they're not going to be close enough. Well, don't say never, because that is a lovely strike. That is absolute power. Guri comes in and just goes crash. Hits that ball out to the brand new scorer. You can see in the background there. And he says, we're not done yet. Werewolves are not done. They've still got a little bit left in the tank. 32 from 10. Ooh, I tell you what, this could, another couple of shots like that in this over, and suddenly, maybe only needing maybe 15, 16 off the last, you never know. Oh, gets a dot ball through. Well bowled by Khan, very well bowled. And Guri walks off to the leg side and shakes his head, says, what have I done? I've missed that one. Don't understand how I missed that. But I tell you what, they're going to need, we were halfway through the ninth, 3 balls to come, 32 required. They need to get a lot of runs from these 3 balls. They can't be facing an uphill climb in the last too much. And that's going to get through, and that's going to get for 4. Keeps the game well alive. Oh boy, keeps it well alive. Just for a moment, thought the player was in with a chance of stopping that one. The only person to get to that was the ball boy, who has picked that up expertly. I think that's Migsy, who's out there with the high-vis jacket on. Saw him early today doing a bit of work around the ground, getting things set up. Migsy Stoneman, who's also a qualified umpire in Portugal. He's got the duties, though, on the boundary line. 2 to come in the over. Oh, a bit of a look-away swing there. Guri, oh, should be thinking about maybe turning the strike over, although you wouldn't want to do that now. They need Kumar facing. 28 needed from 7. That ball was really super important. They needed to get under 20 needed in the last to have a chance. This is going to be really, really tough for them if they can't do something here. It's been hit nicely for Maximo. Well, it's a funny old over here for the Werewolves because it was 6 dot 4 dot and then a Maximo to finish with. It was and a wicket at the start, so a strange old over. But gee, you sort of think, was that enough off that last over? Score is 113 for 2 in 9. A 97 run opening partnership too. Give credit where it's due. But you get the feeling it's too many runs needed in the 10th. We'll see. We're going to find out. The next 6 deliveries, all important, and who's got the duty. I'll tell you what, would you want to be the person bowling this last over, knowing that anything short, anything not in the right spot, it's going to result in a boundary. Here we go. So a bit of animation in the field there, but keeps it to 1. Gets a pat on his back for his trouble. And in the end, I think that's a pretty fair result. Kev, you're not going to get my hopes up for a GB. I can't see this going to a GB. I mean, something would have to happen with this delivery right here. This delivery has to go over the boundary line. And, well, maybe I'm going to end up eating my words because that has gone over the boundary line from Maximo. It's landed probably about 10 metres to the left of me. Well, there you go. I'm still... No. Birdie's saying I must have the tingle. I'm refusing to acknowledge a tingle right now. I figured if I deny it, it will happen. Then again, if I'm saying that, I'm almost not denying it, am I? Oh, you know, I could get stuck in a bit of a loop here. So I'm just going to keep commentating. 120 for 2. Oh, it's leg side. It would have almost been a wide. Instead, it's been clipped. They're going to go for 2. It's not on, and the run out is affected. Just the single, but it gets Guri back on strike. That's important for the Werewolves. That's very important for the Werewolves. Ooh, tell you what, if that had gone to the boundary, this game would have been properly alive. Chris Ward says, need 3 sixes, really? Yeah, pretty much. 3 sixes. I think they just left themselves too many runs to get in this over, unfortunately. Deepak Kumar, he's done his job. He's done what he could do. Pro wishes he could have stuck around and put a bit more in, but unfortunately for him, his day's over. Let's see. Well, this has got to carry the boundary line. This one has to go over the top. Here we go. Oh, it's a wide. It's going to run away for a mini-mo. It is. It's 5 wides. Oh, boy. That's not what they wanted. Even the keeper's saying, you see where my foot is? I want you to bowl it there. You could see the keeper genuinely saying to him, this is where I wanted you to bowl it. He put his foot on line and he scraped it and he said, that's where you should be bowling. Oh, talk about a twist in the tail. Look at that. Look at the keeper. He's saying, you bowl it there. That's where I want you to bowl it. That's good work from the keeper to sort of say that to his bowler, say, no, I want you to put it right there. 9 from 3 now. Can you believe it? Oh, it's in the air. It's just going to carry the rope for Maximo. Oh, scenes and the noise coming from the dugout is unbelievable. Werewolves have leapt out of their seats. Absolute scenes. They haven't got it yet. 2 fielders converged, thought they were in with a chance, and it carried. Oh, what a finish. What a terrific game this is. We've had some absolute cracking games today. Day 1, who would have thought? Day 1 of the Challenger Series. This is proper exciting stuff. 3 from 2 needed for the win. What a big win this will be if they can get there. And they've got it. Goes down leg side. It gets flicked with absolute ferocity from Maximo. The Werewolves have chased down a really big score, and that is absolutely sensational stuff from the Werewolves. Hugs all around. They can't believe it. They've won with only 2 balls to spare. Sorry, 1 ball to spare. 1 ball to spare. Guri, the champion, the hero of the day, 35 from 9. He missed a couple in the previous over, and I thought there was too many for them to chase down in this one, and he's gone and done it. Oh, there's going to be a proper get-around when they get back to their dugout for sure. That man, Guri, firstly led by Tabish and Kumar, who opened the batting, who did a terrific job putting on 97 for the loss of that first wicket. And then Guri came in and he said, enough of this. The big hit in Guri, and he got amongst it really early. But that final over, absolute classic stuff. Handshakes all round from these 2 teams. These are 2 very even teams. You have to say that. Really even teams. And that's what's so good about this Challenger division. I know Vinny alluded to this in the first innings where he commentated. It just makes it so much more even. And these games are going to be so much more exciting than seeing a team such as like a Marlow or a Punjab Sisi Amadora come along and just stomp out an opposition in the first couple of deliveries. What a great game. What a terrific run chase. Absolutely sensational stuff. Hope you've enjoyed it as well. Let's have a look at the highlight reel and we'll talk about what happened and how it happened, because that was absolutely awesome. So that man there, Mohammad Tabish, put together another good innings again. He really structured this run chase really well from the get-go. He and Deepak Kumar. Deepak Kumar took a little while. happy little fist bump between the two players here. This is the great thing about playing here in Portugal, and I've commentated a few series here in Portugal. I love the camaraderie between the teams. They know each other well. Depending on the competition, sometimes they will jump across teams and switch teams and things like that. It's just absolutely sensational. I really enjoy that. And yeah, so Tabish having a good little moment there. So Deepak, he got into the mood of things as well. It was a bit slow to start with. I was a bit concerned that maybe he was chewing up a few dot balls. In the end, he came good and he started middling it. Just took him a little while to get started. Ahmed Tabish there, tantalisingly put up in the air, but it fell short. Just for that moment, I thought, oh, what's he done? And then there was a bit of luck there. Almost taken in by the keeper. So close to a catch there, but unfortunately not to be. He strikes down the ground, a few missed hits. It was a bit of a worry. This was the run out. That was the juggle and the throwback. And Tabish knew he was gone for all money. The throw wasn't great. There was a slight juggle in the field, but in the end, that run proved to be quite suicidal for the second. But probably the right thing to do. Laxman came in, went to hit down the ground and lost his middle peg. And he went back with no score to his name. And then it was this man, Guri, came in and said, hang on a minute, we need to win this game. Let me take care of the batting. And he really did. That final over was sensational. I think he belted 16 off the previous over, but he had a couple of dot balls in there as well. And needing 19 off the final over, it started with a minimo, of all things, a minimo. And it was a bit of trouble there. That was a run out, but that was okay because it got Guri back on strike, and that was the most important thing. So Deepak Kumar, he was sacrificed at the end there, gave up his wicket. And that is a minimo. That's you start the last over needing 19, and that happens. Well, you got to feel pretty confident. Wicketkeeper was not impressed with Shah. Told him, I want you to bowl it here. And Guri just powered his way. This one, the tantalising 6, that's when you knew it was done. That was the big hit. And that was the final blow. The big hit, the shot that put it out of the ground. 6 runs on the board to have the win with only 1 ball left to spare. Sensational. And they were very happy indeed. Really happy, and they have a proper get around. Guri's going to get a lot of hugs, a lot of attention from his teammates as they walk off the ground. Wonderful stuff. See the Tabish in there saying to him, I told you you could do it. Did I tell you? I told you you could do it. It's exactly what he's saying, I reckon. I see a few people in the chat saying cheerio and that sort of stuff. So look, guys, thank you everyone in the chat for sticking with us. I can see Simo saying see you later, Birdie, Wayne, Kroom, Crystal Ward, Steve McVeigh, Steve C. Everybody who's joined the chat today, thank you so much for joining us. Tim Harmer as well. And I hope you've had a wonderful time watching the first day of this this season. Vinny, thank you very much, Vinny, for helping me out with the first half of this game. It was wonderful for you to step in, give me a chance to have a break, and just give my my throat a bit of a rest because I feel like I've been talking all day. I think Deborah Hall alluded to that. Been yakking away for hours, but that's what I do. It's what I do best. John Gray, thank you very much. Hang around, John. Good to see you again too. Good to see everybody in the chat, whether you've got a blue spanner or not. It's wonderful to have your company. Let's have a look at the batting card one more time. Led by Mohammad Tabish right at the start there, and Deepak Kumar put together 97 runs for that opening partnership. Laxman went for a first ball duck. But that man, Gurpreet Guri, came in 35 from 9. Absolute match-winning cameo there. 9 deliveries only. That's all he needed. And he's got his team over the line. 16 extras in there as well. 138 for 3 with 1 ball to spare. Well, who would have thunk it? That was a great run chase. Really close game. Great run chase. You got a feel for Tushar Shah at the end there. He went for 40 off his 1.5 overs. Just couldn't get it in the right place. That minimo at the start of the over must have shaken his confidence as well. And in the end, wasn't able to keep it all together. See a few people still saying cheerio. I'll say hello to a few. I'll say goodbye to a few people later in just a minute. Just want to finally put together the match summary and just say that the Werewolves have beaten the Tigers by 7 wickets. 134 for 4 in 10 overs. That was thanks to Rupan Das and Azam Manjur at 24 that he scored as well. Very important runs there. Team Tigers Portugal 134 for 4. In response, the Werewolves get 138 on the board and they get the game into their hot little hands with 1 ball to spare. and they get the win by 7 wickets. Mohammad Tabish leading the way with a 53. He's put together 2 half centuries today. My pick of the batters today has been absolutely sensational. Gurpreet Guri, that 35 from 9 only. Well, he was the match winner in that game for the Werewolves, and Deepak Kumar, great support. That 34 runs, so important to put together that opening partnership with Mohammad Tabish. Sensational stuff. The Werewolves are howling, absolutely howling. I saw, Vinny, you said that. I'm going to steal that from you as well. So, ECS is back, Vinny says. It is indeed back. Vinny, I'm very happy to get the ball rolling here in this European Cricket Series, this Challenger Division. I'm excited about the rest of this Challenger Division, because if today's any indication of the closest of the games and the competition and how good this is going to be, this is going to be a fantastic series, and we're going to be looking forward to a lot more fun of this. So I think it's time for me to sign off. I've spoken too much today. I need to go give my throat a rest. Maybe find a couple of super box and keep the libations coming. So I'm going to say goodnight and have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. So 5 matches tomorrow, all teams involved. We're going to get the Coimbra Knights back down again. They're going to take on the Brothers. That's a tough one for them. Team Tigers take on Friendship CC. Coimbra Knights and Lisbon Supergiants go head-to-head. Werewolves and the Brothers. And we finish tomorrow with the Friendship Cricket Club against the Lisbon Supergiants. So all 6 teams in action again tomorrow. It's going to be a big day. Sunday, Challenger Division Day. Please join me, Phil G, here for the European Cricket Network on day 2 of this European Cricket Series here in Portugal. It's been wonderful. It's been an honour to be able to be here to kick things off again for the European Cricket Series after what was 5 magnificent weeks and Khartoum with the ECL and the Western Shield. I'm really happy to be here taking you through this. I'll be running solo again tomorrow. You never know. Might get another little cameo from Mr. Maximo himself. We'll see what we can do. And of course on Monday, I'll be joined by Tina Goff. I can't wait to see Tina here. And she and I will take you through the action next week. It's going to be exciting stuff. Stick with us. We hope you've enjoyed today. I've enjoyed today. I'm off somewhere to find something to drink and a coffee. Don't read anything into that. And I hope to catch you all tomorrow. Be safe, be cool, and I will see you tomorrow, everybody. Good night from the Santarem Cricket Ground. Phil G signing off for ECN. Good night, all.